What's going on, Junkie Nation? Gorgeous George and Goze checking in here on a Saturday, a historical Saturday, September 14th, 2024. It could be, Goze, that somewhere down the line we'll be talking about this once in a lifetime event. I hope it's not that way because I hope they do it again. But that's what UFC President Dana White is saying about Noche UFC here in Las Vegas at the Sphere. How you feeling, bro?
I think Dana White is lying. If this goes off great, the way we all anticipate it will, his buddies, the Tom Brady's of the world, the Mark Wahlbergs are going to tell him he's the greatest guy on earth and it was awesome. He'll do it again. Yes, it cost a lot of money. Yes, potentially they are going to maybe take a loss on this one. But guess what? They got a lot of money. They can take losses. I could see this coming back. Maybe next time it comes around, it's not Noche UFC. Maybe it's something else. Who knows, right? But I would just think if this is a slam dunk, I think they bring it back, dude.
You got to find ways to do it because they're going to have a massive gate and pay-per-view sales have been good. So that, along with the fact that it's historical, and he said a lot of people are flying in for this event from Hollywood, from the sports world, like producers, directors, anyone that has anything to do with cinematography. They want to see what a live sporting event from the Sphere looks like. I have a feeling this thing's dope, or it's going to be, and be that as I say it, it's got to be repeated. Now, there's also other ways to, get revenue. It's also called Riyadh season, Noche UFC. So you bring a title sponsor and other sponsors along with these massive gates and hopefully a hit on the pay-per-view side. I mean, a good hit, not taking a hit. Man, I'm actually jealous that I'm not there. I was looking at some of the journalists that are there, and they're already now they're allowed to whip out the phones and kind of do a quick little pan. I heard it's going to be pictures, not videos, but I'm seeing some videos. Now, granted, no fights are taking place yet, but they're going to take it soon, so I'll make this quick. And it does look cool. But look, the Sphere looks cool, and we're at Formula One. We're on the outside, and the Sphere look cool. So it's hard for it to not look cool. Let this night play out. Let's root for it to be a success, and let's enjoy it. That's my attitude.
Yeah, so right now, based off of what I am looking at, one question may have been answered for me, and that is, if you look at the Sphere right now from the angle that they are showing the announcers, behind them is everything's kind of like red and almost looks like some kind of warehouse, right? But in that sea of red, they have kind of boxed out what would be kind of like your version of a jumbotron. That is interesting for me because I don't know if it'll remain like that during the fights, because if it does, then I could see how it maybe wouldn't be as big of a distraction for fighters, because then it would look relatively the same. But if that box goes away and it just turns into that being a live screen, holy crap, that for fighters, that's something that no matter, I get it. People say, hey, you're in a fight. I get that the cage door closes and all that bullshit. You're in that type of an environment. At some point, you're going to look up and say, whoa, what is this? Well, how cool is this or whatever? Who knows who's going to get caught doing that? I think that's going to be fun, but we'll see what it actually looks like when the fight starts.
If you're new to our watch-alongs, go ahead.
You're not in the you're in the prelim part, right? Not the.
Yeah, it's like frozen. So I actually set this thing up about 20 minutes ago, just to be ready to go, and it keeps telling me the event is not yet started, and so I thought it would just basically turn on. But yeah, I'm in the prelims. Excuse me. And I'm having trouble. Like I tried reset it, and it's cool. MMA right now coming back for Ariel Lang. Goze, who do you like? You've been hot.
I'll tell you one thing. A guy that only has just a handful of fights in the UFC should never be minus 1,000.
A kid.
Yeah, he
19.
not on top of everything, he is a kid, okay? That's a lot to kind of hang on Raul Rosas Jr. I kind of look at the psychology of what the matchmakers are thinking, the significance of the night. It's Noche UFC, right? They probably want Raul Rosas Jr. to win. They want the people to go home happy. There's just too many things on his side. Minus 1,000, Raul Rosas Jr. But I don't think it'll be that easy. So that's the play. And so if you guys want to make plays, so now that I made that play, at the top of your screen, there's a check mark. That's where you can check us. Those are all our picks. If something's wrong, or if you want to laugh at us, we lost, whatever, they're all right there. The middle tab, that is your DraftKings tab. That's where you go and you look at the odds. You can make your plays. Don't forget to sign up with our promo code. And then to the right of that is our chat. If you want to chat with us, if you want to chat with us directly or chat with the other people that are in there, what's up, Charles84? What's up, ST4? In the chat already, Pete. Feel free to do that as well.
All right, so yeah, it looks like I was able to reset the television, and so now maybe cross your fingers as I hunt down these prelims.
So another,
have the fighters started walking to the octagon yet, or what's that deal?
They're just doing the first kind of vignettes for these two fighters.
Ooh,
so it is sort of what I told you, where it's like two jumbotrons on the screen. Thank you so much. I'll take that one. Thanks. And then so yeah, maybe that'll be a little less distracting. Man, I don't know. I kind of thought they were going to put the whole fight up there. That's what would be so unique about the Sphere. But I think the setup is pretty incredible too. Pretty cool. The arena, it's not that much different than what a normal UFC would look like. However, one thing that is very important that the UFC put right, that's flashing down the lights. There's so many of them, and the importance of them is so that there's not even one single shadow while these guys are fighting. That is not here. So the UFC has kind of used Dana White's Contender Series as a guinea pig of sorts to just try and figure out what the best way to light this octagon is. They believe they have figured that out. And so the lighting for the cage will be a little bit different today. There's give and takes, right? With when you do such a big card like this. But you can't really come down on the UFC too much because they're trying something new. This is what we're always complaining about, right? Quit being so traditional. Try something fun. Do something new. This is it. They did it. Yeah, there's going to probably be a few hiccups here and there, but I applaud them for doing this. It seems really, really cool. And yeah, I'm like George. I'm super, super jealous that I'm not there. But if I wasn't going to be there live, I couldn't be in a better place with y'all here and with DraftKings aboard. That just makes me even more happy. So this will be a good night, man. I'm excited for this and to bring the action to all you guys.
Chinese fighter Ariel Lang has already worked his way down to the octagon, and I'm taking it all in. Looks pretty cool so far. Like, that is a nice shot from way up top, right? So down there where you see the octagon is, I guess, where U2 would be playing, or the Eagles are going to be playing, because they're coming soon. I don't know the exact date, so I don't want to say next week, next month, next year. I know it's coming soon here in the fall. Yeah, let's start, but yeah, let's let this play out and see. And like Goze said, let's cheer for it to go well, so well that they'll do it again, and all of us will get a chance to go someday, because that's kind of been the special thing about our sport in the last 30 plus years. It's just unique. You know, it's something that has happened, has played out, you know, during our lifetime. So when you were growing up, you'd have to hear about Babe Ruth, for example, right? And things that happened in the 1920s, 1930s. Oh, kudos to them so far. First fight hasn't even started, so I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Yeah, so far so good though. Really, really cool. I mean, look at Raul Rosas Jr. You know, he literally has taken the scene by storm, and now he can even add to his accolades being the first fight ever at the Sphere, the first live combat sport there of any kind, right? Like, you guys look at the cage right now for a U2 concert or a Fish concert. It's even further back, and it's and the stage that they're on, it's probably about the same size as that octagon. It's not that much bigger. So this is definitely a very, very unique experience. And like George said, that Sphere from the outside is even crazy. Just an experience being around it. We were there for Formula One, but being inside it is just another world. And that, like, we're so thankful to be here in Las Vegas to have these types of toys to play from. But we are jealous watching this. Trust me.
No doubt. Raul Rosas Jr., 19 years of age. He's getting set to get inside the octagon, and he comes in at 9-1. His opponent is 25-11. Again, Rosas Jr., a huge favorite. There's some props to watch there. Rosas to win by KO, TKO, plus 350. Well, the rest got away from me, but yeah, there's, gaming is really taking off in our sport, and it's great to see a monster like a DraftKings, and by that I mean, a huge company like DraftKings being involved in mixed martial arts. You see it there on the UFC canvas, and again, we're partnered up with them for tonight. Years ago, it was hard to get down, on boxing matches, for example, when I was first growing up, and there was no MMA, and now you can play so many different things. It's really fun.
Mm-hmm. Another thing you want to look out for tonight, guys, is look at the Venom kits, right? They got a little bit of Noche UFC splash on them. I think that's pretty cool. Sometimes that's one thing that the UFC has been very particular about, but I love that they embrace that. Everything that's gone into this so far, George, I'm giving it an A. I think it's pretty dope.
Yeah, I'm with you. I guess we'll start it off with an A. There you go. No, we'll start off with a B, Goes. They got to earn the A, right? So we'll start off with a B. We'll say it's a B so far. It definitely is not an F. I don't see a D. And I think if I was a C, people would say you're a hater. So we're going to start off with a B. A makes us ass kissers. So here we go. Okay, it lit up a little bit. I like that.
But what is
playing surface?
How do they get an A, right? Because you have to remember too, like at the end of the day, we're all here for fights, right? That's why we're here. So I guess the fights do have to deliver for us to kind of bump this up to an A. But I will say so far, it looks pretty sharp what they're trying to do here. And I was just, there was part of me that thought it would be insane to just kind of see the whole thing with the fighters on it. That would be pretty damn amazing. But I'll tell you this much, George, living in Las Vegas, if for some reason they just replayed this card again at the Sphere with the same sort of setup, I think I'd show up and watch.
Like if you were going to the movies?
Yeah, like if it's I don't know, $50 ticket or something, right? I think I'd come in and watch it.
It'd be pretty cool. Yeah.
That's where I think if it costs that much money to put this together, I think what you could maybe do going forward is show pay-per-views in there. I think a lot of people would show up to watch a card there. Imagine how insane that would be.
You like the Octagon Girl costume?
It's all right. It's a little different.
All right. Yeah, I guess there's like 8 or 12 new Octagon Girls. I think 8. And I don't know if we'll see some of the regular ones, but here we go. The action's underway. Big favorite for Raul Rosas Jr. Hovering around minus 1,000. If I can, I'll let you guys know what the live betting is. The UFC provides that as well on their broadcast. And this is a huge. It's filled with a lot of Mexican fighters on the card. So we'll also keep track and see how the Mexicans do tonight. There are Mexicans in the main event, unless Sean O'Malley for the title. But no, there's a heavy influence of Mexican fighters. So maybe we'll have to give it a couple grades. What goes? One's the event itself, right? Mm-hmm. The event itself is it has to encompass the fights, and then what we saw, the show that was put on, was all this worth it? We can give it its own grade of just the fights themselves. Forget about if there was technical issues or whatever. Just how are the fights? And then we can also grade, hey, how was just the production? How was the event at the Sphere? Whether the fights sucked or didn't, how was the production alone? So we might have a couple different things to grade here tonight.
Yeah, I can be with that. I'll tell you this though. I'm not seeing a minus 100 favorite out there so far.
1,000.
Not seeing a minus 100 favorite out there so far.
1,000.
or 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, me neither. Rosas Jr. is young, man. He's only 19. This is where he's really, really good on the ground, right? So right now, Arichi Lang's world could be in a lot of hurt. Let's see if he gets up quick or not. But this is where Raul Rosas Jr. is really, really good. Yeah, but while they were standing, that was not a minus 1,000 favorite standing across from Arichi Lang. And fights right now on ESPN News, ESPN Plus, so we won't go too heavy on the action. We'll just watch along together. When we do get to the pay-per-view, though, we'll tell you exactly what's happening in real time, because I know a lot of you will not order the event. I understand. Won't give you a hard time about it. I haven't ordered every event in my lifetime.
You haven't?
Well, no, because like if we were just, there was a few times where those events and I just came home and watched it.
I've
Like
only
not
missed
live,
one card. And
You've only missed one UFC in your life?
Yeah, and it was because of a wedding. That's why I despise weddings.
So out of the 306 pay-per-views, you've seen 305 of them?
I'm gonna say no because you're probably gonna say something, and I'll probably go, "Oh, that's right." But I feel pretty good about saying yes.
I've seen them all. I just haven't seen them all live. And Raul Rosas Jr. has already taken the back, and it was a real slick move. He's got a minute and 33 seconds left here to get underneath that chin. Arichi Lang has a body triangle on him. He is fighting the hands with one of the hands. He's fighting Raul Rosas' left hand with two of his.
We had to deliver ourselves in a pizza once to see one card. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm. The one and only Chris Tognoni telling Arichi Lang to get his toes out of the cage. Chris Tognoni telling Arichi Lang to get his toes out of the cage. I've never really understood that too much. Yeah, I think you got to be really explicit in grabbing them with your toes, but oftentimes if your feet are on the cage, I mean, some of it's gonna go through, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a
Especially
ref,
if we
I'm
got
like,
that.
I'm watching what's happening over here. Is somebody inside of a glove? Isn't that the complaint Vanessa Demopoulos, excuse me, had last week?
Yeah, she was right. She was deep in that glove, but you still got to fight.
Wasn't Demopoulos the name of the bad guy in one of the Beverly Hills Cops? The one about
so.
guns being sent to Costa Rica. It was
I
one of
think
them,
his
right?
name Victor Demopoulos, I think his name was.
Yeah.
Still got to see that new one. It's pretty good.
All right, so this round's gonna end. Raul Rosas is gonna sneak in a couple of nice shots here, but the fight goes on to round two. Let's watch their body language. Arichi Lang got up kind of slow, a little demoralized. That wasn't fun, he's thinking. And Raul Rosas Jr., we can't see him right now, but it looked like he was pretty content. That wasn't a 10-8, I'll tell you that right now, but it was a solid 10-9, and I'm sure he's feeling pretty good. But look, this is the deal, man. The way your career can just take off goes down to moments like this, like Lazy Boy, for example. So good looking gals, very respectful, but they weren't bringing anything either. There wasn't enough to say, you're walking by the sports book on your way, like, hey, hang on a second, look at this, right? No, you just keep walking. So you got to do something that brings in that casual audience, and what Rodriguez did with Ode Osborne did. Now, what I'm going to get to here is different. Raul Rosas Jr., we all dig him, man. He's pretty legit, right? We love his story. He's young, says he wants to do his thing. If he finishes Goze, this could be you kick off the event with a bang, right? You get the crowd going. You have a great call out. Like, this could all really, really help him out a ton.
Mm-hmm. For sure. This kid's a bonus machine, too.
Right now, they're in the center of the octagon, and I got it at 4:15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. So if you're ahead of us, you can pause if you all just want to be on the same length. If not, that's fine. You know, you do you, not hating. That's what we don't like about the streaming era is we're all kind of not synced up, not like a satellite that beams one signal to the whole world, right?
Right. And just for those reminders, for people on YouTube, we are not showing the fight. You guys watch us watch the fight. If we did that, we'd be in a lot of trouble with Dana White and the UFC. So it's
there's no watch-alongs that do that.
right.
None of the watch-alongs that are out. Watch-alongs that do that.
Right.
None of the watch-alongs that are out there do that. They tell you what's happening. What's happening? Well, I take it back. In the world of the internet, there's so much that goes on. Way worse than that. But yeah, I'm sure someone has flipped it somewhere. But it doesn't last. I'm not into this whole thing that Dana White and the UFC are actually stopping piracy. I think they just say it, but I really don't believe they are. Who knows?
What do you think of the lowering boxing pay-per-views?
I like it.
I would honestly order one, even if I wasn't that interested in it, just to kind of applaud him. I think he said $20, right, or something like that. All right, here you go.
Well, you know, even going to this event here, tickets were. You're gonna hear some ridiculous stuff, right? But when I actually went on Ticketmaster and you just kind of hover over the different seating, right, the 100s, the 200s, the 300s, as they went up, I saw 5,000 to 2,000 range, like what looked like through legit prices through Ticketmaster, where they haven't reached the resellers yet. Now, of course, we heard, some stuff's going for $55,000. Who knows if that's true or not? I suppose if you are ultra rich and it's like giving someone a $20 bill, you know, you giving them 50,000, then you probably say, yeah, just give me $4. Here's $20 or here's $80. That's what it felt like to them, right? And you really wanted that front row, I suppose. I don't know if I often believe those stories, honestly. Maybe like a suite at the Super Bowl, okay, you know, but all this other stuff, I think it's just stuff you hear. Who knows if someone actually pays it? But, you know, here we are. Tickets on fight week started dropping from, you know how I said 2,000 to 5,000. I was starting to see 700 to about 2,000. I didn't check it the last 2 or 3 days because by then it just looked like it was headed for a sellout. It looks like they're going to get a great gate overall. I can tell you right now, Goze, halfway through this fight, because there's 124, 23, 22, 21, and 20 left. Both, you know, landed some good shots.
That might actually be a little bit of what we will refer to throughout the night as the spear effect. If you are a Mexican American, the way Raul Rosas Jr. is, and you're a kid, you probably want to lay someone out and scream, jump up on that cage. I think the last thing you want to do is probably go to a decision. Right? There might be a little bit of that for some of the Mexican fighters on the card. I'm shocked that there's still empty seats, even the ones they reserve for like big wigs. I would imagine. I don't care how cool you are. I think you want to be in those seats at that time.
Well, this was the round that Aoriqileng was gonna have to win, because he clearly lost round 1, and this one was close. But if he lost it, then he needs to finish in round 3. That was a close round. That really was a close round. It'll be interesting to see how judges score it. But if it is 1-1, if you bet Raul Rosas, for one, you're a fool. Nothing against the kid, but he hasn't. There just ain't many minus 1,000s out there, honestly. In fact, a buddy of mine was telling me about a bet that was placed about 2 weeks ago on something we'll call a lock. And dude, don't quote me, but it was like 27,000 to win 100, and the guy lost.
That's insane. As we were doing the preview show, Merab Dvalishvili became the favorite. It took a very big jump, and sometimes here in Las Vegas, it just depends on the right bet. You know, you can move. Who knows? Maybe Drake might have done something or what, but a big bet like that can kind of move those lines.
Let's see if they flash the. Let's see if they flash the live odds, because whoever does that has a big responsibility. I'm seeing minus 1,400 in favor of Raul Rosas Jr. So on draft first 2 rounds.
I think the job of being the guy that does the live betting, setting that line, I think that would be fun.
Rosas Jr. gets him down, but Arichi Lang is already getting up to his feet. He's kind of on one knee. He's posting up. Let's see if we can get up to his feet. But yeah, there's some ridiculous odds now on Rosas because he gets him right back down. Minus 8,500 for Rosas, plus 2,000 for Arichi Lang. If he's up 2 rounds to nothing, he's obviously not in a great position to finish Raul Rosas Jr. He's the guy on the bottom. So, yeah, that's that. This isn't a bang yet, Goze. The Raul Rosas has a little bit of pressure on him, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
A finish would get the crowd really into it.
I can't tell if he's like.
Ooh,
I mean, obviously,
nice.
I think he's I can't just tell if his opponent's just not very good quality either. You know.
Wow. Oh, okay. So nice timing there by Arichi Lang. He timed that when Raul Rosas Jr. was cocking back his knee, he was able to roll, and now he's in full guard instead of having Raul Rosas in a back take position. Now, there's not much going on here with it. He did have his legs crossed and closed, the guard. There's nothing you can do there. Now he does have his hips on Raul Rosas. Sorry, his feet on Raul Rosas' hips. Let's see if we can create some sort of an explosion, some space. Shrimp out of that, get to his feet. There's 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, and 20 left here in round 3. See what these live odds are. Wow, minus 15,000 for Rosas. If you're Raul Rosas Jr., your opponent is the guy that's in front of you, the guy that's trying to punch you in the face. Your opponent is the other 700 people on the roster. Your opponent is the UFC's busy schedule, because next week no one's going to be talking about Raul Rosas Jr. This is your pocket. You know that when you had your personal interview, the press conference pocket. You know that when you had your personal interview, the press conference, anything you're doing on social media tonight, the post-fight call out or whatever, that's your time. The post-fight press conference, that's your time. After that, we turn the page. You got to make something out of this.
For sure.
And you become more eligible for bonuses too. You ain't gonna get 50 grand right here.
No.
Again, they said for the home viewing audience, they're gonna try and make you feel like you're at the Sphere. I haven't felt that yet. But again, we're only one fight in. Let's see what happens in between fights. It could be that some of the storytelling is part of that, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess we I don't know.
Miss Parker goes, I don't follow WNBA too much, but is she an active player still?
I think so.
She's with the LA Sparks, right?
That I don't know.
She's the one that I've seen her on some Laker broadcasts. So I wasn't sure if she was done and now doing that or what. But clearly the best player in the league is the Vegas Aces, Aja Wilson.
Well, yeah.
Dude, she's great on offense and defense. Like, that is one hell of a baller there. And I'm not much in the WNBA at all, but
she's tremendous. But this Caitlyn girl is like,
oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, she's also a baller too. But
you got to go to one game, George. You just gotta just go, man. I actually had a lot of fun.
The Olympics are cool. Here we go with the announcement. Let's see. We see Joe Rogan talk to Raul Rosas Jr. You see Rogan in there? That him on the
No,
left?
I'm behind you. I will say this though, man. I thought everybody looked sharp. Look, man, I know it's not really Joe's thing, but I think for
It is
tonight,
Rogan.
it could have been his thing to kind of throw something else on, throw a coat on.
Well, he's got the money, resources to actually have a cool shirt on. Like, even if he doesn't want to do the jacket.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So they're showing the outside of the sphere right now. That's pretty cool. You see Raul Rosas.
Rosas moves to 10-1. Joe just asked him about being the first fighter, and Chiwiwis. Chiwiwis is that sound him and his friend make apparently. Yeah, so he's historically the first athlete, I think, to perform in the sphere. He's definitely the first fighter to perform in the first sphere, and he's definitely the first UFC fighter to perform in the sphere. I am noticing Noche UFC glasses. Like I said, the green card girls have their own attire. So far, so good. I still only give it a B, though, Goze.
Yeah, so in our chat room, Charles84, he says, kind of a meh fight for an opener. I agree. I think of your Dana White, you go, all right, let's shake this one off. Hopefully the next one's good. Rosas cracks me up, man.
Yeah, now being in there, you might be mesmerized and wowed by the experience, by the sphere. I'm feeling you guys. I really am. If you are, cool. Right now, from home though, it just looks like just another event to me. That looks cool. They're showing the sphere from the outside. I'm happy for anyone that's there. I'm happy for anyone that's been to a YouTube concert or whatever. But yeah, has it transferred to us here? Not yet. Let's see what these storytelling things are like, these vignettes or whatever. Right now, they're showing a vantage point from what would look maybe from like the second tier up. And then they're pointing up to the top of the sphere. Okay, that looks cool.
They're definitely not watching the actual cage, though, right? They're looking at the screen.
It's tough to say.
They do have a little bit of rigging up top, but that seems more like it's...
Joshua Van against Edgar Sherez.
All right.
And
So,
let's make our play. Let me give you the latest odds on DraftKings goes for this fight. We got Joshua Van at minus 278, Edgar Sherez at plus 225.
I actually like Edgar Sherez, but I like him to keep it interesting, but I think Joshua Van wins this one. That's going to be my pick here. He's minus 278. I will highlight that. Those are our DraftKings Sportsbook odds. But I also think that there will not be a finish, and I am going to go over.
And I didn't give you the total, so let me give it to you here. Oh no, they took it away. So I can't tell you what it is on DraftKings. Let's see if it pops back up. Probably 2.5, right?
Gotta be.
You're going over 2.5 rounds?
Oh my God. Yeah. Faux show.
Yeah, Dana White, I heard him at the end of, let me see here if I got this straight. He had a chance to talk to the media. I believe it was yesterday, and I think it was post weigh-ins. But what he said was, hey, look, 09, which that's your main event for UFC 309, which takes place in November. Let me see the date here. November 16th, I believe. Yeah, November 16th, UFC 309 in New York. John Jones will defend his heavyweight title against Stipe Miocic, and that's been officially announced by the UFC. So they were asking him about this and that. He goes, look, I'm just focused on this. Tomorrow, we'll focus on other things. Today, thank you all. Wanted to let you know was if it's good, tell us that too. And that's what I'm here to do. Matt, couldn't they have bridged the gap a little between that and we're not at El Torito here, for crying out loud. She's not the hostess. So we're at fights, right? We're still at fights. So we have to have a little bit of the bridging of the two. I think they could have had maybe gals out there that maybe held around, and then maybe you still have someone that walks around. That's all I'm saying. So I'm gonna give it a B- so far as where it's sitting for me.
When you have 8 ring card girls, what that tells me is they will probably have some sort of costume change, especially since all 8 of them aren't sitting outside of the cage, right? Like the saw 2. So it could be that they're going to change into something else, and the next fight they'll look a little different. That I think would be pretty cool. But yeah, it was okay, but you probably don't want to see that all night long either.
Yeah. Joshua Van is now about to enter the octagon. Here we go. All right, 22 years of age for Joshua Van. Shayrez is 29. Shayrez is 5'7". Joshua Van 5'5". They both weighed in at 125 pounds, but this is where it's really important. Shayrez is a 71-inch reach, and Joshua Van 65.
I think this will be a little bit of everything. A little bit of a firefight. I think this will be a little bit of everything. A little bit of a firefight, a lot of scrambling. I think it should be a fun one.
11-5.
Oh, those eyes, man. Imagine being at IHOP or something, some dude just staring at you like that.
Here we go. Man, 6-inch reach advantage. That's a lot, dude. Nice kick there by Shayrez. I don't know too many Shayrezes.
Me neither.
Nice kick there by Joshua Van. Flyweights, these are. Jeez. Shayrez has some nice kicks, man.
They're quick, huh?
Yeah, he just kicked Van. Well, he just kicked him in the liver right now. But he had a nice kick to the upper thigh, and then he went boom, calf, and got him solid. And it was quick and smooth, too. Like he did, bro. It doesn't even look like that guy's a flyweight. Look how big his calves are too. And Van's the favorite. And Van's legit too, by the way.
You saying he looks more like a minivan out there? Like a minivan out there?
Compared to Shayrez, yeah. I was gonna say Shayrez, his last name sounds like it's really Chavez, but Billy the Kid or one of those guys from Young Guns, is that what it was called? That movie? Remember they called him Chavez or something like that? Like,
yeah. Dirty Steve called him that.
White Western guy.
Did you know there's a third one coming out?
Young Guns?
Yeah. I think it's just called Guns now.
Just Guns?
Well, I think so, because they're in their 60s now or 50s.
True. But Guns just seems like that's been There's already been 1,000 movies called Guns out there. What's your clock say, Goze? Give me a countdown.
I'm afraid you're going to laugh me off this planet. 253, 52, 51, 50, 49.
Okay, so yeah, I'm way ahead. So let me do this because I want to be synced up with you. Let me know when you get to 2:30. And then give me a countdown from there.
Now, 29, 28, 27, 26.
Okay,
25.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Perfect. We're all synced up. Hopefully that lasts. Well, I guess we have to change the
nice
screen.
From Sherez. The favorite does not look like a favorite right now.
These guys have really nice leg kicking games, especially Shirez. Dominic Cruz piping up there on social media, giving Shirez some credit. Leg. This guy looks really good, man. Remember Gladiator when he got stabbed before the fight would start against Commodus in the movie Gladiator?
Yeah.
That's the only way I can think of that Shirez would lose 5 times if something's happening to him before the game. Don't get cocky, Shirez, because everything you're doing that's nice to straight looks good. Look at that jab, Goze.
Yeah. He's got to keep popping that. Van's already had a lot of time to figure out what he needs to do.
Turns me yet. I think Joshua Van should go to the corner and start with the words, "Hey, so what was plan B again?"
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm getting lit the fuck up. And then I would give a mean glare to whoever came up with the plan A. Now, it would be something else if the guy didn't have a 6-inch reach advantage, but he throws really, really nice, crisp strikes and has that reach advantage, man. So he's literally touching him when, before I can't describe it, but I'm really impressed.
I hate when I see this commercial break. We'll be right back. Like, just put us in the corner.
I know. We already paid you what? The other day I got dinged for $109 from ESPN Plus for the whole year. So I did the math and it came out to, no, I forgot, like $9, I think, a month. I guess I pay for the year, maybe catch a break. All right, cool. You got it. You got me. I'm all in. I will see your content for PFL and for this and for college football. Cool. But do you also have to torture me with commercials? I remember when Sirius XM came out years ago. It was XM was one and Sirius was the other, and then they merged. But part of satellite radio was no commercials. You just kind of give us a monthly, but no commercials. You can bang it or whatever, and then all of a sudden they started throwing that along, and then I don't know about you, dude. Week when I was watching embedded, would say, I'll give you an example. UFC embedded one. Like, we'll say Gilbert, Arizona. So they're gonna pan to something that O'Malley's doing about a week and a half ago. And so he'll be there playing with his daughter. And I swear to you, within 45 seconds, boom, a commercial plays. I hadn't seen that before. And then 5 seconds you can skip. It goes back. And within the same embedded, there's like 3 commercials you got to sit through. Did you notice that? Oh, Van just folded him with some good shots to the body. It looks like he's shaking them off, but those are hurting him. And what's happening is he's following them up with really nice crosses and now some knees. Holy cow, everything's going out the window right now because Shirez went from looking good to he's getting jacked up right now, although he just returned fire a little bit. The ball. That might have been the Achilles heel I was asking about. And now Joshua in the Achilles heel I was asking about. And now Joshua Van's followed up with some nice crosses to the face. He's going to go out soon. Joshua Van's lighting him up right now. He should try and take him down. Oh, nice. He caught him, goes with the spinning back fist. And now a knee.
Oh.
Shirez. Holy cow. Except Van took him down, but he actually hurt Van. He's in a position of maybe triangle him if he's got that in his arsenal. Because it looks like Shirez is still shaking off cobwebs. Sorry, Van is. But as Van was closing in on him, Shirez spun and caught him with, I think, an elbow. And then he threw a wicked knee at him. Ooh, that was an exciting sequence. One of the most exciting sequences I've seen this year.
That was a lot of punishment. If he can do something here from up top.
Well, it was headed for a 10-8, but Shirez just made sure it's a 10-9. Old Cormier, he took like 20 straight liver shots. He had no shot. He had no answer. Stephen Miocic was doing it. And this guy doesn't seem to be able to stop it. And Van just went for it again.
It's weird, too, because his hands are really low. Elbows tucked in.
And he would hit him with a liver shot, and then he would hit him with a nice overhand right, dude. Oh, here comes another one. Yeah. This is a great fight. I think this is what Dana White was hoping for to start the night off. Shirez's right eye, by the way, is closing. Now Shirez tried to maybe grab a hold of Van, and he couldn't. Ooh, he's back to throwing nice strikes. He just threw a nice one, too, at Van's.
Yeah, he's got
another one. That one hurt. Van's hurt. He's trying to get a takedown. Shirez going for a guillotine. I don't know if he should have went for it, but we'll see. He might have been better off just weathering the storm. Van seems to be okay because he's just punching the body. He hasn't given us a thumbs up or anything, but still. And now he's out. 57 seconds left. So now Shirez might have closed the gap because he really got lit up like a Christmas tree. But he might have closed the gap, or if they were to stand again and he has another sequence, he might win the round back.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was a lot that he took, dude.
It was. I agree. But that spinning back fist or spinning back elbow, whatever that was, that hurt Van. And right now, Van got hurt again. I think it'll still be a Van round. If we were in another state or in another country, it's a landmine, dude. Some of these judges are like crazy.
Nice elbow from bottom. Great second round.
So now it's 1-1 going into round 3. Who would you rather? Van was in a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, he secured. He just. Well, it definitely did cost him this round, but we'll see. Shirez's eye was starting to close. He doesn't seem to have too much of an answer for that shot to the liver, and Van appears to be the more well-rounded fighter. But Shirez's reach and his jab and his quick hands have been a problem for Van. That looks nice from what I'm seeing, but that's like a nice view from the top down to the bottom. So it looks cool, but I'm still sitting in the. I moved it up to a B because of this fight.
It's different from what I thought it would look like, though. I thought the actual sphere would be more interactive during the fight.
Third round's begun. 20 seconds in. Nice overhand right there lands for Joshua Van.
Who wants it more?
Nice right.
So we're going to find out right now.
They exchange front kicks and miss. 1-2 lands for Van. Not flush, but still lands. Shirez switches his stance. Now he's going lefty. He switched back to conventional. Nice jab by Shirez. Let's see what the live betting looks like.
If you are following our picks so far, we are 1-0. This over looks like it's about to hit. Don't forget to use the promo code at DraftKings MMA Junkie.
Joshua Van is 70. Shirez plus.
I just think he needs more volume. Uh-oh.
Now Joshua Van just tripped him and put Shirez on his can. Now they're up against the cage. Shirez needs to get up because otherwise he's just going to lose the rest of this fight here on the ground where he's had no answers for Van once Van's taken top position. And the sooner you can do it, the better. Why do I say that? Because you start to take damage. Okay, now he's got his back up to the cage. That's good. Van sneaks in a nice left. Van does have his back, but they're standing now. And Van goes for a leg lock, it looked like. That was dumb. Well, he might still attack it, but Shirez is now on top of him.
It's not good fight IQ.
Okay, now he's attacking the leg pretty good. Okay, now he's attacking the leg pretty good. But if he doesn't get it, Shirez might wind up on top. And he, nope, they both popped up, but Shirez does have his back. They're standing. Remember, it feels like the winner of this round wins the fight.
Yeah. And the round still feels like it's up for grabs.
So Shirez needs to look at his corner. His corner needs to tell him, you can't win the fight that way. Abandon and just strike. And now Joshua Van has Shirez on the ground. So could Shirez have avoided it once he stood up? He didn't have to take his back. Now there's a minute 26, 25, 24 left here in round 3. And if it continues this way, Joshua Van is going to win a 29-28 decision. Goze, I forgot to tell you, you know that last fight ended with Raul Rosas winning 29-28 on all the cards. Yeah. He wasn't up to nothing. Remember, he was minus 15,000, minus 10,000 or whatever. If his opponent had somehow had a strong close, he would have won 29-28.
That's crazy. Landing some gun and pound. Nothing too serious, but he ain't tickling him either.
Shirez needs, he's too comfortable on his back. He's not going to submit him. He hasn't come close. And how he doesn't understand this, I don't know. No timeouts. Sidelines. Get close enough that you can throw a Hail Mary, right? On the last play. But you can't reach it from the 80. No one can. You got to get to about midfield so the quarterback can retreat about 10, 15 yards and then launch it 60 yards up in or launch the ball 60 yards down the field. This fight's over. Joshua Van will probably take a decision, 29-28. Man, what sucks is this fight was really, really popping for the crowd. And I think it could have transferred over to us. It could have carried a little bit of momentum for everyone, the show, for the fans. And it just kind of, died out. So I'm back in the B- range, Goze.
I'm at a B. 2 decisions, though, I know is not making Dana White happy.
Yeah. They went for it, though. If it would have finished with a little bit more pop, you'd be looking at a fight that'd be considered for fight of the night. But it kind of, they struggled to make the finish line.
I will tell you guys something here, and maybe George is the right one. It was his idea. But you want to tell them about our live show, our 3,500 show?
Yes. So on September 26th, we're going to be celebrating episode 3,500. So Goze and I are going to do a live show. And we invite you to tune in. Normally, we deliver the podcast, pre-taped, obviously. and then we upload it to the podcast platform called Omni, and of course it's shared on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, and Spotify twice a week. But this one will be live, and we'll have some guests. It'll be fun. Here we go. The judges' scorecards. Yeah, it looks like they all go 29-28. Joshua Van does get his hand raised. And Joe Rogan will interview him. So even though we're an hour in, an hour and 5 minutes in, and we've gone to a decision all the way through.
Mm-hmm. If you're Joshua Van, don't you just kind of learn a little bit of Spanish just to get a little cheap pop?
He just did.
There you go.
It was kind of lame, but it was all right. The body shots were legit, though. I would.
Those are
tip my hat
nasty.
over that. Yeah.
Who's your? Now we got a little bit of time, George. Who's your favorite Mexican combat sports athlete? Give me MMA and boxing.
My favorite Mexican combat sports athlete, and you want one of each, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the one that peaked when I was grown up enough to soak it all up. You did say Mexican, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it has to be probably Julio Cesar Chavez.
No, speaking of body work.
Yeah, he was really good at going to the body. He did stadium shows. He had fight cards at body. He did stadium shows. He had fight cards in Las Vegas. But the one time that I guess felt let down in the sense that he lost and I wanted him to win was I hadn't yet really become a De La Hoya fan, even though he's an American that represented the United States in the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona, won the gold medal and all that. I was all in on Chavez. So they fought and they did something unique. Instead of doing a pay-per-view, they had what's called do you remember the term goes? The closed circuit viewing is what. So it was me, my buddy Gabe, and his grandpa Joe. I don't know if it was just us three, my buddy Gabe and his grandpa Joe. I don't know if it was just us three, but we went to the Long Beach Arena. So you had to go somewhere to watch it. And we did. And that looks pretty cool, that angle right there.
Yeah.
Looks like, an award show or something.
Oh, we got to get this pick in, George.
Oh, yeah, okay. The odds are Yasmin Jauregui minus 535, Ketlin Souza plus 400.
Look, man, for me, it's pretty easy. I feel kind of dumb here giving these picks. We are 3-0. That's why I try to sprinkle in something outside of just your traditional line. I'm 535. Do I want to play with anything else here? These methods of victory. Unfortunately, I think we might be going towards another decision. I'm going to play that at minus 225, a decision. Those are your DraftKings odds. They're up there at the top. That's your tab. If you are going to open an account, make sure you use our code MMA Junkie. It's going to hook you up. All right, finish your story.
So we went and we get in there. We didn't have a great seat, but we were in the arena. It was the only way you could see it. You couldn't order it at home. So you had to go somewhere where they were showing it. And I remember, if you guys don't believe me, just Google Julio Cesar Chavez against Oscar De La Hoya. So the fight starts, right? I'm swigging my beer, eating my hot dog, nachos, whatever. And I just remember kind of like you put your hands together, kind of like, let's go, right? And it goes like 10 seconds later, Julio Cesar Chavez, his whole face is red.
Yeah,
I mean, bleeding profusely. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? You know, like, did he hit him with a frying pan or what? Like, how did this happen so fast? I mean, it was red. And so, yeah, it was just De La Hoya's night from the get-go, and just Chavez couldn't get going. And it was kind of a passing of the torch. So it kind of bummed me out. Now, by then, he had already taken his first loss to Frankie,
The surgeon.
but he did make it to like 88-0. And that's amazing. You know, of course, there's been your Juan Manuel Marquez's, your Eric Morales's. There's been some great Mexican fighters. Salvador Sanchez, I remember him. I think he died tragically in an accident. It might have been a drowning. Cuban fighter Mantequilla Jose Napoli, who moved to Mexico and was embraced to Mexico. His story kind of reminds me of Diego Lopez, born in Brazil, but more Mexican than Brazilian the last few years. He lives in Guadalajara and trains with that team, Lobo. So that's kind of what Napoli did, Mantequilla. And of course, the great Ruben Olivares, probably our father's favorite fighter from Mexico.
What about MMA?
MMA. I guess Brandon Moreno is kind of the layup, right? The easy one. There's no way that you can even bash that guy. He's become a world champ. I love it when he gets animated. So I guess it would have to be him. But I was always impressed with Alexa Grasso. She came to our studio, I think, when she was an Invicta fighter, and she was just really calm, cool, poised. What I like about her is I really doubted her because she comes from a boxing family, right? Dad used to box, uncle used to box, uncle trains her. But it looked like she thought early on, these hands can get me to where I'm going. And yet it was a submission that won the title for her, you know? And even though Valentina's great with the 8 limbs, elbows, fists, kicks, knees, Alexa gets it down, gets it done with just her hands. It's been very, very impressive.
Those are good.
You?
Pretty much.
Say this real quick. Kellen Soares was 30, 25 for Yasmin, 5'3", both weighed in at 115. And looks like a 64-inch reach advantage for Yasmin, and those 63. So identical, with the exception of 1-inch reach advantage and a couple years of age. But yeah, it's pretty identical, man. That tail of the tape. All right, who are your favorites?
I'll pretty much mimic you in MMA. I think those are then again, no. Yeah. I kind of like where you're going. But in boxing, I'll say this: Marco Antonio Barrera was pretty special. You know, he had some epic wars with Eric Morales, the guy George had mentioned earlier. But one of the most defining moments, I think, was he came across a guy named Prince Nassim Hamed, who was kind of like a Floyd Mayweather in a sense. You know, very hard to hit, very good boxer. And he did that whole fight like it was basically the same way in mixed martial arts where we talk about like striker versus grappler. This was kind of like heavy hitter versus boxer. And Marco Antonio Barrera came out and he actually outboxed the boxer, and it completely threw him off. And I thought that was such an amazing fight. So much so that I don't even know we saw Hamed after that. But
no, I don't think we did. That was his only loss, and I don't think he ever came back from that. And he was kind of entertaining, to tell you the truth.
Very, yeah.
So neither one of us took Saul Canelo Alvarez.
No, I trust me. I love that guy. I think he's amazing, but I don't know that he's had the warriors in front of him that some of his predecessors have.
There's a lot of Mexican American fighters too that are pretty legit. And then one other one I remember was Carlos Zarate. Fought in the bantamweight division, kind of like in the 70s, but I only got the tail end.
Ooh, nice kick there from Araujo.
It sure was. No, Yasmin is the one that likes the rust too.
She's a good young guy.
She's a nice jab. I'm telling you, man, this gym is really with these strikers, man.
Mm-hmm. Low blow there.
Jason Herzog is your referee, and I believe he's part Mexican descent too.
For real?
Uh-huh.
So tonight he's Jason Herzog.
Jason, yep. All right, they're back at it after a low blow by Yasmin Jadaway. We still got a lot left here in round one, and both girls are throwing really nice strikes today at moments. Even Raul Rosas Jr. and Arichi Lang kind of had some really good exchanges.
Mm-hmm. Garaway is doing a lot of good things with their hands, and the opposite for Souza. She's literally just throwing no jabs. She's coming in there with power punches every time. She's just going to dot her face up if this does go later into the later rounds. That jab is pumped out over and over right into her nose.
Don't forget, Junkie Nation, we've partnered up. Don't forget, Junkie Nation, we've partnered up with DraftKings for this special event, Noche UFC, UFC 306. It's going down here in Las Vegas over at the Sphere. And if you're looking to get closer to the action, you know what I'm talking about. Right now, all new customers who bet $5 will instantly get $200.
Right.
Yeah,
Another low.
Yasmin was on the receiving. Yasmin's like on this one though. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. They're talking about girls cups. Do those exist?
I don't know. Something.
No. You can see Steven kind of doing tap answer.
You will never convince me that this is.
I look there by Souza and attack on the net. She's attacking, and she's underneath. Get to it. She is fighting it really nice, but Souza's just cranking and cranking. I think she's gonna go out altogether.
She went out.
Yeah, she's out. Jason Herzog stops the fight. Caitlin Souza submits. Yasmin shot away. It was really nice to put her down with a nice left hook, and then attack the neck. And Yasmin valiantly battled. She's still out right now, and I'm sure slowly Herzog will turn her over, and she'll come through. She'll come to, I should say.
That was unfortunate. Right now. She did everything perfectly. She landed her with the perfect shot, but that was going to go out. It was too deep. It sucks too because she was having a pretty decent fight. When she goes back and watches it, she'll be very disappointed. But this is a hell of a shot from Souza.
Here we go.
Or Souza, sorry.
There it is. That left hook. Yeah.
See how quick she reacted though.
Yeah, and she almost didn't have the right angle because she's slipping off. But she's doing a good job there with those hooks. Look at that left hook. Really nice. Jadaway goes down. And again, she was still with it because she knew the defense. Look, well, not there, but she was attacking the hands, but Souza did a good job of fighting through it. How are the Mexicans doing? Shirez lost. And Jadaway just lost.
Rosas won.
Rosas won. So yeah, they're Rosas is born in. We'll give it to him.
Yeah, we get
I
what
guess
they were trying
on
to
a
do.
technicality, Mexico's 0-2. You throw in Rosas, they're 1-2. What were you saying?
But I mean, we get what they were trying to do, right? I think he still gets it. Do you get the same commercials I do? Or are you looking at Chick-fil-A right now?
My card.
Oh. Is that the one where you got to mail in your poop, something like that?
You did it my way. Yep.
Who's
I didn't
job
want to
get that?
go to the office and get violated, so I pooped in a box. It's actually a pretty good show. Would you do that way, or would you just be in and go to the hospital or go to the
I
clinic?
just go in. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, you guys deal with a mask. Probably me cleansing myself for a day or two ain't the end of the world. Just let's do it the right way. Then can you imagine doing all that, mailing it, and then they go, "Hey, you didn't treat it right. It spilled. It did this. It did. You got to do it again." Fuck that. I had to do something similar in Peru when I was there, and it was not pleasant. Not the colonoscopy, but the whole bring us what just landed in the toilet.
But they give you something, right?
Yeah, but it still wasn't fun.
I mean, you're not walking up to a counter dropping like a brown paper bag, like a hobo
No.
or something.
No. Yeah, I'm not feeling the Octagon girls, dude. I don't like those outfits. I think they could have bridged the gap between the two.
I think they should have had a celebrity like the way they did Holly Madison that one time.
Who would you have done?
All right, honestly, I might get a little bit of hate.
Don't say Selma Hayek. She's like 55 or something like that.
Have you seen her in a bikini lately, though? She don't know that. Her body don't know that.
I just think she would play the card. Is that Sal Volcano in her corner? I would. I just think she'd play the card of like, hey, I'm a mom, or like Holly Madison still had some youth to her, and like, I feel you. Look, wouldn't look terrible in it. And she's the most popular one we know.
Wilkes in our chat says, I haven't even noticed Sphere yet. I kind of agree with him a little bit. Left.
So us from home until these love letters start, and they better be damn special. We're sitting there going, well, it's only 10 fights in 15 or 14. And the 10th, you're very, very heavy on Mexican fighters. It's the deepest card. There's no way World Rodriguez and Osborne should ever be main card. Not Skids. Well, Rodriguez doing
over and over. Where's this damn love letter?
Yes. That looks cool to stare at, but it sits right there, right? What else can it be? It can't be anything else other than, wow, that looks cool. Okay. But I'm not blown away just yet.
If you worked at the Sphere, how often would you be just putting stupid shit up on that thing, laughing?
What do you mean?
On the Sphere, from the inside, just screwing around. Stupid things you find on Instagram or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Taking pictures, sending to your friend. Okay. We should probably do the next fight.
Yeah, let me hit refresh, and then I'll give you the latest courtesy of DraftKings, who's partnering up with MMA Junkie for the event. I'll give you guys the promo code that's going on, so you can
sign it, by the way,
and take advantage of this great deal that they're offering. All right, we got Manuel Torres against Ignacio Bahamondes. This is Mexico against Chile, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. The favorite in this fight is Manuel Torres, a slight favorite at -122. Ignacio Bahamondes +102.
It's on you. I lost.
I'm going to go with Bahamondes. I'm going to tell you why. Because I think that's pretty evenly matched, this fight. But I'm still riding the Bilal Muhammad wave. And Bahamondes is a big part of his training camp. Big figure in his training camp. In fact, Bilal Muhammad's going to walk out with him. So sometimes I just feel like momentum can be ridden by a camp from one fighter to the other. Sometimes they're just doing right, whether it's a training method, a technique, or game planning. So step ahead, like the Bilal Muhammad effect. What is he going to sub him? He can knock him out though. He has hands. What are the odds to TKO?
Minus 150.
Yeah, no, I'll just take. I'll just the plus odds to win the way. Man, I haven't eaten since breakfast. Should I order something, Goze?
There's not food being prepared right now?
No.
For real?
For real. But Roberto's is not far. Or we had pizza last week. I don't know. You pizza out?
Yeah.
I've been around Valentina a lot, and I was only around Alexa Grasso once. I just couldn't believe when Grasso was leaving strawweight to go to flyweight. I didn't think it was going to go good for her, man. I really doubted her.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I was a hater, but I was like, nah, come on. She's got to go through some good fighters. And now you see Grasso when she's standing next to Valentina. She's taller than her. She might even have bigger guns than her too, dude. And for her to just close the gap and be that great of a grappler that she sinked in that rear naked choke, that was impressive.
I just need to hear different things from Valentina. She's got some things playing against her. One is age, obviously, wear and tear. For those of you who aren't familiar, you know, her martial arts career is extensive besides mixed martial arts. So there's some wear and tear on that body, and she just recently finally started suffering some injuries, you know, that she's had to bounce back from. But she just does things differently, you know, the way she trains, the training partners, it's very isolated. And I think you have to make adjustments, just try again and try harder.
That's a good view of the octagon, but see those the seats way up there. I'm wondering if that's a good or not.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I mean, like I say, it's cool to be somewhere. Don't get me wrong. When I went to this couple games, I didn't have a great seat. I was way up there, but you could still kind of. It was a good view of the court. I certainly didn't pay $2,000 or $700 or whatever some of these people paid, but back then, you know, if you just for inflation, I guess it kind of hurt a little bit. I guess it kind of hurt a little bit.
I kind of like being up high, just not in MMA.
You know what this comes down to is the main event. Seeing a Masvidal-esque type of knockout would be nice, but the main event and these love letters, dude. Because otherwise, this is just kind of what we're getting, what we see here. All this is nice and cool, and I'm in. You know, I'm not hating on it, but this doesn't match what was being promoted. If you're Mexican, you're gonna, what do you say? Shed a tear. And if you're not, you're gonna wish you were Mexican. I don't know.
I'm afraid of you.
That might be for the people that went in person, though.
I'm afraid of you in the love letters. I don't know that they'll hit you. If they're doing what I think they're doing, I think you might go, eh.
Well, I'll
If
tell you
that's
what.
the
I don't
case,
know if it's age or my bouts with Bell's palsy or maybe mom's accident, but I'm really sensitive. So I can be drawn to like watery eyes
mhm,
from seeing something drawn to like watery eyes
mhm,
from seeing something that really is sad, but honestly seeing something that is happy. So happy tears, I guess. So I
mhm.
could easily be moved, but we'll see. Military and they got out early or something like that. Like
Yeah.
something like that. I'm like, oh, that's fucking awesome. Like when I see a video like that or whatever.
What about
Um,
the ending of Hoosiers?
well, I've seen it so many times that it probably wouldn't move me this time, but yeah, I always thought it was pretty cool. What did I see the other day that was pretty awesome? It was the 49ers hosted I think it was a day where dog adoption day. So a bunch of puppies were they must have been brought to the 49ers place or the
Mhm.
49ers went there. Some of them were in uniform, so but it was pretty cool to see all these little dogs, and it was cool to see that a lot of dogs were adopted and homes. But I saw a horrible video. This is gonna put you in a bad mood, but it was a video promoting dog adoption, but in the video it says something along the lines of like there are cruel people out there, and it's a video of people just driving out to like a forest,
Mhm.
opening the back of the SUV, letting the dog out, and then taking off, and then you see the dog chasing the car. Fuck, dude, if that doesn't tug your heartstrings, holy cow, you're sitting there, you're yelling, going, how could you do that? Like just go to a dog adoption place or a vet office and go, I can't take care of this dog. I'm out of here. All
Mhm.
right. You're not going to get a pat on the back or an award or a fit. And
Shit responses for taking on such a big responsibility. But I would think I would rather leave my dog at a dog park than in a forest. Like in a forest, it's just not gonna go well. I mean, at least at a dog park, maybe somebody notices and somebody takes the dog or something. A dog catcher comes. But just in a forest seems so cruel.
I heard that. And then seeing the dog run after the car. Come on, man. I was like, shh. If I'm looking through the mirror, I'd go, okay, abort, pick up the dog. Let's go to plan B, whatever that was. But we ain't doing this shit. You're heartless at that point.
Hey George, full disclosure with our audience. We're making Mexican food right now. And a
Now
lot
I
of
smell
times,
something.
it requires a blender. And Laura's asking me right now, can she blend for 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Hit that blender. Can you just tell her to hit that blender or whatever?
Laura, the blender? Ándale nomás. No hay problema. Oh, okay.
Okay, so here's a report from a buddy of mine that's at the Sphere right now. He
Okay.
says when they use the screens, it's badass. Otherwise, it's just a regular event.
Hmm. Hmm. Did he sound like he's disappointed or just I'm happy? I'm still happy to be here. I'm just not blown away.
I can ask him.
See, that's why I say I think it goes back to what I was saying. These love letters is going to be the whole key to it. And I'm here for him because remember, I'm only sitting at a B minus. So I can easily move to B, B plus, A minus, boom, we're done, right? But I'd say I'm closer to a C plus than a B, but I'm sitting at a B minus.
I'm at a B. But we're on check. It could very easily.
Because at this point, wouldn't you almost say that was a big man. They had to sign DAs and teams had to go at 3 a.m. for 4 hour holds and these girls that were brought in. Like it's cool. Okay. If for some reason I made Dana's radar. I want them to know this. The effort, I give it up. He said he was up as a white dude who loved Mexican boxers, and he felt like he wanted to do it, and he's the money to do money and the resources, and he went all in. I can appreciate that he went all in, spared no expense. Problem is the promoter side takes over in him, and sometimes he builds things up, right, and here he builds things up so much that he's his own worst enemy if it is. Look, I'm gonna leave that up there. The other thing is he's a jackass about other stuff, right? So instead of everyone just going, "Don't worry, Dana, you gave it," he does is sometimes he's a jackass about other stuff, right? So instead of everyone just going, "Don't worry, Dana, you gave it a shot," I'm gonna let him have it and crucify him because he's a jerk and he treated my fighter this way, or he said this about the fans or the media or the this or the that. So he's got that, right? And he could say what he wants, but it builds up inside of him, and he's emotional too, right? So it's part of the whole ball busting cycle. We're gonna lay into him when he deserves it. He'll lay into us. That's fine. We got thick skin too, but yeah, that's the thing, dude. He's really set this up, right? Now, I'm not going to be one of those people that says, ha ha, or whatever. I really want to succeed, but if it doesn't, I'll just go, it seemed like you did a lot for what didn't transfer much to the home viewer. I wasn't in the arena. You'll have to ask someone in the arena what they thought, right? But so far, just watching it from here, I'm not as heartbroken that I'm not there, but we'll see. We got to get to these love letters. We got to get to that. And the one thing that I feel bad that I didn't ask, because I was only at one event, was how many Mexicans are consuming this in Mexico? Because really, it's a lot is for them too.
Yeah, you remember you got Canelo Alvarez fighting too. So how many of them are just going, I'm just worried about my boy.
What do you think of that angle right there? Pretty cool, right?
Yeah. By the way, so some people a little confused. We keep saying love letters. The only reason we say that is because that's what Dana White described these mini movies. There are 6 of them that you are going to see tonight. I believe they are 90 seconds long or something like that. And they jump through different time eras. So they start at the beginning of combat sports, Mexican combat sports, and then to, I guess maybe, I think they end up in the future.
Real quick, Ignacio Bahamanda is 27 years of age, 6'3", weighed in 156, and his reach is 75.5. Manuel Torres is 29, 5'10", weighed in 156, and he comes in at 73.6, and he comes in at 73.5. So it's only a 2-inch reach advantage for the guy that's 5 inches taller. Now, let me ask you this, Goze. If the love letters just were either average or sucked, but we had like a Masvidal, Askren, a Poirier, Gaethje, and then some crazy main event, right? Big other stuff.
The ring card after a couple rounds.
Oh, the guest ring girl. I think who could have done it. Her name, I don't know if she would, but she's more of the age. She won Miss was hosted at the Mandalay Bay. I met her. Her name's Yvette Navarrete or Navarrete. And where's Juliet? I mean, she is breathtaking. Like wow, like okay, I get why you won. I find it hard to believe you can find a few more people human matter. And And so it was about 10 years ago, and these gals are probably like 22 when they do that. She's probably around 32, maybe as young as 30, maybe as old as 35, and I think you could make it work. But yeah, I think Selma Hayek's like 55, 60, or 56. She is sexy though.
I just think when you think Mexico, you think her.
Yeah.
Decent action on this one so far. Torres is stalking.
But I mean, at that point, why don't we just go for Charo then? If age isn't a factor.
I mean, ages. But I mean, have you seen Salma Hayek lately?
I'm just kidding. Nah, she's hot. Yeah, I agree. Was Bilal in his corner? Did you notice him?
I didn't see.
Remember when I said nothing was going on in the kitchen about 10 minutes ago?
Mhm.
Something's going on. It smells good. Something's definitely going on now. Make no mistake. Whatever's going on in the kitchen's topping the sphere show. I'll tell you that much. I got a sphere going on right now of scent. 6'3", dude. That is a big.
Did he hurt him with that kick? No.
Zell Huber's about 6'3" too.
Oh, Moondez
nice
keep throwing this head kick that even when you block those, they still jack you up.
Oh yeah. Like, what's up? Like he was just getting
Like,
warmed up.
almost like he doesn't give a shit, right? Like,
Yeah.
right now you'd be
he
going,
hit
"Who got
Bahamondes
hurt?"
with a nice right hand.
He's like a honey badger, dude.
He came in so fresh. I would have believed you. You would have told me, no, he tagged someone, and the tag team partner came in. He just hit him with another one. Bahamondes did, and now Bahamondes is really, really putting it on. It's over. The referee stops it. Ignacio Bahamondes beats Manuel Torres. He hit him with another overhand right, and then finished and high fives him already. That is one tough Mexican, man, with that Chilean. Props. We got it right, Goze. How many have we hit?
Let's see. If you look on the left-hand side, there's a check mark. It has all of our plays here.
We took Rosas, right? But that was a layup. We're not gonna brag about that one. And then you took Van, yeah? Yeah.
We won that. Yeah, we took the over in the Chirez fight.
Yeah, and then we took Jaragui though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we lost that one, but we won the Bahamondes one.
I got to fix a little technical issue here real quick. Two. Okay. So how many fights is that we've had so far?
That's 4. We got now the main event of the prelims, which is the Dumont and Irene Aldana fight. Which, by the way, that fight should be on the main card, man. Like, those are 2 of the top bantamweights in the world. If you're gonna promote them, promote them. I would have probably not had Ronaldo Rodriguez, although he did steal the show the other day.
Dude, that I just got like smacked in the face with that smell, George. Right now, I can't wait for whatever that is.
Laura,
it came in almost like a fire.
Fideo soup and flautas.
I think Laura got offended when I told her that you liked those flautas at the UFC.
She was challenged.
The UFC.
She was challenged.
Probably.
Hey, those were no joke. Ask Goze, folks. I almost just took the tray. And the guy kind of joked, and I was like, I will do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, like the World Cup and Super Bowl and like
combat sports alone, you think Rumble in the Jungle, like there's just so many things that have had a
dude, that fight like 10 years ago at Wembley Stadium was awesome with Anthony Joshua. And
I mean, just combat sports alone, you think Rumble in the Jungle, like there's just so many things that have had a
dude, that fight event ever in combat sports would have been good enough, but nope, he had to say sports in general, and I just don't know if you can, if you want to go down that road.
Okay, I'm not at the Sphere, obviously. Neither are you, but we were in attendance for this. To me, right now, Pride, I think both events, 31 and 32 or whatever, I think they were both. I don't know. I remember I was on the edge of my seat. The ramp, the intro, all that was so amazing. I think even that's got this number right so far, right?
Right, but you were there and you're not here, so it's not apples to apples.
Correct.
But I wasn't in Japan, and their intro was money on television. So on television and at the arena, Pride delivered on their intro. Here, I can't tell you because I'm not live. I'll rely on the media. So yeah, that's a tough one. But do you remember?
Better.
Huh?
I think Pride 33 was better so far.
But remember, it's not apples to apples because you weren't there.
I know, but I started off the whole thing by saying that.
I know, but it would Prides on television versus this on television. How would you rank those? I think I'm liking the Prides a little bit more so far. Even if it was Takada seeing his ass banging on that drum, you know, remember when he was wearing the sumo outfit or whatever? Like, I don't think I needed to see that for more than 2-3 seconds. This looks pretty cool, this little walkway. That KO was cool. Poor Mexicans are not doing too well here. And we still have a main card to go, a main card and one fight to go.
Sean O'Malley almost looks like photoshopped or something right now. Like if you've never watched MMA, when you looked over to your left right now, you go, come on.
Has he grown on you?
Yeah, a lot.
Remember I told you I had a softy side?
A what?
That little one of the remember I told you I have a little softy side the last few years?
Oh, yeah.
That one embedded that starts with him and his daughter or whatever. That was cool. You know, because I respect family, men and women that you can see that that's a priority for them and they connect there or whatever. Because obviously he's rich and famous and there's a lot more exciting things to do than feed your kid or pick out her dress or whatever. But you could tell that means a lot to him. He's fully invested in being a dad, or at least it looks that way. So, you know, props to him in that regard.
I think even if you go back to Fight Inc., you know, they did a pretty good special there on Sean O'Malley. But yeah, he's just not the most traditional guy, I guess.
Well, he didn't he buy his mom a house and he's trying to help all his brothers come from Montana. I mean, look like that's pretty stand up, man, for someone to do that. I like the story with him and his coach. You know, they're pretty tight. They haven't left each other's side, similar to Kavanaugh and McGregor, I guess. A lot of times that doesn't always work out. You start off one place, wind up somewhere else. Megan didn't Mexican it up too much.
No.
She's a big fashionista. I thought for sure she was gonna have something a little bit more. Or am I wrong? Is that no, right?
No, I think she could have done something a little different. That is odd.
Her husband's Mexican American.
Yeah.
I saw Joseph the other day at the Extreme Couture gym.
Oh yeah, how was
He
he doing?
looked happy, and he told me, he goes, you know what? He goes, I've been wanting to work out, and I figured, why don't I just go back with the guys? And it looks like he's been going a little bit more, and it seems like it's doing him well. A few days later, I saw him on social media. I think Eric Nixon said he was leading them through a training technique, kind of like helping out, and that looked pretty cool. It can't be an easy transition, man, for a lot of fighters when you've only been doing training for 15 years, and then all of a sudden it's kind of all over. That's probably not the easiest transition.
Yeah. Can't be. In any kind of sport, really.
You want me to tell Jules to go get his rice and beans?
Okay.
Irene Aldana, man, I'm trying to be Danny Segura because it's Irene Aldana to me, but he calls her Irene. So
Yeah.
Irene Aldana, he didn't look that good against Amanda Nunes, and I was like, oh, he kind of like not overrated, but just did we think too much of her? And then, bro, when she came back and beat Carol Rosa, she looked good. Like, oh, okay. So it matched her story where she said, I didn't feel like myself. It wasn't my best night. I know I can do better. You know, I roll my eyes when I hear fighters saying that because I'm just thinking, you just lost. Take it, you know. But then when she came back and looked that good against Carol Rosa, she convinced me that if she were to get back to a title shot, it'd be a different Irene Aldana.
Wait, we didn't make a pick, huh?
No. The latest odds on that fight is Norma Dumont minus 118, Irene Aldana minus 102. Hey, Jules, will you get rice and beans from the place up the street? Roberto's? You don't even have to go to, well, Roberto. No, they're both drive through, either Don's or Tacos. Yeah, cool. Okay. Did I finish my story? So Irene Aldana did look good, and you know the odds. Who are you taking, Goze?
It's on you. You haven't lost.
Aldana. There's no way another Mexican fighter is going to lose tonight. What did they lost? 3 in a row?
Didn't somebody save him? Hold on, let me see.
Well, we're counting Raul Rosas Jr., right? So we'll give it to him. But then they lost Shirez, who looked good, and he loses to Van. Jasmine Jadaway, who never really got her wrestling going, she lost. Manuel Torres just got thumped. So that's 3 in a row. Dumont, what I don't like about her is she gasses. So, but she gasses mostly when she's being wrestled. And I don't think Irene Aldana is going to do that. But I still like Irene Aldana's stand-up. So as long as she don't get wrestled, I like her. I think she's definitely reinvented herself. I like how the way those fighters look better and better coming out of that gym, man. The boxing that they teach those fighters is really, really nice.
It's crisp.
Or like they say in Mexico, está padre.
There's a cool view.
That is a cool view. But that's a cool view to go, oh, wow, look at the event. But would you want to sit there all night and watch fights there?
If it was a concert, it'd be amazing.
And if you paid $700,
here's one of these movies, George.
Oh, this is it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna shut our traps. No, I don't think so, Goze. I think it's just a walkout.
No? Oh, they just changed the screen?
Yeah. And that looks cool.
Yeah, that's different. Basically, they made it look like night, everyone, and some like almost like a temple-ish look.
All right.
If they told you, George,
Yeah, go ahead.
we want to do another one, it's not going to be Noche though. What should we do next? What would you say?
Is it going to be at the Sphere?
Yeah.
Then I would do St. Patrick's Day at the Sphere with McGregor's return, Ian Gary, and then other Irish fighters or Northern Ireland fighters or even UK-based fighters or Irish-American fighters.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know about the whole love letter thing. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how far you want me to take it, but that just seems like a theme, right? Americans embrace St. Patrick's Day. Americans obviously embrace Cinco de Mayo, but this is the equivalent because this is really the Independence Day. The other thing would be like, I guess, a patriotic 4th of July at the Sphere. Would be pretty cool. Yeah, but see, Mexico's our neighbor, and most Americans know a Mexican they have a Mexican in their life. Insert joke if you want, or whatever. It's true. Who doesn't know at least one, right? If not, and I'm talking about upstate Maine, you got to still know someone. And we love the culture. We love the food, and obviously their athletes have contributed to now our sport and boxing. So I think this one was easy to do in that regard. But I think Ireland would be a good one. And because you have to have the fighters too. I don't think they would do a Russia one because there's a lot of Russian fighters. A Brazil one, a Carnival theme. Ooh. At the Sphere with a lot of Brazilian fighters? Because you have to have the fighters first, right?
Yeah, I think Brazil would probably be the one. I mean, honestly, if they had the fighters, the Japanese culture would be amazing to put up there, with
Right.
the samurai culture and all that. You could
What
probably
would be
do
the date?
That I
Is
don't
there
know.
an actual Irish holiday that or sorry, Japanese holiday? No, right? But it doesn't mean you can't do it. You don't have to have the holiday.
You could do like a British invasion, I think would be pretty cool.
They are colo guarding me to death. This must be like the 15th time I've seen this commercial. Yeah, British invasion would be cool. I don't know if we have enough French fighters to do something there. Because my buddy Matt Lucky, who you know too, when he got married, his bachelor party was in San Francisco. We went to a Dodgers Giants game, and then we just kind of went to, drink, right? Have beers and hang out. And that same weekend, they had Bastille Day or something like that. So it was kind of like picture, I think, like the San Gennaro feast, but maybe a lot bigger, but kind of like that theme's going to be Italian. Well, over here it was called Bastille Day. I remember a lot of us were like, whoa, this is fun. They had good music, food. It was a big festival. So maybe, and I think it's somewhere in the July. I don't know if that holiday is popular in San Francisco or if that is just a popular French holiday all over the world or what. But we do have a lot of French fighters.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have enough from Puerto Rico yet, huh?
No.
What other country? Australia?
You could. I'm just thinking more like what would look amazing on the screens.
Oh, well then Carnival, dude, because that's very colorful.
Did Mbappe get the win today? Let's see.
No idea.
I know Liverpool lost, so that was
at
big.
home too to Nottingham Forest. Nottingham Forest isn't one of the top sides. That is a gorgeous backdrop. That's what John Anik just said. It is badass, man. All right, this is what I was going to tell you a second ago. Oh, let me give this. It's 36 years of age for Irene Aldana, 33 for Dumont, 5'9" for Irene Aldana, 5'7" for Dumont. 1.5 inch reach advantage for Irene Aldana. She comes in at 68.5 to 67 for Dumont, and they both weighed in at 136. You know when they just showed that backdrop goes, and it was quiet, and we're like, shh, I think this is the love letter, the first one.
Yeah,
it had already captivated me, just those 5-10 seconds, and then I realized it was a walkout. So it has a chance, bro. It has a chance. Whatever they decide to do, if they're short films, but they look that sharp and that cool, it might have a shot here. I'm still sitting at a B-. The UFC might need to fist bump Laura because the smell of that food is so good. It's putting me in the mood. That and this jacket and that backdrop is putting me in the mood where I'm feeling like, yes, like this is starting to turn. So my B- became a B.
I'm at a B still.
Damn, look at Aldana's face. Stoic. Hasn't even blinked. And with that little fire in the back, looks kind of cool, huh?
Yeah. Like a movie.
Yeah, bro. They should have brought in the Corona girls or the Modelo girls or something.
She took a different approach to it, though.
I don't like that high five. Ever since Hamzat put Holland on his ass, he just
I don't
run
like
the
that
risk.
defense.
What?
I don't like that defense. It's not good for MMA.
Aldana's?
Yeah. Tito used to do that too. Ortiz. Aldana's not really doing much. What is she doing out there? Just bouncing around.
Waiting to explode, I guess. I mean, Dumont hasn't really served much up either. Inside leg kick there by Dumont. Left hook there landed for Aldana.
She's got to throw some kicks and start pumping that jab.
Jab to the chest by Aldana. The UFC pay-per-view starts in just over 20 minutes. That's where some of you will have to make a decision. Are you buying the pay-per-view or not? Either way, we'll be with you guys. So if you just choose to listen to us, we'll tell you what's happening in real time. Also, don't forget, Goze and I host MMA Junkie Radio Mondays and Thursdays. Twice a week, the podcast drops over at Omni, Stitcher, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Apple Podcasts. But if you want more of us, we are featured weekly on the MMA Junkie website and on the YouTube channel and Facebook with the Spinning Back Click Show, which is ourselves and our colleagues unpacking all of the latest big news, all the latest results from the past week. And that's usually noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. But because of Dana White Contender Series weigh-ins, we are starting the show 1 hour later, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. So catch us on Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll be talking about this show. It goes taking a rare week off. It'll be myself, Danny Segura, Mike Bond, and Fada Hanoum. This is kind of sparring right now still. Oh, look, nice right hand there by Aldana.
Yeah, but you know what? Her legs are taking a beating. Like those will add up. This is barely round one.
This reminds me a little bit of her fight against Nunes.
She's got to cut her off. She just goes with her. She just follows along.
Well, the cover up was nice there.
Dumas does a great job of keeping that left hand up when she fires that right hand, and she's just out of range a lot for Aldana. These are things that when at the end of the round, ooh, nice left hand from Dumas. Her corner's just gonna have to make a lot of adjustments for Aldana.
Nice push kick there by Dumont. Left hook there by Aldana. Just over a minute here left in round one of a 3-round fight between Irene Aldana, Mexican-born Irene Aldana, against Norma Dumont from Brazil. We're almost done with the last prelim here of Noche UFC. Pay-per-view will start with the next fight, O'Day Osborne against Robert Rodriguez, aka Ronaldo Rodriguez, excuse me, and he's aka Lazy Boy.
Again, we're at the end of the day, we're watching a fight, right? Like the moments that the Sphere broadcast is supposed to captivate us, it's been okay. I really hope it gets into gear though when these mini movies start and all that. But the one thing that I will say is I don't feel like I'm there, which is I think something they really were trying to do.
Yep. And remember, Dana said, be honest with us. And that's what we're going to do. I am in no way going to try and be over the top or anything. Because I'm kind of treating this serious. Like, this has been a big deal kind of in our family. Back to the boxing days, these types of events. And then even when I started coming to Vegas for those weekends, Cinco de Mayo, September 16th weekends, I'll even give it up to Floyd Mayweather. He kind of kept it alive even after the Julio Cesar Chavez's and Oscar de la Hoya's of the world kind of were done. He kind of took those on. Sometimes he'd fight a Mexican fighter or sometimes he wouldn't, but still, he kind of kept it alive. And then Dana White, in my opinion, was just a little late to that party, because that was always a big weekend for combat sports fans.
Yeah. Who was homeboy that was on Sports Illustrated? Roger Huerta. Mm-hmm. That was kind of like one of the first fighters that I think the UFC kind of looked at and said, I think we can start building this. Like, that's a great picture right there right now, what they're showing.
It's amazing. Those are all LED screens, right, Goze?
Well, the whole thing is a giant LED screen, so yeah.
Yeah, okay. But see, it almost looks like they built that.
Exactly.
And then just mounted big screens to it, but it's all LED screens. So that's pretty breathtaking, to tell you the truth.
Dumont's doing a great job striking and getting out of the way. I really hope Aldana starts to make some kind of adjustment. She seems a little bit more aggressive here in round two. She keeps pawing at her nose, though. Have you noticed? Is that a tick or is she banged up?
I don't know, but who was the king of pawing at himself? Wasn't Josh Koscheck would go after his eye a lot, huh?
Well, after GSP broke his orbital, remember? Yeah. He was never the same after that.
I can't remember who, but someone used to.
Well, then you have like
Dustin in his shorts, man. I wonder if that cost him a little bit. Islam Makhachev was saying there's a few things they picked up on that where they even played off of that.
Remember Joey Villasenor, and he had that little dumb thing in the front of his hair. He used to always paw at that.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Irene Aldana's face is starting to show a little bit of this damage from Norma Dumont.
She's hunting. She's just not, unleashing, I guess. Almost like, hey, I spotted the leopard. Okay, you got bullets? Yeah. Okay. Have you zeroed in on the target? Yeah. Okay. Are you ready to go? Yeah. Okay. Looks like you're close enough. You might want to go. Yeah. Okay. The leopard just kind of looked at us. You might want to get him. Yeah. Okay. The leopard's starting to move away now. You're going to have to refocus. Yeah. You know
Is
the
this
leopard.
person talking to
You know,
Beavis and Butthead, or
you know the leopard left, right? I mean, like, when are you going to shoot already?
Aldana is like kind of smiling and laughing, but she really has no reason to.
Nice punch to the stomach there by Aldana. Oh, they trade left hooks. Aldana's taking too long to get going, not only in the round, but in the fight now. How are you going to score points, you know?
Mm-hmm. That was a nice left hand.
Oh, nice left hook.
Whoa.
And Dumont answers back. See, I like that Dumont keeps busy with the hands, the push kick. And she really is fluid with the way she moves her shoulders and her head. Irene Aldana is still very rigid. It doesn't even look good. Like, if I'm a judge, it looks like I'm seeing a legit fighter with a sparring partner that they brought in. Oh, great calf kick there by Norma Dumont. So a lot of times, Irene Aldana closes the gap, but before she even does something, Dumont has something for her. And so therefore, she just has to rely on her defense, and then she pulls out and has nothing to show for that. She just did it again. She just did it again.
She's got a lot of confidence, Dumont. Aldana's just got no answer for this attack. Upstairs, downstairs, she's all over the place. That's what
There
Aldana
you go.
do.
There you go. Exactly. And look, now she's showing wear and tear on her nose and her eye because she's just taking too many shots. And then the heads collide. So many things start to happen. Oh, that was a big right by Aldana. I think she might have heard Dumont. No, Dumont's answering. Oh, another big right by Aldana.
It's starting to get fun a little bit.
Yeah, Aldana's busted wide open, man. Anik just said that. Let's see if it was heads colliding or was it a fist?
Yeah, that blood's going
to going in her
eyes.
Let's see how they clean this thing up. Oh, it's on her forehead, and it's a gash,
big,
dude.
Too.
They got to stop the gash, not the fight. Let's see if Rob Monroe can kind of play a little defense and get between him and the doctor. See, Herb just tried to get in. He couldn't get a good view. Stitch is the best at that. Not even giving you at a glance. The next thing you know, the minute's up. Now, granted, they could stop it, but I still feel like the doctor starts to feel a little bit of pressure once the fans get involved. Oh, it is nasty, dude. How did that happen? Heads collide?
Yeah, right there.
Okay. Yeah.
George, when we went to Florida, you didn't go to Busch Gardens, right?
No. Let's see if he cleaned her up pretty good. Maybe a little bit. No, he told me about it. I think he liked it a lot.
I did, but someone in the chat, we're talking right now about there's bad storms out there right now. But I do remember at Busch Gardens, they would have these like pits with alligators and like the most rickety fence that was just holding them back. It was mind-boggling that one of them just didn't one day say, "Hey, let's make a run for it." No? Like, or like a kid stuck their arm in there or something.
Third round has just started here between Irene Aldana and Norma Dumont. Let's take a look at the DraftKings live betting. What do we got here? Minus 1,600 for Norma Dumont. the bookies are telling you that Dumont is up 2 rounds to nothing.
Oh, they're gonna
And
stop.
she's
This,
just
George.
opened the cut up again. And you could see Dumont had this face on her, dude, where she kind of got off on that. Like, yeah, I see blood, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And now she's just hitting it like it's target practice. And it's going to be tougher for Irene Aldana because she's going to have the blood going in her eyes. Look how she just hunts her down. But then once she gets there, it's Dumont that throws more strikes.
You know, it's unfortunate because it was open via headbutt, but honestly, Dumont kind of had her number going all the way up into that.
And doesn't Irene Aldana like push kick anything, or she's just gotten away from anything other than hands?
Yeah, look, her hands are covered in blood, George.
Herb Dean just looked like Christopher Walken in Wedding Crashers on the football field with a little trot. Oh, did they collide heads again? It's weird because it's not like they have opposing stances. That's usually what happens when you have orthodox and lefty. But I mean, I'm sure they've had a good time, good opportunity to look at it. It would almost behoove Aldana for them to stop the fight, take a look, because it could at least clean it up for that moment.
Yeah,
Dumont's trying to get a corner, trying to get a takedown here. Like if Aldana could just put an elbow on her face, there you go, just to change it up, you know. Did she?
You can't even tell. Like Dumont, you can't even tell if that blood's coming out of her nose or if it just came from the contact with Aldana.
That elbow did some damage. Dumont did not like it one bit, Goze. But Irene Aldana can't seem to follow up on it.
Bro, I'm shocked that they have not stopped this for a second for the doctor to at least look at it. If they do, I don't see how they possibly let it go.
Oh, that's a nice big right hand from Aldana. That's what Julio Cesar Chavez's face looked like 30 seconds into the De La Hoya fight that I was telling you about.
Dude, Herb Dean's a savage, man. You gotta like at least let them clean it up or something. I think Carrie had less blood on her.
Look at her legs. There's 125 left here in round 3. This is the main event of the prelims. Looks like Norma Dumont, as long as she doesn't get finished, will cruise to a victory. Question is, will it be 30-27 or 29-28? But the bookies have her as a considerable favorite.
Oof.
Minus 20,000.
Her right eye now is
plus 3,000.
very bruised up. You could hardly tell under all the blood, but yeah, there's a lot of swelling on Aldana's face.
It's just hands only, though.
And she's late to everything.
Yeah. I love the way Dumont does slip punches. I like the way she check hooks. And I also like the way she uses her footwork, even though a lot of it is going backwards.
I don't think I remember a female having this much blood on her face.
I don't understand why she's just a headhunter, though. Well, you know, when you're with a great boxing gym, like where's that body punch? She never tested Dumont's liver. You know what I'm saying? She never really concerned her with leg kicks or anything. Either kicks to the stomach, the push kick, like Strickland likes to throw, or maybe just at least putting it in her head. Hey, I'm gonna throw a calf kick from time to time. It's just straight hands.
Yeah. Wow.
Mexican fighters are gonna get a fourth loss, bro. We sound like Armenians, huh? We've been really punishing the word bro on this one.
Have we?
I think
so. My God, bro. Ugh. That's a slat. Like somebody took a machete and just went boom straight down the top of her head. It opened up way more. I think maybe that elbow you were talking about might have made it worse.
Well, Irene landed a good one on Norma's left eye. Because I was like, now that she's in the clinch, throw an elbow. And she did it like a half second later. And it bothered Dumont. But she hadn't done enough to build on that throughout the fight. So she only had to survive the last, 2 minutes.
What did the doctor just ask her? Are you alive?
Oh, don't open it more. Her head's splitting open, dude. What's Rob Monroe doing? They got to get her a plastic surgeon. You can't just have a doctor sew that up. You got to have a plastic surgeon.
Is that one worse than the one Marvin Eastman had?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It looks pretty bad. It's up there. Could Bruce Buffer have more Mexican did up?
Yeah, I think so. He looked sharp, but yeah, I think I would have done something. I'm not saying look like one of them cousins from Breaking Bad, but like, just maybe like a pocket square or something. That eye is jacked up too. There's about 3 or 4 big cuts on her face. Her eye is swollen shut on the right side.
What if you were wearing a $10,000 suit and you just happen to get caught in between when they just hugged right now?
Be like Cindy Mancini at that point, dude. I think you just throw that thing away. All right, I'll be right back, George, because I have to turn on the light here. This is I'm broadcasting in the dark.
Wow, Dumont's face cleaned up pretty nice, man. Like I thought she was gonna have a few cuts of her own, but she's looking all right. Big win for her. These gals were forced to come down. Dumont was making more of a living as a featherweight up until when the UFC pretty much got rid of the weight class. And so now she comes down and does this. Aldana fought for a title, don't forget. So she has stock. And now Dumont beat her. Now, does that get her close to a title? Of course, right? It's not going to make her farther. But you got to remember, it goes Pena versus the champ, Raquel Pennington. And then you got to believe that if Kayla Harrison wins at UFC 307, she's next, not Norma Dumont. So that's the problem. She kind of sits in an awkward spot. Now, she's got to hope for a rare occurrence. I'm going to call it that because I don't want to say that she should hope for someone to get injured. But if somebody just, can't go or whatever, and she's healthy, then maybe she can kind of slip through and have a chance or whatever. But all right, the UFC 306 pay-per-view is going to start in about a minute. I haven't seen this desk yet. This is Dominic Cruz, Chael Sonnen, and Megan Olivi. It's a nice desk. Mexican colors are out. Megan looks like she might have changed her outfit. I thought she was wearing black earlier, and now she's wearing green. That's cool. But let's look at that division because so many things can happen, right? You got Raquel Pennington fighting Juliana Pena. Caitlin Vera is the opponent for Kayla Harrison. That's just ahead of Norma Dumont. Now, Irene Aldana could have intercepted, right? She could have got in this mix, but she just lost. Then you still got Mayra Bueno Silva, who already fought for the title. Macy Chasson, Holly Holmes taking a loss. Misha Tate's got a fight or two left. So that's how this was a pretty big win, honestly, for Norma Dumont. She's going to climb up.
Wait, isn't Megan wearing something different now?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Looks like she's got a green top on now, and that goes with those colors.
So I am going to switch over to the pay-per-view now.
Yeah, I need to do the same thing. So you go first, and I'll stay here. The first card on the pay-per-view, folks, is going to be Ronaldo Rodriguez against Ode Osborne. Now, these are the two guys that got into it at the UFC 306 press conference. What happened was Ode Osborne, who's a pretty respectful fighter. We actually know him pretty well. He lives in Las Vegas. He's done a few of our watch-alongs. He was asked about them training together because a lot of Mexican fighters have trained at Extreme Couture, and Ode Osborne said they trained. Now, I heard one answer from Ode. He did, I'm sure, quite a few interviews this week. But I heard one interview where he was specific, and he said, I'm not going to talk about it. And he was pretty respectful. But he must have done either another one, or the question thrown at Ronaldo Rodriguez was phrased in a certain way where it almost felt like Ode Osborne had thrown some shade at Rodriguez and those unofficial fights they had, right? Meaning the training sessions, him getting the best of it. And Rodriguez did not like it. And he piped up, but he had the energy, honestly, of how someone from the streets of Mexico would come at you if they were displeased at something you just said. I mean, he put together a series of bad words that the direct translation in English could get a lot of people in trouble, but he went for it, and he was funny. He actually was funny in doing so, and the crowd pepped up. Merab Dvalishvili and Sean O'Malley, they just weren't bringing it. Alexa Grasso and Valentina Shevchenko, they weren't bringing it. That thing needed something, right? And that was it. And it was now Lazy Boy. He can capitalize on that momentum. And if he were to have a big night tonight, a finish, a great call out, I'm telling you, he's what we'll be talking about on Monday Spitting Back. Like, at least he'll be one topic. That's how big this opportunity is for Ronaldo Rodriguez. If Ode Osborne can win, now I don't know if he steals some of that because he's kind of the heel. The other guy's, sorry, the babyface, Rodriguez is the heel, but he's a popular heel. So Ode Osborne's maybe sometimes a little too nice. We'll see how it goes. That's just his style. But he's shaking off 2 losses. He's lost to Asu Alambayev and Jafel Filho. Before that, he beat Charles Johnson, and then before that, he lost to Tyson Nam. Whereas Ronaldo Rodriguez comes in 16-2, and if you can take out the crafty Ode Osborne, then that would be huge for him. And I'm sorry, he's debuting on a pay-per-view, but he's fought in the UFC before. He's beaten Dennis Bonder. He came from an organization called Lux Fight League. So, but he has fought in the UFC and he's won. But he's 16-2 overall. Who do you like in that fight, Goze? Rodriguez is the favorite at -185. Osborne comes back as a +154 underdog.
I might be a little bit of a homer with Ode.
It's on you because I lost Norma or Irene.
I feel like they're going to strike the whole time. And if they do that, then I think I got Ode Osborne +154. I do, however, think this will have an ending to it. I don't think this goes the distance. So I'm also going to take the KO, TKO at +130.
Okay.
Those are your DraftKings odds at the top. By the way, has your pay-per-view started yet?
Oh, I got to switch it over. So I was talking for a bit. Now, are you all settled in?
Well, I don't know. It's, I guess it just hasn't started, I think.
You have to go from prelims to the other one.
Yeah, but it's just, okay, yeah. People are saying that it hasn't started either.
Damn, UCLA is getting waxed by Indiana in college football.
What's the score?
28-10.
Oof. LSU made it out by the skin of their teeth today, too.
ESPN Plus.
You getting a little bit more fired up, knowing what's waiting?
Food or fights?
The fights.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm at a B. The girls put it all out there. The cut That's what I come here for. Some blood, some cuts. You know, I hope it heals up nicely for her. I didn't like her fight IQ, and I really like Norma's, so I'll give it a B so far.
All right,
Have
looks
the
like
love
it's
letter
starting.
started or what?
Well, it looks like something's about to start. The screen just went black, but it's still got the UFC. Yeah.
Mine
So whatever
says
intro
prelims.
they
Where's
have,
the main card?
huh?
Oh, there it is. Mine said prelims. Where's the main card? Start the main card already.
Okay, different intro.
That looks cool. If you're seeing that from the outside, that's the center of attention in Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got John Anik talking yet?
Yeah.
George's Merab Dvalishvili, an offensive force who has weaponized his cardio in a way few men have done before him, and if he can impose his will on the show.
All right, George. We did make our pick, right? Yeah, we're good to go there.
Who you taking? Osborne or Rodriguez?
I took Osborne. I think it's going to be a stand-up war, but I don't think it'll go to the decision. So I also took KO, TKO.
Folks, if you can hit the like button, we'd greatly appreciate it. It's so easy to do. It's a little thumbs up, right? You know, there's some YouTube channels that I'll watch where they say, if you like the show, give me a thumbs up. And if you didn't, hit the dislike button. Like he invites it. And I'm
Really?
thinking, I wonder if that's just part of the algorithm. Like, just do something, right? Even if you want to give me some hate, throw that my way. All right, right now, I'm like in the background. It looks like there's some music and maybe a love letter. A chapter is going to start right now.
So we might go a little silent for a little bit, but we will tell you what's happening once it's done. Chapter 1, Mexico for all time.
In the beginning. They get straight into fighting. Hand-to-hand combat. Okay, so right away I can tell you I do feel like I'm there.
As good as it can be, yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of overwhelming how nice the audio visual or the visuals are.
Mm-hmm.
They're just storytelling right now. Now here's the question goes, what percentage of fans give a crap? I like it, you like it, but was that one quick love letter right there? Was that 1 of 6?
Yeah. I think they're all 90 seconds long.
Oh, that's it?
Uh-huh.
So other than that, it's just what we've seen and another 5 of those that are 90 seconds long?
Right.
Okay, then it's gonna be on the fights then to give it an A, because if that's all it is, then I mean, I wasn't that blown away. Were you?
You know, for it being on TV, you don't expect something to hit you that way. I thought it was pretty cool.
It was cool.
Not,
Yeah,
it
let
could have
me
been a little bit
rephrase.
longer, I think, maybe.
Right. I agree. It was cool. I'm not saying it wasn't cool, but the best sporting event of all time. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like that's kind of where I'm like, you know, like settle down.
Because you're talking World Cup finals, you know, Super Bowls.
Now Joe Rogan's just talking about it right now, and he's saying it's pretty legit. So they say they're geeking out. And when you are at the top of the sphere, it seems like you can take it in a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's some nice, like, it looks like holograms, you know, that look pretty cool. And it shows O'Malley and Dvalishvili. That's pretty cool. It's just not the coolest sporting event of all time. It's not gonna be. It could probably be the coolest combat sports of all time. It could finish stronger than a Pride show. And I don't know what, you know, how it translated on TV, the Rumble in the Jungle, the Thrillers of Manilas, and all the other great fights that we've seen. I've seen some great ones at Caesar's Palace Outdoor Stadium back in the day.
It's funny is when you go back and you watch them, just the standard definition alone, sometimes you're like, I can't believe I even watch TV like this.
Hey, you know who might be sitting at home if they're included in combat sports? You know who might be sitting at home going, hey, what about us? What about the 93,000 that went to the Silverdome in Detroit for WrestleMania 3? Didn't a lot of people say they were blown away by that event?
Uh-huh. That is pretty big too.
Now, I know there's some of you that are going, it's not fighting. Okay, all right. Put that to the side. We know that. But the love letters aren't fighting either. So I'm talking about like an event that's special. That one still gets talked about as well.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Where are these guys? Oh, that's Guadalajara, Mexico. Okay. Yeah, the holograms are pretty cool. Is all this more cool than a Pride beginning? Pride Fighting Championships beginning?
It's so different, but honestly, I'd say no.
I don't think so either. And Dana owns Pride. Everything having to do with Pride. So could he blend the two one day if he were to do this in Japan? I don't know.
Stadium. That's where you would do it. When's the last time the UFC had a ramp? Was it like Tito and Shamrock or something like that?
A ramp?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Remember the whole Tito Ortiz is a punk? I think that might have been one of the last times.
We're watching it right now, and it just looks like a dark night or outer space or something, and it's cool, you know, but there's no love letter, no story going on now. Looks like that already happened. Now it got all dark. Is this another one?
Or a walkout. Yeah, it looks like another movie. Is Laura watching this, George? Probably get a kick out of that. They're showing warriors fighting each other, tigers.
You must be ahead of me.
Well, really?
Yeah, I haven't seen a tiger yet. Yeah, man. Look, it's tight, dude. The film is tight. The movies are tight. Whatever. The LED screens are incredible, and the storytelling is pretty cool. And I think it's cool that a company like the UFC is paying homage to Mexico and its history in combat sports.
Mm-hmm. I think they have to do this again, George. It's just so different.
Okay, thank you. Watch out for the. Oh, I didn't want him to trip you. What's everyone having for dinner? Let's see in the chat. Here's ours. These are called flautas. What are flautas? Goes like a taquito?
Pretty close, yeah. You know what the difference is? One's called flautas.
Pretty good. Really good. I had flautas at the UFC like 2 days ago. They were really, really good. And Laura has actually matched them now. These are awesome goes.
Damn it.
Are you mad that I'm having one and you're not?
Yeah, I'm just sitting here watching.
Or that we've known her for years and she's never done this? She's just kept this gem, this secret to herself. Wow. Folks at home, I hope you guys are having Mexican food. Just to complete the night, right? What's happening? Wow, these are good.
Damn it. So we're watching the vignettes right now that are, more towards the fighters. You saw. Mine's actually. Oh, there we go. Ode Osborne.
Doesn't he look like he would go to the death?
What?
Doesn't he look like he would go to the death?
Yeah.
Like he looks, the vibe that Rodriguez gives out is like, you want to go outside? And he might go, okay, how about let's bring our guns and go to the death? Like that's how crazy he sounds and looks.
Thank you.
And fans, including myself, found it kind of appealing. It just his than what a MMA fight has. Obviously,
Why does Osborne walk out first? Didn't he have more fights?
oh no. These are delicious.
Is there no
Yeah.
Dewey Cooper?
Can you give me an apple, please? Oh, look at that angle, Goze. That's a cool angle. Look
Yeah.
at that, Jules.
That's got to be a drone,
You hear
right?
what Joe Rogan just said?
What?
I think every UFC should be here. So what's happening there is pretty special. Because he doesn't have to say that. You can just say, it's dope. It was great. I was glad to be here. But he's saying every one of them should be here. Now, are the fans up at the top saying that as well? Remember, Joe Rogan flew in on a private jet. Will get paid a lot of money to do this in the best seat of the house. Whereas other people had to dish out, you know, in some cases, honestly, what some people pay for a mortgage just for one ticket. And they're going to get that right.
Charles 84 in our chat said those bottom seats, your neck would feel broken, I think, probably by the end of the night, right? Just doing this.
Yeah. That's why I was saying when it comes to the vignettes and all that, the top seat might be best. Thank you. Let's put it over here. Oh my gosh. 1 hour ago, I was crazy enough to say, hey, Goze, you want to order a pizza or what are we doing? And boy, how the tide has turned in the last hour. I got some beans and rice, 2 flautas that are delicious, and there's still some soup, Goze.
Fideo soup?
Yogi, no. Our Jack Russell Terrier. He heard the review.
Oh, yeah?
All right. Ronaldo Rodriguez is walking out. Oh, the fans are going nuts. Look at that. Either they're all doing it in unison or they have the bracelets on their wrists or something. Look at him, dude. He's taking over, man. This dude has charisma. This guy has it. He's clicking, bro. And there's Jorge Capetillo, boxing trainer, legendary boxing trainer, who was in the same corner as Jorge Masvidal when Masvidal fought Nate Diaz. Now, if you recall, look at that. Look at that visual. Oh, that looks cool. So this is the event part is getting an A, Goze. The event part's getting an A. The production, you know, all that shit. The fights themselves, I'll give it a grade at the end, and then the event as a whole, it's moved up to a B+ for me. And this kid's part of it. Now let's see what this fight delivers, and we still got the good ones to come. Yeah, so Capetillo was the one that mixed it up with Nate's guys, Nate Diaz's guys.
I don't know.
Remember when they were at the Honda Center, Goze?
Yeah, that was pretty intense. I wonder if each fight the background will change.
By any chance did they give you the hot sauce from there? Oh. What's that, Goze?
I said I wonder if the background will change for every fight.
Thank you.
Who did we say that was, George? Right there with the purple hair?
Well, that looks to me like Gaston Bolanos or Calvin Gastelum or
Yeah, but remember, didn't we run into him at that restaurant? And it was, who was it? You found out who it was because he went to the comedy show that night.
Oh.
Do you remember that?
Jose Shorty Torres. All those guys look alike, man, with the beard, when they grow a little beard, including Nasrat Akparas. Right? He's the other one that looks like him. And he's not even Mexican. He's a German, I believe. This dude's winning over the crowd, man. If you can match it with a performance, he's a star. Ode Osborne, 32 years of age. Ronaldo Rodriguez, 25. Ode Osborne, 5'7.5". Rodriguez, 5'6". They both weighed in at 125. O'Day, however, has a 73-inch reach advantage. Holy cow.
Yeah, that's super
And Ronaldo Rodriguez has a 65.5-inch reach. So you're looking at a, what was that? 7.5-inch reach advantage, man. Hopefully you all are enjoying your cuisine at home. Ours is delicious. Thank you, Laura, for a great dinner.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You could see Bruce Buffer outside.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take a picture of that?
So if it was located in a place, Goze, where people could watch, not the fight, I get it, the fight can't be transmitted, but everything else, it would feel kind of like Times Square. You know how people can watch Times Square and see things from the outside? But the Sphere's not really located in somewhere like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's off to the side a little bit. I mean, it's not to say you can't see it. I'm just saying you can't be as close as the people are at Times Square.
Yeah.
That looks pretty cool going that way. I'm going to take Joe Rogan at his word. If it's that cool, shit. That would be outstanding.
Make
you
it
know,
the fight spear.
Uh-huh. But I don't think that's going to be the case. But for him to say that, he didn't need to say that.
I think if you're Dana White, you have to be smiling right now. Everything's on a good trajectory.
Look at
See
that.
them seats right there, George? Man, you can't see anything going on behind you. It's great for the fight.
Look at the ring card girl now goes. They
You're
did
a
it.
little ahead. There you go. That's something better.
If this fight delivers, we're up to an A-. That helped. Look at that. The background looks awesome.
You see Ariane in the background, you think she's like, damn, I done fucked up.
I went out too early. Yep. She should have asked to come back. Oh, nice left there by O'Day Osborne. He's fighting out of the lefty stance. Southpaw. And Rodriguez is orthodox. Oh, O'Day's landing nice. It's another nice left. That reach advantage is definitely evident right here. O'Day Osborne goes to the inside, the leg kick, then he kicks the liver. Rodriguez still settling in. Rodriguez. Oh, and he's out. O'Day Osborne is knocked out. No, not yet. He's hurt him, but he's all over him. And now he's trying to triangle him. It looked like Rodriguez was out, Goze, and I thought Tyone was going to stop it. But now he's got a tight triangle on. A star may not be born tonight. Oh, wow. He needs the hook pull a little tighter on that. Rodriguez is still in it. He's fighting off a triangle. I wonder if he's going to switch to an arm. And he's elbowing him. Rodriguez is still hanging in there. But I've seen that leg that's folded over. It's not putting enough pressure on it. Rogan's saying
He's got to slide it down more.
Let's see if he can get inverted. That'd be an even bigger problem.
There's still room for him. Yeah. But I would keep throwing the hell out of that elbow.
Rodriguez is a tough SOB if he can get out of this. And the crowd's going to go nuts. Now he's attacking the arm. And now he's out of the triangle. Rodriguez is still messed up because he had a chance to just stand up and pull out. But he preferred to lay on top of O'Day Osborne. So right now he's basically in his guard. And it's a closed guard. But it looks like he's recovering more than anything. He's got his head buried in his chest. O'Day looks like he's holding a newborn. And now they're settling in. Joe Rogan's saying, hey, don't squeeze your legs too much or they're going to gas. But O'Day's hitting him with elbows from the bottom. Rodriguez finally postures up and throws a bomb. If Rodriguez can come back from this, we're back in the whole a star might be born deal. But he went down so early, so quick, that it all just looked like it shattered and, be quicker than it even got started.
Yeah, the knockdown just huge, and the elbows after as well. The submission attempt. He's way over right now.
2 minutes and 12 seconds. And we'll do a countdown, goes for me, so we can sync up for the rest of the night.
2:14, 13, 12, 11, 10.
Okay. Tell me when you get to 2. Went to 2:02 and then count down from there.
Now, 2:01, 2, 159, 158, 57.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're good.
Mhm. Did you say sir so you wouldn't say bro?
Yeah. We are starting to sound like Carl Parisian and Manny Gambarian. We're doing a watch along.
Yeah, see,
Thank you for
Ode
those that have tuned
Osborne,
in.
his attack from the bottom is kind of negating the things that Rodriguez is doing from the top. So then you have what's left to judge is what happened early in the round, which was all Ode Osborne. It's 1:27 left right now. Rodriguez is still in Osborne's closed guard, but he's got a lead on him. We'll have to
I'm
see.
surprised. Like, Rodriguez seems like he's weak right now and barely surviving, and I'm surprised Ode hasn't wrestled him, because Ode has wrestled before, and I'm surprised he hasn't tried to wrestle and get top position, like create any sweeps or anything. And now he's starting to a little, but he's finding weird angles to throw elbows at him. It doesn't look like none of them have cut him up, but Ode technically still on his back in full guard with his legs crossed. Rodriguez is on top recovering. Now we're at 43, 42, 41, and 40 seconds left here in round 1. This is the first fight of 5 on the UFC 306 main card, Noche UFC. Thanks to those that have tuned in. Rodriguez is still just kind of wailing, but not landing anything flush. He's not going to win back the round, that's for sure. Now, he's been on top of Ode for a while, but he just can't get going.
Ode's taking some deep breaths here.
Let's see if the crowd can get behind Rodriguez and give him some momentum going into the next round. Okay, the round's over. The fans will be happy that he's still in it. He looks okay. Mouth is open. He does look like he's a little jacked up, though.
He looks a little dazed, yeah.
But on the feet, Ode looked good. Did you enjoy it, Juliet? Because you're way ahead of me.
I haven't even had a flauta yet. I've just had the soup.
I haven't had the soup yet. How's the soup? Yeah.
Good.
Let me sneak in a flauta here in these 50 seconds. He just came in with his job and everything.
Yeah, it was good.
The spear really took off in the second part of the show. The love letter and then that backdrop. Actually, starting with the Dumont Aldana fight. Round 2 is underway.
Rodriguez looks like he's come back a little bit.
Osborne looks pretty slick on the feet, although he's getting taken down now by Rodriguez. I don't know if that's that great of an idea because he didn't do too much on the ground.
He's got that deep, though.
Yeah, and now Ode Osborne
Very
attacking
deep.
the neck. He's got a guillotine on him again. Rodriguez flips forward, somersaults forward, and winds up on top. Now let's see if he attacks Osborne's head. Somebody's bleeding now. It's probably Rodriguez. Now Rodriguez takes his back. Oh, no, he doesn't have a hook in then. But he is on top, and the crowd is popping. Now he's got one hook in. And he's threatening Ode Osborne.
But he's kind of realized that you might be able to get him grappling here. He's got that body triangle locked in, too.
Yep, they're up against the cage with 348. 47, 46, 45 left here in the second round. The total is not being threatened just yet. That would be in round 3, halfway. Now he's flattened out, O'Day Osborne is, and he's getting crushed with elbows and punches, but now he turns back into him, which is better for him. Now let's see if O'Day Osborne can do something with this. The referee's taking a good look. I'm sure he's talking to him. Fans are blowing up, but he still has the body lock.
That last
Some
elbow
elbows
hurt him.
aren't getting through, some are, but it just looks like a fight. Oh, O'Day Osborne sweeps. And now he might get on top. Oh, wow. And that's what I was talking about in the first round. I thought he might have done that. But now Rodriguez is taking his back yet again. And now Osborne is turning back into him. Oh, this is a really fun fight, folks. On the ground, they are just going back and forth. But every time O'Day Osborne does something positive, like sweep, try and take a top position, Rodriguez answers. And now Rodriguez tries to land an elbow. Osborne gets out of it. Osborne almost turned into him. But Rodriguez, again, has his back. And now he's underneath the neck. Osborne's okay still. He defends. Rodriguez, it looks like he's smiling and having fun, man. He's a savage.
Mm-hmm. Right now, what O'Day Osborne is lacking is explosion.
Uh-huh.
He's moving kind of like in slow motion in these grappling scenes. And
you better be careful. Because in the attempt to get out of that, he exposed his neck, and now Rodriguez is squeezing. He's kind of doing like a face crank. Oh, no, Osborne's out of that too. I think a lot of other flyweights would have already submitted Osborne. And I think Osborne, man, I wonder if he would have just done the walk-off, if he would have beat Rodriguez. Because Rodriguez, when he first fell down, he looked like he was out. And then he started pummeling him. It's almost like he woke him up.
You know what I would do if I were Osborne, George? If this goes to round 3, and if he gets up, this is where you can kind of use the pressure of the situation against some of the Mexican fighters. I would point to the center of the cage and test his bravado, right? You don't want to let your people down on a big event like that. Isn't that what we're all known for?
Especially with a 7.5-inch reach. But right now they're still on the ground. I like that Goze. Maybe you could coax that, But right now it's going to be 1-1 because O'Day clearly won round 1, and Rodriguez is on his way to winning round 2. He's not doing enough for a 10-8, even though he's been dominating him, and right now he's got a body triangle on him. He just hasn't done the damage, and he has lost. I mean, he's kind of had some duration and some dominance, but not really. It's the damage that you need. O'Day, every time he trying to postures up to try and turn into him, which is what you can kind of do when you're in a body triangle, he exposes his neck, and Rodriguez gets under there, and so he has to reset again. Now we're down to 36, 35, 34 seconds left here in round 2. The crowd is chanting Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. Rodriguez still has his back with both hooks in. O'Day does turn into him, and it looks like he's about to complete and be on top. Let's see if he can do something with these next 18 seconds. I don't think he'll be able to do enough, although those are some good shots he just landed on him. Now, he's not going to win back the round, but he did land a couple decent shots on Rodriguez's face. Stop worrying about touching gloves. Instead, touch his face. You know who says that, Goze?
No.
And when Rampage and Rashad were the coaches,
oh yeah,
one of Rampage's fighters was like too worried about touching gloves and all that. He goes, stop touching his glove. Instead, touch his face. Remember, he was pissed because Rashad's fighters were winning all the fights.
That's when he beat up the cardboard door.
Yeah. He was just getting tired of losing. Which is what happened to
Thank you. That was awesome.
Which is what happened to McGregor against Chandler. I think he went 1-8 or 1-7, didn't he, in the early rounds?
Yeah.
And you could tell McGregor's like, what's this shitty hand I've been dealt, I'm looking like a chump over here. I could literally be in the Mediterranean on a yacht, and I'm coaching you jabronis.
It's 1-1. We're about to start this third round. Here we go. They do touch gloves. I'm telling you, if I were O'Day Osborne, I would have pointed at the center of the cage and said, let's go right here, because grappling has not worked out. And I think you can kind of use the psychology behind not wanting to let your fans down. You know, this is what we're known for, our bravado.
Rodriguez went for a takedown, and O'Day did a nice sprawl. I was just about to say the current live odds, courtesy of DraftKings. And by the way, they're really, really on it, man. I love the way they refresh. Big left misses for Rodriguez. 4:15 left here in round 3. Minus 195 for Ronaldo Rodriguez. Plus 150 for O'Day Osborne. That to me sounds like it's 1-1, but they feel like the better fighter going into round 3 is Ronaldo Rodriguez. So I don't know if they think he's just less tired or has the momentum or what. But it to me, it looks like 1-1, obviously. Mm-hmm. I think the judges would obviously tell you that too. All right, 1 round in. It looks like O'Day is just kind of getting the better of him, but
he's got to circle out.
Way to go.
Got to stay away from the cage if you're O'Day Osborne.
Rodriguez doesn't bite down on his mouthpiece. His mouth is open, and like DC said, he just doesn't move his head.
O'Day is so worried about the takedown.
Oh, big left by Osborne goes. O'Day what?
He's so worried about getting taken down that he's throwing one shot at a time. But the thing is, Rodriguez just isn't doing much, so he's slowly building a little lead.
The live odds haven't moved. Rodriguez minus 195. O'Day Osborne plus 150. Overhand left there by Rodriguez. Kind of gets him more on the neck. Spinning back kick misses. Hits the fence instead of O'Day. 256, 255, 254. Left here in round 3. We're getting close to the over-under. If you have an under ticket, you're sweating it. If you have an over ticket, you're 15 seconds away.
That spin attack from Rodriguez could possibly land if it's getting closer and closer.
Overhand left by Rodriguez. He doesn't really throw straight punches. Oh, O'Day goes for a takedown and misses.
Why did he do that?
I don't know. And Rodriguez almost had a hold of his neck, and now they separate. They're back on their feet. The over has hit.
That's your
220 left
call to never do that again, right?
Yeah, because I think Osborne can just win the fight standing. He just is the more cleaner and crisper fighter. Rodriguez is too much of a whaler. His hooks and everything they just take longer to get there. So they're a little slower and they're just not as crisp. O'Day Osborne is straighter and faster. Right now, the odds are Rodriguez minus 270 and O'Day Osborne plus 200. Rodriguez just hit him with a nice left, though.
It was a good left.
O'Day is getting tired, though. And I think maybe that's why he just went for this takedown. And with his wrestling base, he may be able to stay on top. Oh, Kimura attempt by Rodriguez almost created a sweep there.
O'Day Osborne's got to stay safe here. Just protect that, play defense, get out of this, and just stay there and land a little bit of ground and pound. He should be good.
But he has to mix it up a little bit. And he has to make sure he doesn't go on the bottom. Whoever winds up on the bottom is going to lose this fight. He can hit him with a knee right now. Okay, they're both back on their feet with 107, 106, 105 to go. The fans are anticipating a strong finish. Maybe you'll get what you said, Goze. 2 gladiators pointing at the center of the octagon and just duking it out with 10 seconds left. But we still got 53, 52, and 51 left. O'Day goes for a takedown. Doesn't get it. Rodriguez sprawls and now has a top position, still sprawled out. Let's see if he lets it go and they both get back up. Instead, he grabs a hold of O'Day Osborne's neck. 38 seconds left here in round 3. This could be the difference here.
He's got a
submission attempt or maybe a little bit of pitter-patter ground and pound. I think it could solidify it, or he could take it back. And instead, O'Day Osborne gives up that position. If Osborne did have some sort of a lead going into these last 20 seconds, he might give it up right here. I think Rodriguez is going to pull this one out, Goze. They're both just kind of hammer fisting at each other. It's just that Rodriguez is on top. And like I was once told by the great Mark Lehman, if you're having a brick fight, but someone's on the second story and you're on the first story and you're throwing up and he's throwing down, who's getting the best of who?
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously, I think Rodriguez closed this one out and might have eked out a win against Ode Osborne. Ode Osborne looked a lot better than he has in other fights, and he almost finished him in round 1. But I don't know if he's going to get this one, Goze.
I think he won barely. I think his lead that he mounted up before might have been enough.
In round 3?
Yeah.
Really?
But
Okay.
if it's not, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, the crowd goes so loud for any strike Rodriguez does that can sway the judges sometimes.
Is there more rice and beans, or that's it? Oh, yeah.
Great fight, though. Great way to start off the night. Dana's got to be.
Oh, yeah.
happy
I'm in
about
the
it.
A- range already.
And you got to remember, too, you got a guy like Ode Osborne's coming off of 2 losses. This is kind of like territory where you could possibly be cut. I would think off of a performance like that, they probably couldn't do it.
I wouldn't cut him. He fought his ass off. But we don't know if he's lost yet officially. We'll see. All right. They are gathering themselves in the middle of the octagon. What a pop this kid had, though, on the way out, man. He was just charismatic. The fans were cheering their asses off. I think there was a carryover from the press conference on Thursday and everything he had to say towards Osborne, which was basically cussing his ass out in Spanish. And then the Octagon girls picked it up with their outfits. That costume change. They must have been listening to us, right? They went from El Torito hostesses to now some hot, sexy Aztecan women. Here we go.
Yeah.
It's unanimous.
There was a 10-8 somewhere.
Ronaldo Rodriguez. I didn't see a 10-8.
It was close.
I didn't see a 10-8. I feel bad for whoever lost that fight. And the way that drone is flying around, it looks slick, man. It really does. Can't do that. Let's see what he says here.
Grappling, man. That's what got Ode.
Well, O'Day initiated the last one in round 3, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
I'm just a little kid who got off the streets in Veracruz, Mexico. I'm living my dream. Long live Mexico. This young kid, street vendor, selling candy on the streets. Now I'm a warrior. Now I hope you can turn the page right now and say, all right, next person, you're gonna get your ass kicked, and sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Let him call someone out. Let him say something. Come on, give him a chance. I think that's Jose Shorty Torres goes. No. There he goes. Well, he didn't call anyone out, but he had a nice little shout out.
I'm trying to put this into perspective here. So the other thing the UFC is battling is greatest sporting event of all time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's unique is what it is, but a fucking World Cup final is so hard to beat. A Super Bowl is very hard to beat.
He shouldn't
The
have just said that.
intensity
He
of
should
it.
just said it was going to be a great event, and then let us tell him, hey, dude, that might have been the best combat sports event ever. But best sporting event? No, it's not that. And I'm not even sure it could be that if they had, McGregor, Jones, all the stars.
Hey, look.
Show more of these guys.
Yeah.
There you go. I heard he's doing better.
Matt Hughes?
Yeah. Speech and everything. I know someone that knows him very well, and he's been doing the stem cell treatment in Colombia.
What's sad is there's actually a new generation of fans that probably have no idea who he is.
Who best resembles him now?
Matt Hughes?
Uh-huh.
Maybe Kamaru Usman.
Yeah, let's make our pick. All right. The next fight is going to be Esteban Robevics against Daniel Zellhuber. The odds on this fight, courtesy of DraftKings, who we partnered up with tonight, Daniel Zellhuber is the favorite at minus 192. Esteban Robevics plus 160. And right now, if you want to put in some plays, all new customers who bet $5 will instantly get a $250 bonus. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Sign up using our promo code, which is MMA Junkie, all one word. The crown is yours. All right, Goze, who do you like?
Well, it's on you, but I have a feeling we're going to have a similar take on this. And I've just watched that line move. But Daniel Zellhuber, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm homering a little bit, but I really do love his skills. But I'm a big fan of Robevics' hands. He also is a gangster, man. This is just a great fight, and unfortunately, someone has to lose. But Zellhuber, dude, that dude is so big, man. When I went to Capatillo's boxing gym, like I couldn't believe this is the lightweight, and the guy I was there to interview, might as well I was a welterweight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's going to be a lightweight forever, because remember Chiesa was big. He had to move up. James Vick, I don't know how he made it. Same thing. He didn't. I think he eventually went up, but in the end, he was already going to be out of the UFC. But yeah, he's big, man. But he's pretty slick, and he works really, really hard wherever he's at. Whether I see him at Extreme Couture or when I've seen him at Capatillo's boxing gym.
He's a beast. I think he's going to be really, really good, man. The crazy Hawaiian. Yeah, that dude hit his face on the way down.
Yeah. Looked like he got him with the heel, with the palm of the hand right here at the bottom. Are you supposed to do that? Or is it the whole hand hitting your face at one time?
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. So, you know what happens then? Is the referee goes over and says, okay, we disqualified him for doing that. We're going to take away a point. Sorry that you were just knocked out. Can we just do this again?
When your concussion subsides in 6 months?
Mm-hmm. Thank you to everybody joining us here in the chat. Chet Setter, Charles 84, Whipped Player OG, who is an OG.
How come I can't see the comments like I do when I'm hosting Spinning Backlick? I can't see any.
You have to go to YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Or through the Panda Player. Here comes another movie.
All right, let's watch the movie here. Oh, this looks like that Dia de la Muerte type thing, right?
Yeah. Or the lobby in that one Mexican restaurant we like at Virgin.
These rituals are forebears and even waking dreams. They speak with our breath and echo in our songs. They are immortal. With traditions that transcend time, our spirits transcend death. This is our living legacy. We are all keepers of history.
That was a trip.
Generations of Mexicans reunited by the eternal light. Miracles illuminate the way. From the heavens to the earth.
Did they actually drop that on the crowd? Yeah, right.
I don't know.
Yeah, they did. Why? I'm a little confused, George. So, I mean, I love what they're doing. This is great. But, oh no, they didn't. Or did they? I'm a little confused in the sense that I thought this would be more like featuring your Julio Cesar Chavez's or
So did
something
I.
like that, right?
Yeah.
Sé que voy a ser campeón del mundo, quiero ser el primer campeón mexicano de peso ligero. For me, having the opportunity to fight in front of my people in such a way like this one is something that motivates me a lot. I really want to put on a great show for my people and for the whole world watching this. La pelea que tienes una vez, Esteban, es una guerra.
Remember that kid.
Se merece México. Esa noche le está
Remember that kid.
a mi pelea. El estadio se va a volver celeste y blanco como la bandera de mi país. Como ser campeón del mundo, quiero que mi nombre se escuche muy fuerte. Tanto
I'll be right back.
se escucha el de Maradona, se escucha el de Messi, quiero que alrededor
He'll be back.
sea símbolo de MMA.
Man, he left when I had a mouthful of flauta. So now we're watching the vignettes, Esteban Rivabits and Daniel Zellhuber. This, I think, is going to be a hell of a banger. I think it's going to be a really good fight, guys. I don't see it going the distance. I know George made the pick, but I want to add, ooh, maybe not. If you haven't already, we appreciate it. We appreciate you guys joining us tonight. We did add some wrinkles. This is on YouTube as well. And DraftKings, our new partner. Thank you so much, like, for all of your guys' support. Like all the watch alongs that we've done. It's pretty cool to have DraftKings on board for this one. And if you guys don't mind, and if you haven't done it already, just, anything you see on social media, retweet or re-X or whatever the hell it's called now. Share as much as you can. We really appreciate it. These are fun to do, despite us being tremendously jealous of the people that are there right now. We're happy that we could still provide this service for you guys here. So, waiting for the fighters to come out. Ribovix is about to walk out first. Esteban. I wonder the people that are there. I have a buddy that's there right now. I think I'd be mad dizzy at this point. I don't know if that's like the old man in me or. A lot of people that have gone to the concerts have said taking Dramamine. There's Roy Jones Jr. That's helped out a lot of people. Ribovics and Zellhuber is next. I anticipate. What is wrong with me? Anticipate a great fight. This drone is out of its mind. How come every time I use my drone, man, it don't look like that? I'm practically running into buildings and shit. Remember that one time when I lost the drone? Oh yeah, what's that? Ribovics from Argentina is in the prep point right now. After he comes in, we will see Daniel Zellhuber. Kid's big, man. He's so big. In person, you just look at him and you just go, how can you make this weight class? People always ask us, and we're about to have our 3,500 show. And it's going to be a live one. It's going to be on YouTube. It's not this coming Wednesday, but the following. And so sometimes when we have these monumental shows, we get asked questions, right, about like, how did the show start, stuff like that. What are your favorite guests? Growing up a combat sports fan, believe it or not, if you put a guy like Conor McGregor in the studio, which he has been there, I don't get as nervous as like when somebody like a Roy Jones Jr., who they just showed on camera, when that dude sits down, it's like, holy shit. It's hard to focus. Fernando Vargas also was in the studio once. Even one time, I know it's going to sound funny, but we did have Edward James Olmos in the studio with Stitch Duran, who we call Edwards James Almost. And that even is like very intimidating. Roddy Piper was in studio. That was extremely intimidating. Those types of guests, I guess, make us geek out, if that makes sense. Versus like if a John Jones sits down in studio, that feels more like it's work, and you're trying to I'm trying to give you guys the best interview that I can possibly do, right? But when these people that I just mentioned sit down, it's more like I'm just being a geek. I'm geeking out. I'm thinking, what am I doing here? If my dad could see this, he'd be losing his mind. You know, things like that. Those are the guests that really, really make us. Oh, I can't speak for George, but make me really nervous. Hey, George.
And that show will be on September 26th at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. It's actually a Thursday, and it's my 55th birthday.
It's a Thursday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I will be right back. Oh, bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah, our 3500 show will be on Thursday, September 26th. We're going to have a live show. We'll have some guests. We just started kind of planning it the last few days. It's normally just a podcast. We used to be live every day for like 15 years. And then we went back more into podcast form, started focusing on video interviews, created a new video series. Excuse me. But for this show, we wanted to go live. So that's what we're going to do. We just uploaded show number 3497. And so 3498 will be Monday show. 3499 will be next Thursday show, which would be what, the 19th. And then we'll be off for the 23rd because that's Goze's birthday. So we're going to take that day off. And on the 26th, we'll be back for our 3500 show, 3,500 shows. We're definitely happy about that, proud about that fact that we've reached that number. And hopefully you guys will join us. It'll be live here on YouTube, youtube.com/MMA Junkie video. We're also live on Facebook. That's facebook.com/official MMA Junkie. And lastly, you can always just go straight through our website and they'll link you up there as well. a lot of people ask me, why do you always say it that way? First, let me tell you this. Zellhuber, 25 years of age. Rebovics, 28. 6'1". Sorry, I thought he was 6'3". 6'1", Zellhuber. And 5'10" for Rebovics. But how about this? 77-inch reach advantage for Zellhuber. And 69 inches for Rebovics. That's an 8-inch difference. O'Day Osborne just had a 7.5 inch and he lost. So it's not the end all be all, right? And these Argentinians are good boxers, by the way. Both weighed in at 155 pounds. So people ask me, why do you always specify that it might be YouTube or all right, I'll tell you why. Because you might work in a company that you guys use Facebook a lot and you're on Facebook, but your YouTube is blocked or your ESPN is blocked. At least that's how it was when I was in the corporate world, right? But if you work with a company that uses social media, you can watch through Facebook. You just put the little listening device in, headphones, whatever, AirPods, and then it doesn't matter that you're blocked. If Junkie's blocked because it's a sport website or YouTube's blocked, you can go through Facebook. So there's lots of different ways that you can look for workarounds. So I'd rather give it to you guys that way. This fight's about to go. Wow. Okay, this one's like a Dia de la Muerte type chick. And it looks good. It's not like, we'll say the sexy route, but it's still pretty good. Like they costumed out pretty good. I'm starting to turn on this.
They're called Catrinas. Catrinas.
Catrinas? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. So Zellhuber's in the red. Rebovics is in the green. Zellhuber is fighting. Right now, he's fighting as an orthodox fighter. He'll switch stances, though. And so is Rebovics. Rebovics is getting aggressive there. He went with a punch to the chest and a kick to the head, but they both missed. Still settling in with Rebovic kind of more as the aggressor. Goes, you need to turn down just a little bit.
There we go.
Oh, nice head kick there by Zellhuber. I'm going to turn mine down a little bit too. What's your clock rundown, Goes?
401, 4, 359, 58.
Okay. Thanks.
Zellhuber has Eric Nixick in his corner. That dude is great at motivating his fighters, making great adjustments, good game plans. But the one thing you want to see with this type of fighter is boom, that jab right in your face, a front kick.
I think Capatillo's in this corner as well.
And Hector Vasquez from Cobrino Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, good shot to the body by Zellhuber. Zellhuber, I don't know if you caught it, Goes, but he's got an 8-inch reach advantage, man.
Yeah.
And, you know, you also use it with the legs, just a straight push kick, you know, to the solar plexus. Those add up, man. Nice body shot there by Zellhuber. Rebovic now switches stance. He's going southpaw. Kick to the thigh by Rebovics. And that thigh kick I just talked about, Rogan and Cormier are questioning why anyone would even do that anymore still. Well, it has slowed down fighters and ended fights, but yeah, it's the calf kick is just really taking over the sport.
That 1-2 right there. And then that's what Rebovics has to do, right? To get in underneath those shots.
Zellhuber kicks to the body. It's blocked by Rebovics. Great defensive stance by Zellhuber. It's not as much of a shell as Irene Aldana, but he does get him up there, so it's hard to get a clean shot at him. it's already hard to get through that force field, because he's 6'1" with a 77-inch reach.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good body shots by Rebovics.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of figuring out how to get around those shots. He just needs to do more of it.
Steve Mazzagatti, he's still in the sport. I see him there I think he's a timekeeper now.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still a fireman in Las Vegas?
I don't know if he still does that. Somebody in our chat brought up, do you remember our caller, Dirty South, back in the day?
Yeah.
I think Zellhuber kind of lost his footing a little bit, but took a straight left hand. Decent first round. Nice pace. We'll see if that kind of steps up a little bit here.
40 seconds left here in round one.
Oof.
Well, getting back to just the playing surface, which is the octagon, and the camera angles that they show, right now it looks like they could just be in any arena, right? It's when they pan out when it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Ribovic landed the nice left.
Yeah, when these guys get in the phone booth, they fire. Good first round.
Uh-huh.
Entertaining. I forget that. What are we on? What is this, fight 3?
Fight 2.
Fight 2 on the main card?
Yeah. We still have the 2 title fights and then Ortega versus Lopez.
That's right. These little movies are...
Which is next, by the way.
Longer.
I don't know if you heard me, but that one's next.
Mm-hmm. My top story was Gigi's shit story in Brazil. Oh, man, I still remember that. Made me throw up, dude.
I just sent something to Big Ralph about that.
Didn't you have a worse one the other day, or like come close to one? I know you had one in...
I did have something similar in Peru, but not like that one, because that one I battled like 3 or 4 blocks walking the streets of Rio de Janeiro to get back to my room, only to come up short right before.
That's when you're like putting the key in and your hand was shaking and stuff, right?
Yes. But did you see that one story I found with
yeah,
who was it?
That was funny.
George Brett, I think, telling the story when it happened to him, Kansas City Royals third baseman. Yeah. He just told it like it was nothing.
Like it's a story to share at Thanksgiving or some shit.
But it was funny because where he cracked me up was when he said he was pinching his butt together. And I'm trying to remember why he said something happened where he just either had to take a step and all that did was loosen it and it was over.
It's red light, green light. Is basically what you're playing. Nice left hand from Zellhuber. Rebovics also lands.
I'll tell you one, not tonight, but I'll tell you one on a future Junkie Radio or whatever. I had to pull over in Corona, Shogun, I think was the name of that restaurant, remember?
Yeah. Ooh, nice right hand from Rebovics.
Yeah.
Zellhuber bleeding now from the top of his nose, bridge of his nose, looks like.
Zellhuber seems to lose every time he gets in the phone booth area. But if he just sticks and moves from the outside, he's doing good. But he needs to be more active because Esteban Ribovics just has different ways of getting in there and penetrating that force field, I call it, the 77 inches. He gets through there pretty good, and he's really good at hooks. And so Zellhuber, I think one thing that would help him and I mentioned this in the other fight, is those straight kicks that Sean Strickland does, man. He kicks you in the stomach or he punches you, and it's nonstop. But Zellhuber hasn't really used those. Revovic just went to the body. Zellhuber just ripped him to the body too. 243, 242, 241, 240. Zellhuber threatened with like a knee up the middle, got away from it. Kick to the body by Zellhuber, but not much steam on it. There you go. Nice straight kick there. Punch to the chest by Zellhuber. Oof. Fans are into it. I hear a lot of yelling. And again, Rivovic landed a nice left hook. Oh, Zellhuber looked like he landed a nice knee just as Rivovic came in. Because Rivovic is 5'10", Zellhuber is 6'1". So when Rivovic is kind of ducking his way in, he can meet a knee. Nice kick to the body by Zellhuber. Couple nice punches land for Zellhuber. Oh, Rivovic with a nice left hook. Another right hand by Rivovic lands. Stiff jab by Zellhuber. Straight kick to the body by Zellhuber. Rivovic answers with a combo that's finished with a leg kick. (33-31) is the lead in significant strikes for the first round for Rivovic, but in this round it's 42-40 Zellhuber. Rivovic is still kicking to the thigh and not the calf. Big right hand by Zellhuber. Rivovic knows how to roll with punches very well, though. He doesn't absorb all that. It's a high pace, man. It's going to be interesting to see who tires the quickest because neither one's slowing down. But we still got 5.5 rounds of 5.5 minutes of fighting left. Zellhuber's now fighting southpaw. That opens up the liver shot for a kick or a punch. And Zellhuber switches back to orthodox. Oh, great exchange there by both guys. One knee snuck in there for Zellhuber that looked nice. Rivovic tried a spinning back elbow that missed. This round about to end.
He's got to have more of them straight attacks, man.
A lot of respect between the Argentinian and the Mexican. Let's take a look at the live odds to see what the bookies are saying.
I'm going to answer a question from the chat. They want to know how much to take a punch from Ngannou or a leg kick from Khalil Roundtree. Fuck that. Obviously to the body, right? If he hits me in the head, I'm gonna die. Probably like 30 grand, I think, is where I would start. Roundtree, I'm probably starting at 15 grand. I'm pretty sure he's gonna break my leg.
Wow, the highlights that are shown on the outside of the sphere look awesome, man.
Yeah,
it makes you want to be there for the next one because you're outside, not inside, and they don't show you what's happening. And I did catch some of Nick Sick and what he was saying to Zellhuber, and he was saying something similar to what I said. Goes more kicks, and he specified teep kicks. He goes, "You do that." He goes, "You're gonna win this fight."
Oh, looks like he's saving
he
his
can't
energy.
promise that what the score is, but holy cow, these guys are really lighting each other up. Zellhuber really came out. Minus 230 for Zellhuber. He's favored. Rivovic plus 175. Oh, big elbow lands for Zellhuber.
Nice.
Big left hand lands for Rivovic.
It's a good fight. They've been saving themselves for round 3. They are exchanging.
Both guys just traded really nice right hands. Another right hand by Zellhuber.
Oh,
big elbow lands for Zellhuber. But he doesn't get on top of Ribovics. Ribovics reacts and wrestles and now manages to get back on top. Zellhuber misplayed that. He either should have just let him get up while he was dealing with his own stuff
he's gonna throw another one.
or pounced on him. Yeah, he could. Nice knee there by Zellhuber. But that was a big
Ribovic,
elbow. And that one's
Ribovic-
winning him the round, by the way. Go ahead, Gus.
He had landed a solid punch right before he took that elbow.
Jason Herzog is warning Zellhuber. Damn, it looks ugly because he kind of like parries his head and then the thumb digs in. It almost looks dirty, to be honest. But I don't believe it was. It's just the way Zellhuber uses his reach to paw. And of course, because it was the thumb. But
He's
you know,
still
you
doing
gotta
it.
remember when they show the slow motion, it looks uglier than it really is because it's in slow motion.
Jason Herzog told him, "Do not do that again because of how nasty it looked." But he's still kind of pawing out there. That leads me to believe there's no more warnings. You're gonna lose a point.
Oh, big overhand right by Ribovics. He hurt Zellhuber. He's hurt on the feet and he's swinging away. Zellhuber's moving around, barely surviving. Ribovics is swinging away. Not all of them are landing, but Zellhuber definitely is hurt. He's chasing around the octagon and he's swinging and swinging. Zellhuber's ducking and ducking, but he's still on his feet. Ribovic is still swinging away, man. It's like 30 straight punches.
Yeah.
Not all are landing, though. And this guy has managed to get out of it, but he trips himself. Now he's back to his feet. He's okay. His hands are low, though.
Got to shoot or something.
Ribovic could still finish him. He needs to hit him in the body. But now Zellhuber's covering up nicely, and Ribovic's getting tired. I don't know. He looks like a noodle, man, the way he's moving around here.
What in the world is going
He
on
still
here?
isn't shaking it off because Ribovic will then hit him. But now Ribovic is tired. Goes, can Zellhuber get out of this? Now he's covered up, and he's looking a little bit better. Now he's on stationary feet. He leans back against the fence. He throws a nice left hook, though, and so does Ribovic. He throws another left hook, Zellhuber does. Ribovic rips to the body. Holy cow, they're swinging. Okay, you got the fight of the night now.
Yeah,
oh, big overhand
sure.
right by Zellhuber. 2 minutes left. Zellhuber lands a big right hand. Ribovic will not go away, though. He's still
This is
socking him up.
crazy. He's got to go to the body, though.
He does. They both do. And Zellhuber answering with some counter lefts, but he takes like 4 or 5 before he answers, and he's hurt and tired. Now he's starting to use the jab a little bit. Can he get out of this? I don't know. Ribovic is tired, but he's still accurate, and he still has pop. 1:30 left here in round 3. Zellhuber lands a knee and a big right.
This is
crazy.
crazy.
Big punches landed by Ribovic. The crowd is going nuts here. 1:18 left here in round 3. DC and Joe Rogan at a loss for words. Zellhuber still swinging away now with a teep kick, a couple of nice straight punches. Not too much starch on him. Not enough to back up Ribovic. He still keeps coming at him with 102, 101, and 1 minute left here in round 3. Everything after this is just house money. The fans are already going nuts. Big left hand lands for Ribovic. Zellhuber looks like he wants to wrestle. He gives up on it. Now they stand back in the middle. Obviously, Ribovic is ahead right now. There's 40 seconds left for Zellhuber to come back.
Oof. He saved himself probably from a 10-8, though, with some of that.
30 seconds left here. I was trying to get a quick peek at live betting. It's over. All right, so we got 26 seconds, 25. They are swinging away. Ribovic seems to just get the better punches in, though. Zellhuber's more arm punching. 17, 16, 15 left. Zellhuber tries to go up the middle like Anderson Silva with his feet. Jumping knee, misses. They are still swinging away with 3 seconds left. Fans are going nuts. Broadcasters are going nuts. But I think this is going to be a Ribovic round and possible fight. At least that's the way it looked like to me with round 3, with it being 1-1 going into round 3.
God, you wanted the night to end like that, huh?
Yes.
Great fight, though. Good job, matchmakers. Whoever called that one.
Yeah, I kind of didn't want to see these two fight, honestly. because I really like them both.
I think Rivovic's won that one, dude.
I know, and I'm bummed out about it, but that's a big elbow. And then he chicken legs him right here. Ribovic does after Zellhuber landed that elbow. But it was so many punches that he landed that's when he won back the elbow and then took a lead that Zellhuber just could not overcome. Zellhuber went for a lazy single there. And he did throw some punches. It looked like he wanted to come back and was mounting a comeback, but he couldn't get going. 133 significant head strikes by Esteban Ribovic. Zellhuber with 91. Significant body strikes, 34-25, Ribovic. Leg kicks, 21-5, Ribovic. I think Ribovic won rounds 1 and 3. Wait.
No, 2 and 3.
2 and 3, yeah.
Although it was close.
Now I'm kind of digging the ring card girls, like in that outfit.
Split.
29-28, Ribovic. Zellhuber 29-28. Chris Lee's the last judge.
I think they got it right at the end of the day.
I think so too, man. And I really wanted Zellhuber to win. I had to call.
If you're Latina, you could almost lie and just say, "I was a ring card girl. I was there in the second fight, the main card."
Yeah,
you can't really tell, right?
In a sweatsuit with like a little gym bag. Hey, just want to say hi to everyone. I'm about to go in the Noche in the Sphere. I want to be one of the ring card girls. Keep an eye out for me. Yeah, you could pull it off. Best round in history. Wow. Maybe. Hard to remember them all. It's always going to be recency bias.
Well, they're going to show another movie here. So why don't we get this pick in? You picked that one, right?
Yeah.
This next one, very tough. Here is the way I look at it. Best Brian Ortega beats best Diego Lopez. I'm just never sure which Brian Ortega shows up. I'm going to go with the underdog, George. I'm actually going to go Brian Ortega. Plus 164.
Well, Ortega, what he did in Mexico against Yair was incredible, honestly.
It was.
And I thought his goose was cooked. Diego Lopez obviously does slow down in round 3. I can't imagine what he went through. First, Ortega at 45, then Ortega at 55, and then Dan Ige at, what was it, 165? I don't know. So a lot of that, and then obviously those are different skill sets. I think Lopez can hang with Ortega on the ground. Doesn't mean I want him to go there. But I just think that Lopez keeps getting better, and he's climbing while Ortega's on a decline, maybe. I don't know, or just peaking, but he's at his summit. And Lopez just seems to get better and better. But here's the thing. Lopez also rises to the occasion. You know what I'm saying?
It's so hard to judge Lopez on that last fight because as awkward as it was for Ige, it was very awkward for him too. So you have to go with whatever's left. All right.
Are you picking Ortega? I'm picking Lopez, but if you're picking Ortega, that's fine.
I'm taking Ortega. And because it's my turn here, that's our pick. But individually, Chipotle.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take Lopez.
I don't think it's fair that you have one and I have the other. Something's got to be on the line. That patchy mix next to him?
Marino's got some pop.
How many of those flautas did you wax
3, and I think there might be one left.
on your plate?
Why you? Huh?
On your plate or overall?
There was only 3 on my plate, and I ate them.
So
How
there's
about
only
you?
one flauta left overall?
No, I saw one over there. I just put the food away. I had too much going on, so I'll just reheat it later or whatever. But there's one flauta left and a little bit of rice and beans.
I had 3.
How many did you have?
3.
Oh, okay. Are you hoping to have it again sometime?
Yeah, that was good.
I'm going to do a parlay right here. Grasso and Shevchenko are going the distance, huh?
Probably, yeah. I think it has a better chance of going the distance than the main event does.
I heard that. No, I shouldn't say that. I'm not saying it properly. I just came across on the internet a probable rumor that Valentina might retire tonight if she loses. Probably, it was kind of like a headline. I think I was surfing through Twitter or something. I saw it. I go, what? And then just didn't have enough time to see what that was about. But you know, when you read something, it catches you off guard, and then you go, well, wait a minute, I could see that. You know, she's getting older. I'm not sure if the sister's still fighting. And she's been doing it since she was 5, Taekwondo. Sorry, Muay Thai. You know, like if you see, I was gonna say if you lose to Grasso, you ain't gonna become flyweight champion. But can I tell you something?
Why can't you just go up? It's back open again.
She could beat Raquel Pennington.
Yeah.
Or Juliana Pena.
Well, she already did.
So yeah, that's true. So I don't see why she couldn't just go back to bantamweight, which is where she came from, because she kind of got pushed out by Nunes, right? When she went 0-2 against Nunes.
Mm-hmm.
So what's this? Pajeda versus Roundtree Jr., Pennington versus Pena, Evloev versus Sterling, Vieira versus Harrison, and Delice versus Holland. I don't think Delice versus Holland should be on the main card.
No?
Nope. Let me see. I'll tell you who should be. Or maybe there isn't another.
Kevin Holland.
Aldo's on this card, right? Why is Aldo and Batista not on there?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Buckley and Thompson. Thompson's tough, you know. Yeah, bro. How are you not putting the guy that saved the card in Rio de Janeiro? How are you not putting Aldo versus Mario Batista, who's as solid as a rising bantamweight as there is? How are you not going to put them on there? You're going to put Kevin Holland against Roman Delice. Am I off here?
No. I don't think it's an insult, but
to Aldo, one of the all-time greats? Hell yeah, it is. Prior to him beating, so Holland obviously had an amazing 2020. We called it, and then since then, he's 5-6 with 1 no contest. Delice is he's lost 2 of his last 3. Prior to that, he won 4 straight. Decent names: Kyle Dawkins, Phil Haas, Jack Hermanson. But I mean, this is Jose Aldo we're talking about, and he's not going against the tomato can. Mario Batista's legit, bro. And that's an exciting division, too. This is another story.
I think this is
All
the animated one.
Let's watch the story.
Bro, that's got to be the worst seat ever. The whole back, like your back is to the whole thing. This would be legit live, dude.
It was like Terry Bradshaw saying that.
It did kind of, huh? Bro, who was the guy that hunted the Smurfs? Gargamel?
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
What I like, though, about these movies, I'm glad they're only 90 seconds. I thought they're going to be a little longer. Is that they build the anticipation of the next fight without the show dragging on.
Well, because normally right now we'd be learning about color guard or something stupid like that.
True. We got to find out from others that were there, like, are Rogan and Cormier just being great employees? I don't blame them for it if they are. But Rogan said we should just do them all here.
I mean, dude, if this was like their product going forward,
seats. What?
If this was their product going forward, like every pay-per-view, it would be very hard to argue that. Well, I don't know.
So what was the 20 million making those videos or?
Well, there's probably a site fee, right? Yeah, the whole product, because it's like stuff that they've never done before. So,
because I'm just cool with just having that background and just having the the fighter previews right there. That's stuff that they run at T-Mobile. Like, in other words, what I'm saying is I can live without the stories. I appreciate the stories. I like the stories. But if the stories are what doubles the budget, I can do without the stories. If that's what would get it back there. I think they started off slow with the ring card girls and they picked it up. They started switching things around. It looked pretty cool. It really is kind of a really nice homage to the rich history of Mexico and their combat sports athletes.
Now, you know
again, what is the guy at the 400 and the 300s? What's their view of the fights? Because I'm not there to watch a movie. I'm there to watch fights. The movies are just a bonus.
I don't know how to put this without being massively offensive. Look, George and I are Mexican American, right? You know, our father is from Mexican descent, our mother's Peruvian. So for us, this is kind of cool. Whenever we would see these fighters, primarily in boxing, you had this pride of the way they fought, right, and represented. It was just different when somebody said, you know, he's a Mexican boxer. You kind of knew what they meant. So for us, this is like super cool. But I'm curious, like, I don't know, somebody else from a different ethnicity just going, fucking enough about Mexico. Let's just get on with it. I don't know.
It
Because I
could
feel
be.
like if I'm watching this and let's just say everything about tonight was about Brazil or Japan or Australia, maybe not Australia, but yeah, I think I would still be into it. I don't know. I don't know if after a while I'd be like, enough, just give me a fight.
It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one because yeah, we have to step out of that shadow to participate, you know, and say, well, if it was me, you know. I think people are geeked out no matter what, and they're enjoying it. It hasn't really slowed down the night of fights, but do I want to do it every pay-per-view? I can handle this every pay-per-view. But if I paid to go to the pay-per-view, I don't know if I would enjoy myself if I wasn't close. I think I'd want to be in the second level, to be honest with you.
I think I'd be in the third. Oh yeah, take that back. Oh no, wait. Well, which one's the fourth? Is it that one way up there, or is it the one right below it?
The fourth is way up there.
Then I would want to be in the third, lower third, or top second. I think that person that just joined the chat right now, is that who I think it is? And if so, aren't you at the fight?
Care to share?
Yeah, you. He just gave me the who, me? Oh, okay. By the way, something we learned growing up, if you're ever in a jam, you know, the wife says, where you been? The teacher says, what are you up to? If you just throw a who, me, that will buy you at least 5 seconds of confusion to think of a good lie. And if you can't lie in 5 seconds, then you have no business doing whatever it is you did.
Let me see here. If you guys have any questions, now's a good time to sneak them in. There's some jokes here. Let me see. Bromo says 20 mil for Oscar's Coke in his box. Oscar De La Hoya is there. I think he's there with what does Dana White call him? Shake Turkey? like he's a milkshake or something like that. Shake Turkey is just, he doesn't even try to pronounce his name right. Joshua Boyd says my boys are locked in. How you doing, Joshua? Long time no seen.
He's
too
great
expensive guy. Sub-Zero says too expensive. Dana spent 30 million. I know it was at 20 and then he added 2 or 3 more. It could very well have gotten that high. Who knows? But the gate was going to be 25 million, wasn't it? And then Riyadh Season got involved as a sponsor, and
Yogi the dog.
I'm sure you can find other ways to make money from this thing too. Watch boxing. Go to the Sphere now. Let's see here. How do I watch for free? It would probably be unethical for me to tell you how to do that. If everyone else paid, but it ain't that hard to figure out. Broke entrepreneur. And then
you think that guy walks into the bank
hey,
and goes,
how you guys doing today? How you doing? We're doing good. Biker Bro 18 says, when's Sean fighting? There's this fight, Biker Bro. Then there's Shevchenko and Grasso. And then there's the main event. So if I had to guess, worst case scenario, they all go the distance, you're still looking about another hour from now. Ortega's a little soft around the middle, huh?
Maybe a little bit.
Let's see here.
Do you remember when we
Chase
told them?
Allenson says they can't and won't show you fights, you goofs. Pretty much. Who y'all got in these last 3 fights? I'm going with Lopez. Goze likes Ortega. We're betting Chipotle over it. And then in the next fight, I want Valentina to win, but I really think it's going to be Grasso. She just seems to get better and better, and I think she's peaking at the right age. The creator of the UFC is a guy named Art Davey, and his partner in crime was a guy named Rorion Gracie. His son, Henner, is the one standing behind Brian Ortega. And Henner's uncle is Royce Gracie, the legendary Royce Gracie. And that's Horion's little brother. Okay, let's go. So let's do some more. What time does O'Malley fight? I answered that one. Does anyone know? We already told you. Is the fight already started? Nope. Ortega and Lopez are in the octagon. They should start soon. Chase says O'Malley by round 3. Who do you guys got in the main event? You know what, man?
Oh.
I've been all over Dvalishvili for the last 2 months, but I swear if you handed me a bag with $1 million and said you can keep it if you get it right, I think I'd go with O'Malley. Carlton says the free site just got seized by Homeland Security. I wouldn't know nothing about it. Bernard says I'm just happy Ortega is fighting this time. Me too. And he made weight. Sergio Chavez says Brian gets hit too much. And what? There's a heart over what I'm supposed to read. And the ground is probably even. Yeah, Lopez, don't sleep on his ground game. It's pretty good. All right, Bruce Buffer is going to announce the fights, and then we'll start telling you what's happening in real time for those of you that didn't buy the pay-per-view.
I'm still laughing at goofs. When somebody doesn't curse, being called a goof is like the worst. That's their F word.
Hey, if you all could kindly hit the like button, that would be great. That's all I'm asking. Just click and then go about your business. In fact, you can click that button and then go, I hooked you up, fat boy, and I'll take it. I'll take that insult. But just hit the like button. And you can insult me all you want. Just don't say nothing about my mama. All right, here we go. Diego Lopez being announced by Bruce Buffer. Bernard got me. All right. Fist bump to Bernard. I have the option to show or hide it. I'm a man of my word. I'll show it.
Yeah.
What time
Big
is O'Malley
Worm
fighting? Man, you guys keep asking that same question. All right. O'Malley, if I had to guess, will go about 9:45 p.m. Pacific, 12:45 p.m. Eastern. Don't hold me to it. This could end as fast as Masvidal and Askren did, and then they'd have to move everything up. I don't know, right? Liam Jones says, this is the fight for everyone to say this is the real main event to prove that they're not a casual.
What's that called?
The chara.
Chara? That's what that look is called, or that person?
I think the second one's those hot Aztec ladies.
Adelita.
One, right?
Yeah, that one, I think so too.
All right, folks, here we go. Touch of gloves. Black tights worn by Brian Ortega. He's in the red corner. Green trunks worn by Diego Lopez. He's in the blue corner. The red corner is the championship corner. That's the one that Alexa Grasso and Sean O'Malley will be coming out of. They're just feeling each other out in the center of the octagon. Lazy jabs. Little combo thrown there by Brian Ortega. Diego Lopez is yet to do anything. As I say that, he throws a calf kick that lands inside and outside. A big right hand landed by Diego Lopez. He hurts Ortega. Ortega's catching his feet, but he is hurt. He's in a world of hurt. And here comes Diego Lopez exploding on him. Ortega's back to his feet. And now Lopez slams him. He's attacking Ortega. I don't know if he wants to submit him. He might want to prove a point, or he could just pound his face and end this thing. Ortega's still hurt. He's on his back, but it's still early, and he seems to be regaining himself. And as I say that, some big elbows are starting to land from Diego Lopez's part. He's got to watch out though. Ortega was attacking with a triangle there.
His eyes jacked up, George.
Yeah, and now Diego Lopez did he hold his hair and punch him? While Diego Lopez is still punching away. Ortega was attacking with another triangle. I think Lopez is now being aware of what's happening. He should just tell him to get up.
That
Lopez standing over him with 3:30 left here in round one. Ortega, I think, is still hurt. He's giving Ortega time to recover. He should either just tell him to stand or go into his guard. Lopez looks like he wants to prove a point, though. He just took Ortega's back. He's kind of in a mounted position on top of him. I think he wants to end it with ground and pound. But he has to be careful, man. Ortega's no joke on the ground. As I say that, though, Lopez is just beating him up. He's still on top. He's not doing anything right now. And Ortega is recovering, I think.
Up kick.
Up kick there by Ortega. I don't know what Lopez is doing, man. He knocked him out when he was fresh. Why wouldn't he tell him to stand up when he's not fresh?
You jinxed Ortega,
another
man.
mean up kick goes. Something came out, spit out of Lopez's mouth or something, or a tooth. That was nasty. It looks like Lopez feels like he's got a beat on his ground and pound. I'm sorry, Goze. Go ahead.
The left eye for Ortega is really starting to swell. It's going to get really bad if this gets out of this round. You kind of jinxed him, man, when you said unless this fight ends like Masvidal and Askren. It was on its way.
Dude, it was quick. Yeah, Ortega's eyes messed up. The fans give a nice cheer. Ortega fist bumps him. He knows he's in trouble, but he's back on his feet. I think he's got his wits about him. Oh, nice jab there by Ortega. It was like a jab and a hook right behind it. Ooh, Ortega threw a nice right. It was nice and crisp. He's coming back a little bit. There's 152, 151, and 150 left here in round one. Uppercut lands for Ortega. Not much on it, though. Left hand thrown by Ortega lands. Not much on it, though. They trade jabs. 140 left here in round one. Ortega, nice jab. It looks really slick. He's been working on it. He's settling in.
It's bringing that jab back to a defensive position that's getting him in trouble.
And remember what we said about Lopez goes. He kind of slowed down in that Ige fight, so he has to make sure he also doesn't burn all of his energy either.
Mm-hmm. George, if you could only have one of their haircuts for the rest of your life, which one would it be?
Oh my gosh. So I got to wear it like they're wearing it right now?
Yep. So how they look right now, that's you for the rest of your life.
Probably, I was going to say probably Lopez, but I can't switch it up and mohawk or.
Nah, that's you right there.
That thing, that rat tail or whatever he's got in the back, just rocking that everywhere is too much.
Nice body punch by Lopez and comes up top as well. Ortega keeps throwing out that jab. It is nice, but it's not doing too much right now. Lopez.
Okay, so right now there's 26, 25, and 24 seconds left here in round one. Ortega's definitely recovered, but you can tell he's hurt. His left eye is really, really messed up. It's not closed, but it's bruised up. Diego is just skinny, but man, he throws. Look at, he's got good back muscles, good shoulders. It just looks like he knows how to generate power from his upper body. He looks kind of scrawny, man, but then when he's standing next to people when they face off, like he's got guns just like the other guys that are bigger than him. Here's the replay right here. Boom, right hand, and then here comes the left. Boom. Both of them. A nice 1-2 landed by Lopez early in the fight. Let's see what his breathing looks like. I mean, it looks okay. He drank some water. He's calm. His chest is breathing, but just like any other athlete would be.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't blow his load. I think he wasted time, though, when he could have just said, get up. Because he would have got up and he would have been wobbled.
Possibly, yeah.
But instead, on the ground, he was taking risks with almost getting triangled. And
Hey, fellas, been a fan since the Tag Radio days. That comes from J. Beta. Appreciate that, man. I was just looking at a Tag Radio shirt the other day in my closet. Love that era. Shout out to Swaggy.
thank you guys
P.
for the nice comments, and thank you. About 20 likes came in on that like request, so I really appreciate it, guys.
Just to call you fat boy?
Bernard called me a fat boy. I took it. That was fine.
Okay.
So they don't have to hit the like if they don't want. I would hope that they did, but I said if they wanted to, they could do it and then insult me, and I would take it.
Add me to that too, then. Nice right and a left from Lopez. Ortega he needs to move more. He needs to move his head more.
By Lopez.
He's basically on a frozen line the whole time.
Look how big his shoulders and his back are, Goze Lopez. He generates a lot of power there. His waist is thin. His legs are real skinny, but man, he can crack. He's fast, and there's just power, dude. Yeah, see, they're seeing it too, that Lopez is slowing down. If this was 5 rounds, I'd be scared to hold a Lopez ticket.
Yeah, I could see that. But the thing is, there we go. I was just about to say Ortega doesn't really offer anything right now.
You know what
scares
scares me?
What he wants to do
is Ortega's like 33, right? And the other day he was like, okay, he's on embedded, and he arrives and he unpacks his PS5. I get it, dude. I got a PS5, right? But then he confesses, I'm into Fortnite, I'm obsessed or whatever. Like I just wonder if when you start getting too comfortable, that other guy isn't getting that extra workout or that extra run because the focus is more the fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Fortnite will fucking be there, man, in a week or two. Right now, rest and focus, even if it's watching the fight one more time. Now, there's the flip side. Hey, it relaxes me. It's this, it's that. Maybe, I guess, but I followed Brian for a long time, and there just always seems to be these different types of distractions. And with him coming so short in some of these title fights, I always wondered if that was the difference. Like, Volkanovski doesn't strike me as someone that worries too much about those other distractions, and he's got a family and all. But what do I know, man? What do I know? Seriously. Oh, another big right by Lopez. Not as much on it, though. Big left landed by Ortega. Kick to the head by Lopez lands, but Ortega just eats it. I mean, it landed on his jaw. Ortega's always been able to take good shots, man. He's durable in that regard. And he's got great jiu-jitsu. But if he had become a really good offensive wrestler, I think he could have been a world champ.
Yeah? Oh, nice calf.
Oh, that leg. Is the leg giving out? He's kicked it a few times. He's going to ask him to stand.
It's bruised up. I just think it was a hell of a kick.
Yeah, his leg's messed up. Ortega's left leg. I bet you one more and he goes down. And he's not switching stances. There's a nice one. There's 117, 116, 115 left here in round 2. Lopez obviously won round 1. That leg kick's got to be treated kind of like a take or a knockdown, right? In a way. I mean, not the 10A, not the traditional 10A, but I think the judges are going to take it serious. Oh, he just kicked it again. Ortega got it up a little bit, and so it took some of the steam off. Now he switched his stance, did Ortega. But he doesn't know how to fight as a southpaw, it doesn't look like. He just does it for the moment, and then he switches back up. That could be some trouble if Lopez kicks him there. It's right there if he wants to kick it. 20, 24, 23, 22 seconds left here. Oh, he gets a nice kick, and he didn't kick all the way through, though. But he's not putting a lot of weight on it.
Yeah. He's got to figure out a way to get going here, though.
He'll make it to the end of the round, and they'll probably ice his leg. Both guys switch stances. It's the end of round 2. Let's see what DraftKings is telling us in terms of live betting. Diego Lopez minus 620. Brian Ortega plus 400. Tiki Gossen's probably blocking that leg.
That's Don House.
Oh, it is Don House?
Yeah, but they went underneath his legs, though.
Tiki's telling him to put him on his back.
That's Paul Herrera, too, to his left, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, him and Tiki work very close together.
They were both coaches on Tough.
Oh, look at that shin, man. Right on the side of the head. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that knot on his shin. Go see it right there.
Mm-hmm. So far, fights have been pretty good, right?
Yeah. That leg could come into play. All right, let's see if Lopez can hang on or if Ortega can mount some sort of a comeback. I have it 2-0 Lopez, and it looks like the odds makers agree. Goze, your thoughts?
2-0 for sure. I just can't remember. Was round 1 10-8 around there?
I don't think I've seen a 10-8. Well, that was damage.
It was a beatdown, wasn't it? I just
Could be
can't
right.
remember how much Brian came back in that round.
I just broed you again. I don't know why that's stuck on me. We can get away with it because we're actually brothers.
Yeah. They're starting to exchange a little bit here. I think Brian Ortega senses what he needs here.
He looks recovered and fresher, but Lopez looks like he can still crack harder. He just has a little bit better that fast twitch. Ortega, when he first came along, was just jiu-jitsu, man. He didn't have all this. He's way better now. But see, Tiki did tell him if you take him down, and I think he's doing better like this. I think he has a better chance to finish Lopez just like this. Of course, he could get finished too. But wrestling and then having to do all that, I don't know. Maybe it takes time and it's not easy and it burns energy. And
you just wish there was more pop, more zip with Brian Ortega's striking. It's not horrible, that bad. It's just.
Oh, that's nice right there, that takedown. Well, he didn't complete it, but the timing was nice, and he went in and he gave up on it. 2:20 left here in round 3. Oh, another kick to the cab by Lopez. Didn't get all of it.
It was a good shot. I thought it wobbled Lopez
right now. Both Ortega and Zellhuber, man, they survived onslaughts, didn't they?
Yeah. Zellhuber's was way worse, though, I think.
Well, Zellhuber stayed standing the whole time, didn't he?
His eye is so jacked up, dude.
I couldn't tell if he was trying to call a timeout or what, but Ortega's kind of hurt. Lopez hit him really hard in the eye. The ref did not stop it. Now there's 1:30 left here in round 3. Lopez has taken Ortega's back. They're standing, but they're up against the cage, and Ortega gets out. They're talking to each other, but it's sportsmanship only.
I don't know if he was claiming that it was like a finger in the eye. To me, it looked like a knuckle.
About 2 fights ago, I wasn't on the Lopez's hype train much. And now I am.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of the same.
He's grown on me. The other day, we were interviewing Myron Santos, who just won on The Ultimate Fighter. He said Lopez was nearby, and then Lopez heard his name and came over and said hello. He just seems really cool and grounded. Like, he doesn't seem like he's... Because he's got superstar trajectory, but he seems to stay grounded. He loves his team. Oh, big left hand lands for Lopez. A hammer fist lands for Lopez. They're on the ground. There's 20 seconds left. Can he finish Brian Ortega? Ortega's covering up, but he's taking a lot of hammer fists. Lopez tries to take his back, and he's trying to choke him, but he only has one hand to do it. Now they're back to their feet. They're swinging. There's 5 seconds left. Good exchanges standing, and the fight is over.
Wow.
But, man, they really threw down those last 5 seconds. They didn't point down to the ground, but still it had a little bit of that, man.
Lopez,
that was awesome. The fans are popping for both guys.
Lopez just took another step forward, man, and Ortega's got some nuts, dude. He could have quit many times in that fight. The boy. That eye's pretty bad. They're showing the highlights here. I mean, it was a fun fight. A lot of damage, though, dished out tonight.
I can't see. Let me go to some of the comments here. Valentina or Grassy? Who y'all like? Just Bay 00. I want Valentina to win, but I have this feeling that Grasso's going to save the day for the Mexicans.
Well, they've... yeah.
Scooter D disagrees and says Valentina by points. That could be. She should have won the last one by points.
Yeah.
Romo Bramo says Ortega wore Dickies into the octagon. He does like that look. How's Ortega's eye looking? Not good. It's blown up. He looks like he's got some hematomas on his forehead as well. And we're going to go to the buffer announcement right now. 30-26, 30-27, and 30-27. Unanimous decision. Diego Lopez. Ortega is very sportsmanlike and does not take off his gloves. So Lopez is that good, but I don't think Ortega's falling off that much, Goze.
But I mean, the damage, the wear and tear from that fight. I don't know what.
I don't know if Lopez is ready for those big three, though.
He needs one more.
Yeah, I think so too. Another 5-rounder to convince me. Nice pop for Mexico by a Brazilian who lives in Mexico now. I'm not hating. I'm just pointing that out. His Spanish is really, really good now.
He could have spoken either one, would have translated it. What's the third language he speaks?
English, Portuguese, and Spanish.
There's not another one, a fourth one?
Oh, that I don't know. Oh, who? The translator, Fabiano?
Yeah,
He's working on Italian.
that's right.
We took down his number, right? We should have him on the show soon.
Yeah.
Did Ortega lose? Cage Chris says. Yes, he did. He lost a unanimous decision. 2 30-27s and a 30-26. What way Lopez win? Decision of Alano Mark. Need Grasso to do it in 4. I see a decision. Diego needs to fight for a title. But here's the problem. Spider Rico. That's John Rico. You got the champion Topuria defending against Holloway in Abu Dhabi on October 26th, I believe. But I have a feeling that if Holloway wins, I think he'll fight. I think he's got to give a shot to Volkanovski. And Justin Gaethje. If Michael Chandler. Hold on, let's see who else is there. Okay. If Topuria wins, then he might have to give Alexander Volkanovski a rematch because Volkanovski gave him the shot. And Volkanovski was a long-time reigning champ. And they made him wait. He hasn't fought since he got knocked out in February. So I don't see them saying, hey, you know. However, you got Movsar Evloev and Aljamain Sterling as well. If Lopez had finished Ortega, although he still looked impressive, I think he could leap ahead of those two. But either way, he'll have to take one more fight, I think. And it wouldn't hurt him to get a little more seasoning, especially across 5 rounds. But look, Steve Erceg got a shot. Khalil Roundtree got a shot. I'm not against Diego Lopez getting a shot. If he got one, all right, let's do it. But I really think that because there's some firepower at the top of 145, I just don't see it happening, to be honest.
We got to get this pick in, George.
Okay, Goze. So I win
picked last. I
Chipotle.
was an idiot. It's on you.
Man. This sounds weird because I picked Valentina in the last fight, and I thought Valentina won. And I want Valentina to win. Well, she's coming off an injury, a 1-year layoff. And I think Grasso's just at that age where she's kept improving. And like you've mentioned before, has Valentina. Who do I go with? It's on me?
It's on you.
Help me out, chat room.
He did the who.
Let me hear in the chat room. We got like about 1 minute to give our answer here. Alexa Grasso or Valentina Shevchenko? They're 1-0-1. Alexa Grasso's beaten her and drawn against her. Valentina, let's keep it real. Should have won fight number 2. Well, let's see what the chat room says. My wallet is telling me that Grasso's the play, but my heart wants Valentina. Let's see what the chat's saying.
I'm getting bullet over here.
Pete Martin says Shevchenko by KO in round 4. Liam Jones says Grasso's getting dealt with. What are we doing her? You know what that reminds me of is when in the movie Friday, when Smokey realizes he doesn't have the money, and he apologizes to Craig, and he says he's got to go pay Worm. He goes, if I get dealt with, I get dealt with. Is that where you got it from? Liam Jones? Romo says Evloev, Diego would be good. Bullet. Chris Gross says Bullet, TKO.
Damn, I thought I'd see more Grassos.
Church Game Foul says Grasso. How long was the Ortega fight? All 5 rounds. No, 3 rounds. Sorry. Brian Peterson says Valentina. Sir Jeet says Shevchenko. Antonio Wadley says, okay, I'm going to go with Valentina then, Goze. That's who I wanted the whole time. The hell with my wallet. Prime
go,
rib and
Megan.
fried
That's
rice.
cool.
That's an interesting combo. And Megan with another costume change.
Man, this one is really, really tough to call, George. She's improving, but Valentina should have won that last fight. Did Valentina learn her lesson? Has she made adjustments? Man, I don't know. I picked Valentina on staff picks.
There's another George Garcia Jr. in chat. But you can't be a
really?
junior and the third. No.
Why not?
Because you're George Garcia, then George Garcia Jr., and then you're George Garcia the third. You can't be junior and the third. Nowadays, you can be whatever you want, but and whoever that is, we're on the same team. How many significant strikes did Lopez get? Jessica Sanderford. I really don't know, but it must have been a lot, man, because I'll put it to you this way. Ortega looked like a piñata in round one. Sub-Zero says, bullet as a chip on the shoulder, calling it a head kick KO. Grasso by KO. Valentina for faith. O'Malley, money line or nah? How many fights will there be? If so, what time will my boyfriend be home? Jimena Johnson says. Once your boyfriend comes home, you can't watch the fights anymore? Or are you saying you're hoping your boyfriend comes home in time to see the fights with you?
Or is he out watching the fight?
It's almost like
and you
he's
want to know
sad
what's
that the
coming
boyfriend's
home?
showing up. Like he's going to ruin it, you know? He hates MMA. I like MMA. His presence is not welcome. Brian Peterson, both are very tough ladies. Scooter is threatening Antonio that he's going to eat his words. When's the last time you had to eat your words, Goze?
I'm just thinking that. Last time I had to eat my words.
Okay, we got a poll there. Was that you guys or one of the guys in the...
Not me.
There you go. There's a chance to vote. Valentina and you, Alexa Grasso, and Still.
And new. That's my vote.
Look at this, Goze. Let's give a shout out to Carlos Almonte.
This
He
is
says,
nice.
thanks for narrating the fights because I am blind. Greetings from Tijuana. Carlos, God
Awesome.
bless you. Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to give you a hell of a narration for these last two fights. Our cousin also lives in Tijuana. I've been to Tijuana many times. Don't ask me where I went. All right, Calle Revolucion a couple times.
What shows you watched?
Yeah, George Garcia Jr. the third. I'm also a George Garcia. How about that? So we're homies. Oh, I missed the whole fucking love letter. Was it good, though?
Yeah, it was dope because they actually showed Mexican boxers.
Damn it, that's the one I wanted to see the most. But
I mean,
I was
they were
spending
like
time
bronze,
with the chat
they're not
room,
real.
so it was time well spent. I'll just go back and watch this. Check this out. This is getting kinky in here. Stacy Penalty says, my booty is sweating. Extra moss waiting for this fight to start. Yum Yum gets you some, she says. He's not home yet. Most of the time, 2:30 a.m. Riley Smith. Thuggery. And Still.
Put marbles at your
Walnut
front door.
Donkey Show by KO. I think that's an urban legend.
What?
The Tijuana donkey shows. I'm sure someone will tell. They're definitely not like in bars or anything. I think it was like in ranches and That's been something that's been talked about for like 30, 40 years that I know. That's funny though. All right, what time is it starting? All right, George, great question. George K. The Grasso Valentina fight will start probably in about 10 minutes. I think they're going to start the walkout soon. And then by the time they announce them and grease them up with Vaseline and all that. And that's at 9:30. And now I see Dvalishvili and O'Malley's probably no earlier than 10. That's late, isn't it, Goze?
Yeah, can you imagine if they had like 12 fights, 14, 13 fights?
Yeah. On
George.
September 30th, that's the cutoff for the World MMA Awards. And MMA Junkie is up for Best Media Source. And our colleague Nolan King is up for Best Journalist. If you can go to worldmmaawards.com and vote, we greatly appreciate it. You have 23 different categories you can vote for. You don't have to do them all. If you pop in, get the ones you know off the top of your head. Male Fighter of the Year, Female Fighter of the Year, Gym of the Year, Ring Card Girl of the Year, all that stuff. But look for Best Media Source and Best Journalist. We've won Best Media Source 5 times. We'd love to win it a 6th time. We'd love to get your vote. And Nolan King's been nominated twice now. And we'd love for him to take that down because he works his ass off. Let me tell you something. However, I'll say this. If you don't vote for us, that's fine. Just go and vote, though. Have fun. Vote for the other categories at least. But again, it's worldmmaawards.com. The last day you can vote is the 30th. But hopefully you can maybe open a window next to this screen right here or write some notes that just says World MMA Awards would be doing a solid for Goze and George. And then when you can get to it, you can get to it. And if you want to do us another solid, how about hitting that like button and subscribing to this free channel? We don't ask much other than like and subscribe and then leave it to us. We'll interview fighters. We'll break down shows. We'll do watch-alongs. We'll do weigh-in shows. We'll do Q&As. All that good stuff. You leave that to us. All we need is your support, liking these videos, and subscribing to the channel. And then if you're really kind, I know I've asked a lot, World MMA Awards, this, that, but tell a friend. Go ahead, Goze.
How do I do another solid? Well, I guess if you want to do another one, you would go download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and enter promo code MMA Junkie. Why not? You're already there. And don't forget our other show, MMA Junkie Radio, that we do 2 times a week, and the Spinning Back Click. Join us for that. That show's catching a lot of fire. If you're having fun right now, Spinning Back Click is very similar. Usually George and I are on the program, and then 2 other colleagues from MMA Junkie. We're breaking down basically what we saw tonight. All the big headlines. Damn, that's a beard, George.
What?
That beard makes yours look silly.
Yeah, I finally chopped it down a little bit. Now I look like the founder of SureDog.
Jeff?
Mm-hmm. That's right, Jeff Sherwood.
It almost looks fake.
You talking about Pavel's? Oh, that
No,
guy.
yours.
Holy cow.
That guy. Yeah.
Jeez, that guy does have a nice beard. That's impressive.
Charles 84 in the chat says this event has turned from a B- to an A for me. I'm with him.
I am too.
I've upgraded as well.
I am too. Even though I missed one of the love letters, I've been enjoying it. I don't see how anyone there is not enjoying it. So I think I had hovered around the A-, especially when they switched up the ring card girls and their look. They brought it sexy. They brought it Aztecian, and then they gave us other looks. There's been the Zellhuber Rivovich's exchanges. Lopez and Ortega brought it. Yeah, this is an A. It's not an A+. It's an A. We still got 2 title fights to go. Okay, that's my overall event score. My just fight score, I'm in the B+, A- range.
Part of that's
I
got to be
wish
because
Ortega.
they're not fights that matter, right? Like now we're getting to the fights that matter.
Yeah, I wish Lopez would have finished, and I wish, I guess, Huber or whoever, like the guys that had opportunities to finish, maybe even O'Day, if the finish had come, I could tell the crowd wanted like to erupt, right? But a few of these fights went to decision. That's fine. Then my last grade would be just the sphere grade, just production and the sphere. Ooh. It's about a B plus, a B plus with still to go. Honestly, Goze, the only thing that really I just think Dana should have not said this would be the greatest sporting event ever. That's all. Simple. Had he not said that, like, because I know I'm not the only one, right? I know there's a lot of people, other people going, okay, so what else? So what else? See, that's a nice view right there. That looks fucking cool.
I was gonna say it sounds less and less foolish as they go.
What?
The greatest sport, like it, I get why he's saying it, but you have to kind of keep it real a little bit. I will say this though, George, if they ever did this again, those seats where your back is against the big screens like that, I'd rather be in the last row at the top than be in that seat.
Let me give you an example. If on Thursday's show, I would have told the audience, hey, tune in on Saturday. I'm going to have the dopest, flyest outfit you've ever seen of all time. All those movie stars and Cristiano Ronaldo, and I'm going to outdo them. Now, look, I got this hat from Perfect Sports. Nice. Got these Oakley glasses, tinted, right? And they're prescription, by the way. And then I got this jacket that I've kind of had for a long time. But I realized this isn't the dopest outfit ever. I'm nowhere close. So imagine I sit down, right? The show starts. And then, ta-da, here I am. In the whole chat room for about an hour, I'm going, I wonder what the outfit's going to be. I wonder what the outfit's going to be. And then I show up in this outfit. Everyone in that chat would be going, what is this idiot talking about? He had us all pumped up for the greatest outfit ever. It's a letdown. That's what Dana White did. This is a decent outfit, and that's a decent show, but he overblew it so much that's why we're like, yeah, but
Okay.
it still looks cool. I like it.
I know what he could have said, George. Tell me if this is good or not. What he should have said was this one is going to be a game changer, because
Yes.
I could see a lot of other sports seeing this and going, how can we replicate something like this?
That looks awesome. Look at that tail of the tape. 36 and 31 ages. Valentina, 5 years older. They're both 5'5". They both weighed in. Sorry. Grasso weighed in at 124, 125 for Valentina, and Valentina has a half-inch reach advantage. They're both at 66. Go ahead, Goze.
No, that was it.
That's the perfect word. If he said game changer, you'll be blown away. Your senses.
Like, I think other sports can maybe look back on this 10 years from now and go, yeah, it kind of all started when the UFC started doing this, like that sort of thing.
Now, let me ask you this.
Like, why wouldn't WWE do WrestleMania here or something like that? I mean, probably not, because they fill up stadiums and shit like that, but, a big event or something.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
If I told you that they're going to do this again next year, but it lands on the same day as the Super Bowl, and I'll give you 2 tickets to either one, which one would you go to?
The Super Bowl.
If I gave you 2 tickets to the World Cup final or a Champions League final or this, because they land on the same day, which one would you go to?
World Cup final, for sure. Champions League final, I would at least entertain who is fighting and who is playing.
World Series Game 7 final, Dodgers against pick an American League team.
World Series. It doesn't even have to be the Dodgers.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is it's a great sport. I love covering it. I'm happy and blessed that we get to do it every day.
Mm-hmm.
but
I'm tripping out on Gandalf back there, dude.
you have to have some sort of a. You know what? You know what I would take over the Super Bowl and all that is a Habib McGregor main event
Mm-hmm.
with Jones and Ngannou as the co-main event at Allegiant Stadium with a stage and the pyrotechnics and all that, and all this. I don't care if they do it at the Sphere, whatever. Then I'd probably say, okay, I'll do that, and there'll be a Super Bowl next year or whatever. But it has to be a collision of an epic card with all their best stars, some Mexican influence, and then everything you've just given us at the Sphere. And then it's under consideration.
Yeah.
Now, he also said he wanted to win an Oscar, an Emmy, or a Grammy or something like that.
Well, he said a Tony too. I mean,
A
I think
Tony?
he's just
I
talking
could
about his ass.
see
Yeah,
one
why
of
not?
those maybe being, I don't know. He should get consideration for
Hey,
blending
look at
all
this.
these together.
What's that, Laura?
Damn. Here we go, folks. Alexa Grasso, like I told you, the champions wear red. She's in the red corner, and she's wearing all black. And Valentina Shevchenko, she's in the challengers corner. She's wearing blue on her wrist and all green. Has she ever worn the Peruvian colors, Goze?
I don't know. I know she's had the flag on her shorts, I think. So right off the bat, we're almost a minute in. Not a whole lot going on, but Alexa Grasso is the aggressor. Valentina Shevchenko, it seems like she's just waiting for a moment to counter, which she did with a nice right hand.
Yeah, she hit
Best punch of the
Alexa
night so
Grasso.
far, or of this fight at least.
Inside leg kick there by Valentina Shevchenko.
She uses that little kick to kind of bait her opponents.
Remember, these ladies, there's a good chance they're going to go to the distance. Every round matters, guys. You don't know how many times we call. Oh, and wrestling's going to be an early part of Valentina's game.
She just told us a lot right there. That's a game changer, George. That move right there. Because for the rest of the fight, if Alexa can't find her way up off the ground right now, she's gonna pull back on her striking. It's gonna change everything about this fight.
She's trying to lock her up so she can maybe, so Valentina won't improve her position. What I was going to say was these rounds are going to be close. And I can't tell you how many fights we've seen that go 5 rounds. And we all say at the end of round 5, or as round 5's ending, okay, well, we know fighter A won 3 and 5, and fighter B won 2 and 4. But remember, round 1 was close. When they're feeling each other out.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone attempts that takedown with 30 seconds, and then they walk back to the corner thinking, all right, the fight's still unfolding or whatever, but every round is just as important. And a lot of times it goes to that, and sometimes it's actually a split in that first round. So this round is very important.
Look at Alexa going for an armbar.
That's an armbar she's attacking with. Alexa is, she's trying to straighten it.
Valentina's got to do something.
But I think Valentina's pulled out just enough. The bend of the elbow there, it looks like it's out. So she still is being held by Grasso, but she's out now. She's out. So now remember, the judges are scoring damage on the feet and on the ground. And if they're on the ground, they want attempts to finish the fight or obviously ground and pound. That was an attempt to finish the fight by Alexa Grasso. The takedown was nice by Valentina. She hasn't followed it up with too much, though. She's just been sitting in her guard, and there's now 113, 112, 111, and 110 left in round one.
Alexa's not really doing much.
Her guard, and it looked like she wanted to get up. Instead, she's kind of attacking the neck. Valentina's okay, though. And now Grasso's trying to sneak her arm in there to attempt the guillotine, but she's out. Valentina back in full guard. Grasso crossed. She's closed her legs, and she's got like a body triangle from the bottom. Now Valentina has to make her pay for this. Okay, you want to lock me up? Fine. We're going to exchange blows, but I'm on top.
For as much time as Valentina has had up top, she has not made her pay for it.
She needs to land a big elbow and create a cut Goze or a big bruise.
She almost did. Alexa's got a big knot on her head.
So she can win the round and, yes, start having blood trickle or something. Nice. Valentina's taking her back and she's flattened her out. No. She hasn't. Almost. But there's only 6 seconds left. She's trying to. It's not going to matter, though. This round's about to end. This is a Shevchenko round now with all that.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice grappling where she improved her positioning, had a nice elbow.
There's Diego Lopez, who just fought, and he's already in her corner.
Oh, yeah. She's got a little hematoma going. Now I wonder how big this is going to get. Why isn't he putting the Enswell on it?
I don't know.
And she's got a cut over her left eye, right?
She's got a little bit of a cut, yeah, on the eyelid.
That's probably what did it right there. See, of the two, Valentina's more athletic and explosive. We're going into round two here. We believe Shevchenko took down a 10-9. Let's look at the live odds, courtesy of DraftKings. That'll give us a little bit more of an answer. Shevchenko minus 195, Grasso plus 150. That sounds like a 10-9 Shevchenko to me. Both ladies are out in the center of the octagon. Valentina in the southpaw stance and Grasso in the orthodox. They're in the middle of the octagon, right over the Monster Energy logo. Dean Thomas is saying
right
to Alexa Grasso to go first. She allowed Valentina to go first in round one. And now Valentina takes her down again with 4:05 left in round two. Rubber guard by Alexa Grasso. She tried to get it under the chin of Valentina. That doesn't work as much anymore, the rubber guard, or it's not done as much. I think more now fighters want to open their legs, put feet on hips, and try to create space, create a scramble, and not just lay there. Submissions off your back just aren't as common as they used to be. It was a nice way of tying someone up, though, you know, if you were hurt. I hadn't seen that in a while. The founder of Rubber Guard is Eddie Bravo, who used to be, I think, Joe Rogan's best friend. He used to say that. I don't know if they still are. He doesn't seem to talk to him or about him as much.
Mm-hmm.
But he got his black belt from Eddie Bravo, and that would be his no-gi black belt. Joe Rogan also holds a black belt in Taekwondo from when he was younger, and he also went ahead and got his black belt in gi from Jean-Jacques Machado.
Valentina's being a little bit more aggressive now up on top. She just passed her left leg. This is definitely a different way of looking at this fight from Valentina Shevchenko. You know, the thing about this, George, is if this continues this way, she would more than likely get the win, but it would cause possibly a fourth encounter. However, she's
No.
being so dominant right now that I don't think it would be one that you would ask for immediately, right?
Yeah, I got asked about that, because it is 1-0-1 with Grasso having the lead. She has a win and the
She's got to quit playing around
and
with this.
the draw, we'll say, and she's threatening with an armbar from the bottom is Grasso.
But
Maybe
she
a
wants to
triangle as
transition to
well.
a triangle, yeah. Oh, look.
And now she's attacking the arm. Can Valentina get it out of there? And she does. She's out. She's in side control now. She just knows how to explode when she needs to. So yeah, so I was asked about this. Goes maybe it was the Q&A or I can't remember. And my answer is I just don't think the UFC wants to put it through it. We already went through it with Figueiredo and Marino. And although the fights were great, not every second of every fight was great, but the fights were fun. They were great. I liked them.
Mhm.
However, it just tied up the division. And those guys gotta get sick of each other, of fighting just each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
You gotta give it a break. Now, who would lose here? Grasso, because she gave Valentina rematches, right?
Mhm.
But in this case, I think she'd have to sit one out, and Manon Fiorot would probably fight Valentina Shevchenko. In fact, I think Manon Fiorot was the backup for this. Did she do the weigh-in, by the way? Do you know if she was an alternate?
I don't
weigh-in?
know if she was supposed to, though.
Okay. So, yeah, she would probably be next, and then the winner would probably get Alexa Grasso, and then Dana White would say Alexa might benefit from taking a fight, or maybe Alexa just waits. Who knows?
Uh-oh. Triangle from the
Reverse
bottom.
triangle by Alexa Grasso. The crowd is erupting. I don't know if she's got it, though.
And
Looks like
Kimura.
she's sticking her head out, and now she's also attacking with a Kimura on the other side. So Valentina's got a couple problems going on, but I think she's okay on the reverse
Yeah,
triangle. The head's
it
out.
slipped out.
There you go. And now the Kimura, I think, is done. Now she's attacking the other arm for the arm bar.
Valentina has yet to really make her pay for being on her back. She's won rounds, but she hasn't really hit her much.
The referee warns her for kicking her in the chest, not to kick her in the face, meaning Grasso.
It's 2-0 though here.
Grasso looks a little demoralized. She's not tired. She's in great shape, by the way.
Yeah, these fights are going deep now.
Okay, let's look at live betting courtesy of DraftKings. Minus 270 for Valentina Shevchenko, plus 200 for Alexa Grasso. And don't forget, even though there's one fight left here, got the whole weekend, right? Football, college football. What you can do is download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign in using the promo code MMA Junkie. The crown is yours. If you bet $5, you'll instantly get 250 in bonus bets. This is round 3 now.
Yep.
With arguably Shevchenko up 2-0 against Alexa Grasso. So the champ's down. Remember the same position that Colby Covington had Kamaru Usman in.
I think Valentina's setting up that head kick. The same one she hit Jessica Eye with.
And now Valentina is actually in a position where she needs Grasso to lead the dance, and she can do some counter striking, which she's very, very good at. Grasso just doesn't look as into it, Goes. I don't know what's going on.
I think it's those early takedowns that's kind of throwing her off. She doesn't want to commit on her striking now. It was brilliant by Valentina to do that.
Let's look at how the Mexicans have done today. Raul Rosas Jr., Mexican-American, we'll give it to him, 1-0. Edgar Shayrez looked good, man, but he lost to Joshua Van, 1-1. Yasmin Jadaway got submitted early. 1-2 are the Mexicans. Manuel Torres against Ignacio Bahamundes. Manuel Torres lost. 1-3. Then Norma Dumont decisioned Irene Aldana. 1-4. Ronaldo Rodriguez got a close one against Ode Osborne. 2-4. Esteban Rivovitz defeated Daniel Zellhuber. 2-5. Lopez versus Ortega. It was a Brazilian versus an American, but the Brazilian lives in Mexico, and the American is a proud Mexican American. So we're going to leave that one alone. And now we're at Grasso versus Shevchenko. And no, I'm not going to try and convince you guys that Merab is really Mexican. So 2-4 so far goes.
No, not a great night. But in a way, you would almost say this one matters the most, right? For them, you want to keep that belt.
Folks, aside from Goze and I, our podcast, MMA Junkie Radio, which is approaching 3,500 episodes, check out our colleagues. Dan Tom has the Protect Your Neck podcast. He's our fight analyst. He's excellent at breaking down fights. Whether you take his advice or not, just listen to him because he's a wealth of knowledge and he tells funny stories. He knows a lot. He's got a good memory and he can connect dots for you. It's up to you to always bet responsibly, right? But get the more information you got, the better. Danny Segura, for those of you that speak Espanol, Hablemos MMA, check it out. Great show for those of you que prefieren su MMA en Español. Check out Hablemos MMA.
Valentina's on top again.
With 2:10 left, she gets the takedown and she's in half guard. And the champ is just going down so easily, Goze.
Mm-hmm. And you wonder where this was at, right? Early, even in the last fight, she has really put Alexa Grasso in some difficult situations, and Alexa just has not really shown anything from the bottom. A couple submission threats here and there, but nothing that's really troubled Valentina.
Joe Rogan said she was setting up an arm triangle there. Valentina from the top. See, Valentina, though, what I would tell her if she had an earpiece in is after these, that was really nice. You see how tight that advancement was when she went into full mount? Of course, she's back in butterfly right now. So Grasso's a little safe. But if she had an earpiece, I would tell her, hey, the takedowns are nice, but you got to do something more, man. Because if they stand up, all it takes is a nice 1-2 from Grasso that creates damage for her to win back these 2-3 minutes that Valentina is invested in on the ground. Because remember, you got to get the takedown and do something with it. Advancing position helps. Ground and pound helps. Attempt to finish the fight helps. But really, she's just kind of controlling her. Like right now, an elbow would be nice. Drop an elbow. You know what I'm saying? Those are some good strikes right there. And then Grasso just needs to do better at getting up, man. For one, she's not very good at getting up. See, she keeps locking up the leg. I would maybe try and scooch to the fence and get my back up against the fence. I think she needs to give up on some of those submissions from the bottom or controlling her from the bottom. The referee is looking to see, can you get out of this before I stand you up? Not can you tie her up? A lot of fighters think that if I just tie you up and stall the action, you're going to stand us up. It doesn't work that way. Valentina now has her back with a body triangle, and the round is over.
Alexa's 30-27 goes? Yeah, 30-27. Alexa needs some kind of stoppage in this fight.
Alexa's got bad body language. She looks demoralized. Let's see what they tell her in the corner. Breathe deep, they're telling her. They're putting the end swell on that knot that didn't blow up, by the way. They said, can you take her down? And if I'm Valentina, Goze, I think I do the same. I stay on the outside. I don't walk into any form of a blitz from Grasso. I pick my spots with the counter strikes and then look for a timely takedown. She seems to have no answer for that. And now she's probably up 30-27. In fact, let me confirm with our friends at DraftKings. Minus 920 for Valentina Shevchenko, plus 550 for Alexa Grasso.
In a way, they've kind of taken the air out of the sphere, huh?
Yes. Good point. They're in the center of the octagon, folks. There's nothing to report. Like, they are throwing, but they're not landing. They're pairing, they're touching. Valentina ducks in, goes in for another takedown, except she walks into a guillotine. She doesn't look too concerned because she's not fighting it. I'm not sure if Grasso has it. Valentina's just punching her in the ribs. So she seems like she's okay.
There's just no room
Valentina
there.
seems to be okay. Joe thinks there still might be a shot here. But Valentina's not really concerned. Like, she's not attacking that wrist or anything or pushing down on the elbow. She's just punching Grasso. I think Grasso's going to burn her arms out. Oh, now Grasso's on top. Worse. Grasso's on top. But no, I don't think she's got the angle, Goze. No, she's okay. She's just punching.
She's good.
Oh, my God. That looks like a tap, but it's not. I wouldn't do that. I'd stop doing that.
Now she's starting to fight the hand a little bit. Yeah, Valentina got a little too comfortable with some of these situations. But right now she's got room to breathe. She's fine.
Alexa was screaming that she tapped, and so she's doing this punching motion on her ribs, but she's actually doing like exactly 3 punches, and it kind of looks like a tap. In fact, so much so that I think I was about to call it that way, but it's not. And Valentina's safe because now it's not under the chin no more.
No, it was the referee
body triangle. Go ahead, go. Sorry.
The referee went for her glove for hand to see if she had gone out, and she kind of like tried to show, no, I'm still good, and started hitting the ribs.
Now Valentina's inside of her guard, and Alexa Grasso has, a body triangle from the bottom. Now she's got her legs crossed. And Dean is saying it's unpopular to fight off your back like that, but it's moments like that that sometimes can win you the fight. And it's true. It's hard to criticize her for doing this so much. She keeps locking up the legs and not creating scrambles or trying to get up. Instead, she's trying stuff from the bottom, but she almost had it right there, right? So I can't criticize her too much. But aside from that one moment, I think she's fighting terribly, Goze.
Yeah. It's part that, and it's part just Valentina Shevchenko picked a game plan and really stuck to it. She's not screwing around. And she's, in a way, exposed Alexa Grasso. And probably saved herself from having to fight her again.
Another fight too. Like, she should be fighting to get back to her feet so she can use her hands. She's a boxer.
Yeah.
Somebody asked us in the comments if we're brothers. We are. Arm triangle by Valentina Shevchenko. No, she doesn't have it. She really wants to submit Grasso because she's been working for that for a while.
Whoever asked that question, I'm just curious. Did you ask because you had heard that, or because we look so much alike that you asked that? Because I've always felt like we don't look anything alike.
You see somebody from Kyrgyzstan is in the chat room. Believe it or not, whoever put that, Goze and I have been in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan. We went to a mall, right, Goze? We went to a mall, and we went to that area where they switched the changing of the guards.
Mall was nice, man.
Look at Adam Miller. Hey, everyone, slow down. Check this out. This is courtesy of Adam Miller, everyone. What's the place called where they're fighting tonight? The Sphincter? Get it? Not the sphere. The Sphincter. That was a good one, Adam Miller.
Got to throw those elbows right here. Short little elbows. Trap that arm and boom. Now Alexa Grasso's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, she's
Valentina
got
has
the
both
arm trap, but
arms
she's only
tied up.
10 seconds left. I don't think there's enough time to really throw elbows or punches. Here come the punches. 2, 1, and that's it. Still one more round to go.
She's absolutely demoralized, Alexa Grasso, right now.
Dude, I don't even think Leon Edwards' coach could psych her up right now. Look at her. She just sits down like she wants this thing to end.
Yeah, she's out of it, dude. Picture waiting all month for like the Deadpool Wolverine movie, and you're psyched, and you go with your girlfriend, and she tricks you, and you end up in some love story movie. That's how you would walk out of the theater, the way Alexa Grasso walked across the cage. Like, what the hell just happened?
Or let's say somebody told you it's 5,000 for 2 tickets, UFC 306 at the Sphere. You pay them, they show you the door, you walk in, and you realize you're not in the Sphere, you're in the Sphincter. That's how Alexa Grasso walked out of there. They're like, well, what is this? You're in the Sphincter. Oh, man. You just go like this and you walk out. I would have told Alexa Grasso, don't kick, keep your hands low to wait for that takedown, stop attacking a neck, and just throw your hands when you can throw your hands. That's the only way you're going to win this fight.
Get low, wide stance, throw an uppercut, something, but.
And what does she do? She kicks. And Valentina kicks her back. She needs to land hooks. I would maybe go to the body and just try and time hooks. Another kick there from Grasso, but it's to the thigh. That's not going to slow down Valentina at this point. Too much adrenaline going. It'll hurt her tomorrow maybe, but you got to do a bunch of them. Kick the calf if anything, but even then. One minute in, not much, man. She's barely touched her. This is a poor title defense. And Valentina just tagged her with a 1-2. They're both in shape. And Valentina goes for a takedown. To Grasso's credit, she stops it. Dude, I admire Valentina, man, because honestly, how many fighters would have just said, all right, maybe it's my time. I'll give it up to Amanda Nunes too, you know, when she lost to Juliana. She didn't have to come back. But both of them have come back now, and they're both retaining their titles or getting their titles back. That's impressive. Oh, look at this.
Look at this.
Shevchenko got the takedown, and she's already mounted Valentina. Valentina's out of it. Wow. That was slick work from Alexa Grasso. Now there's only 3 minutes left in the fight, and now Valentina takes Grasso down.
She's just been stronger, man.
There's Shake Turkey right there.
Yeah, he's next to a James Bond villain. Why does Hunter Campbell always look like that?
I don't know. And that Sheik looks like the coolest cat to hang out with, man. All he wants is fucking badass shows in Riyadh. And he'll do whatever it takes. Hey, what do we get Roberto Duran here? Let's get him. Hey, what about Lennox Lewis? Get him. First class him. What are you waiting for? Ronaldo plays soccer nearby. Get him too. Get him a good seat. Sugar Ray? Yup. They're up against the cage with 204, 203, 202, 201. 2 minutes left here in round 5. It's a blowout. It's not exciting, but it's efficient. Excuse me, Goze?
Look at the crowd. They look like they're just at church or something. Like they're just super, super chill.
They'd rather rewatch a love letter right now, right?
Yeah, they just sucked everything out of the crowd right now.
Some of the fans are actually going up to the ushers and going, when's the next love letter? Is anybody getting inducted in the Hall of Fame? Can you play that video? Here's a controversial question for Goze and the chat. Do Ariane Celeste and Brittany
I know where
Palmer
this is going.
belong in the UFC Hall of Fame? I know they're not fighters, and I know they never fought, so they're not going to go in either one of those wings, neither the Pioneer, nor the Modern, nor the Fight, but as contributors. We've got like producers, directors, Mask from Tap Out, who was a contributor in a different way. You know, Bruce Buffer and Joe Rogan are going to go in one day, and I'm not trying to compare them. 40 seconds left here. The ladies are throwing down a little bit, not much though. What do you think, Goze? Do they make it in? Look how strong Valentina is.
I know where you're going with this. I agree to a certain extent. I think what Ariane Celeste did was kind of change the game of ring card girls. I just don't know that anybody's matched her. So I wouldn't say Brittany and Ariane, but I could see Ariane getting it just because she kind of made a career out of it for people.
Yeah.
She's a huge name.
Pierre and Pete Martin says another Mexican bites the dust. Kind of, man. You're not lying. The Rizzler says this fight is boring. How many significant strikes does Alexa have? I don't know. Maybe ask Alexa.
4.
Who won? Clearly Valentina. Adam Miller says, are those new seats vibrating? Hopefully to wake some people up.
Yeah, they actually are.
Says, why are you guys sipping for Valentina? I don't know what sipping means, but it probably means mooching her ass. Bro, what do you want us to say? I think Alexa's up. Valentina needs, I mean, Valentina's just kind of been ahead the whole fight. And she's beat her with the striking and the grappling. And Alexa, other than a few moments where she tried to submit, there was just nothing to say about her, man. Honestly.
I'm actually going to sip some more. I think what she did so far in this fight was just absolutely brilliant, because not only is she probably going to get the win here, unless it's the world's worst decision ever, but she probably avoided having to fight her a 4th time. There's no way the UFC is going to want to put this fight together again.
That's true. She's probably going to face Manon Fiorot, but she's going to get her belt back, man. Think about that struggle to be out without your belt for what, 2 years now, I think it's been? Or 18 months? She lost it like in the early part of 2023, and then last September, I think, is when they fought this. It's been a year. The Art of Fight Trolling says, no way. No way. Then the cameraman deserves a Hall of Fame as well. Shit, even the janitors then. That is funny. And we hear you. That's why we asked. But she's pretty popular, bro. I'm back to being Armenian. She's pretty popular. Art of fighting. All right, let's hear the announcement. What if it's a split? Valentina would have a little heart attack on.
I think I would split if that happened.
Look at that belt. Look how good that feels to her, bro. Oh my God, why do I keep saying bro? I got to get rid of that. Look at that. That's so well deserved, man.
Quit sipping.
That's hard work, determination, belief, and sticking to a game plan. I better stop. I'm sipping for Valentina, but no, seriously. You don't see that too often. Fighters will lose, and then they just start to drift off, take a few ass whoopings, and then they exit the sport.
I am curious, had the Mexican fighter won, if anything on that screen would have been any different. Because those are some kind of lazy fireworks in the background.
The back looks like empty seats, huh?
It does.
So had she won the other one, this would have been her 8th title defense. She's at 7, and she ties Amanda Nunes. At 9 is Jose Aldo and George St. Pierre. At 10 is Anderson Silva. At 11 is John Jones, and at 12 is Demetrius Johnson. I think Manon Fiorot is going to be a tough one to beat personally, but I won't put that past her.
Let's get this next fight then, George. Last fight of the night. You won the last one, so you get to pick this one.
Like I've been saying to you guys, I've been on Merab Dvalishvili for the last 2 months. I just think his wrestling, his cardio, he's just relentless. But the cuts, and then how can I explain it to you? It looks like he's kind of like not coming in the right frame of mind, whereas Sean O'Malley looks like been there, done that. You're not getting in, you're not getting in my face or nothing. The only thing that scares me about O'Malley is when I found out later on that he fought Aljo and had back pain or rib pain and hadn't grappled much. And if he has something like that, then fuck, he's not even going to stand a chance against Merab Dvalishvili. But I honestly think he's gotten better. He's going to stop. He's going to get his stop the takedowns, and he's just so precise, man, and confident and accurate. And I think Merab, it also impressed me the way he took down Henry Cejudo, but then I find out Henry Cejudo was dealing with, I think, a serious injury. So who knows, man? Like, if you really, really pressured me, I might resort. That's what I did right here. I went with Valentina because I got scared, right? Remember I told you wallet versus what I think? But, man, O'Malley's just so tall. When I see them next to each other, he doesn't look like he's bothered by Merab. I don't know, man. I'm gonna go with O'Malley on this one. I'm tired of losing to O'Malley.
All right, Sean O'Malley plus 100. I am curious. We're at Mexican fighters are 2-6, right? I think overall on the card.
There, that's how you say it. Turk Al-Sheikh.
How come Drake is never at events?
Dude, she's got some guns on her, man. Who's this guy? Oh, Kelly Slater, the surfer?
Mm-hmm.
Poatan.
All right, last fight. Man, it's already 10 o'clock.
Yesterday, Donald Trump was in Las Vegas. I thought he might stick around and come to the show. But he's campaigning, so maybe not. I don't know. All right, here are the results. 950 votes came in. Shit, it was tied between Alexa Grasso and Valentina Shevchenko.
Out of 950 votes?
Yeah, so what would that be? 475 each?
What the fuck?
I wonder if we can get behind the scenes if it was like, 50.1 and 49.9 or something. O'Malley is ending, bro. I'm getting broed back. Where can I watch the fight? Day21 is asking. You can watch the fight at this point. I got a shiny pair of glasses. I'll see if I can point upward. You can watch it right here. What time does it start? Ghost wants to know. I would say 10:20 it starts, which is in 10 minutes. Merab is the new Tony Ferguson. Reckless, abandoned. Man, I think he's even worse. I mean, better. He really, really wrestles you. We'll know after. I wish I could make a live bet on my choice. If Merab gets him down easy and punishes him, he's gonna win. He's gonna win all 5 rounds. But if he struggles even one time, watch, man. O'Malley's a sniper. I'll give him credit. And he seems to get better and better and better. I mean, this is just one of the hardest sports to guess at, honestly. And this fight's official, folks, at UFC, what is it, goes 309? John Jones will fight Stipe Miocic, and Charles Oliveira will fight Michael Chandler. But what does that mean? It means Aspinall's not fighting John Jones, and it means Conor McGregor's not fighting Michael Chandler.
George, did the UFC, I mean, they still have a chance, but they maybe dropped the ball a little bit, not having one of them little vignettes for Demetrius Johnson, like kind of what they did for Matt Brown.
Yeah, but to be fair, it looks like this show was planned in advance, and it might have been too tough. Well, they're doing this, huh? On late notice? Maybe. You might be right. Demetrius Johnson retired last week at an event in Colorado for one championship. He had 11 title defenses of the UFC flyweight title, the one that's held now by Alexander Pantoja. If you think about it, I think Pantoja was on Cejudo's team. Never mind. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. When they did that flyweight season, and then the winner got to fight him, and the winner was who was the winner? Guys, was it Tim Elliott that fought?
Yeah. You know who I haven't seen?
Who?
Sean Strickland. And I wonder if Dana was like, I don't want to ruin this. Just tell him we're out of tickets.
I think they have a pretty good security team now. They don't really sweat that. But he did mention it was his bad that he put Dricus and Strickland that close together. John Jones versus Stipe Miocic, Michael Chandler versus Charles Oliveira, Eric Anders versus Chris Weidman, Vivian Araujo versus Karine Silva, Nikita Krylov versus Azamat Mirzakhanov, Veronica Hardy versus Eduardo Mora, Jonathan Martinez against Marcus McGee, Ramiz Brahimaj versus Mickey Gall. That fight card still needs 2 more good fights, Goes. I would only say 1 more for any other city, but it's New York. You got to give 1 more.
True.
So we've gone with O'Malley, right, Goes?
Yeah.
I think it's been about an hour, but man, if you guys could give us a solid and touch that like button, you'd make our day. It's easy, right? Click, boom, you're done. Then head over to subscribe, boom, you're done. Leave the rest to us. We'll create content.
Don't we still get 1 more love letter?
Yeah. Who was on the last love letter that I missed?
Salvador Sanchez, Julio Cesar Chavez.
Anything for Ruben Olivares?
I think so. I think he might have been the third. I think there might have even been 1 more.
What about Carlos Zarate?
I don't remember. I don't think so. Was this a cartoon?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that part was cool. I wasn't liking it up until then, though. Can you imagine putting something together like that and then hearing Dana or Hunter go, I don't like it. Do another one.
Well, when I see that, I liked a little bit of it, but my first reaction was to say, that's it?
Yeah. Wasn't
But it
the
was
worst one.
cool.
Yeah.
It was cool, but it wasn't, it's good that we're getting to the fight now. But see, I could take 5 minutes of stuff if it was a little bit more. I like reality, so if they would have went back to the boxers with, boxing footage maybe, or MMA footage, or I don't know. I like that stuff. So sci-fi, anime, that's not really my bag too much. I don't know. I'm quite aware I'm weird. You don't have to tell me that. But how does O'Malley get it done? Knockout?
It's got to be
Submission?
knockout. No.
Decision? How does Hector Camacho wasn't Mexican, Brian Peterson. Hector Camacho was Puerto Rican. Hector Macho Camacho. Brandon says this card sucks. I disagree.
Really?
On paper, you had every right to say that. You had every right to go, you want $80 for that? It's only 10 fights. And you do have 2 title fights, but you didn't bring your best roster. But then once the fights started to unfold, they've actually been pretty entertaining. So I wouldn't say sucks. It might not be your cup of tea. It's not the greatest fight card of all time, but it doesn't suck. That last fight, it kind of sucked. But you said fight card. So when you package it together with Zellhuber and Ribovich, Ortega and Lopez, then you see you kind of lost. You kind of lost what you were saying. Melvin Stewart, do you guys talk about the fight? Sure, we can. It's well deserved by Merab Dvalishvili. And one thing that of note, I guess, from this past week is, what did you think O'Malley goes saying, I don't want to fight Umar Nurmagomedov next? It doesn't come off well, and I'll tell you why. It just sounds like I'm running from him. You can say whatever you want, but it sounds that way to me when he's A, undefeated, and B, just manhandled Corey Sandhagen.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that because it just doesn't come off well. Now, remember, if O'Malley knocks out Dvalishvili right now, then we're going to forget about that comment. But if he struggles with him, they're going to say, well, what's he going to do against Umar Nurmagomedov? And I don't know. I think a lot of guys and gals would save themselves a lot by having better responses.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good look at all. But trust me, I think. See, like Merab said, he'd love to fight him. I think he said he'd even make short work of him. But I don't see either one of these guys beating that guy.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced on Umar Nurmagomedov until he beat Corey Sandhagen.
That was Corey Sandhagen.
Corey Sandhagen goes to the corner and they go, you got to do this, you got to do that. And he goes, I'm trying, bro. He took a page from my book. He goes, I'm trying. He looked demoralized. And Corey Sandhagen's really good on the feet and on the ground, but he just didn't have answers.
Did he really say bro, or did you throw that part in?
No, I think he really said bro this time. But in this fight, I think same thing I was saying about Grasso. I think O'Malley is going to go out there and use his the space that he creates because of his length, and he's going to let the fight come to him. And I think what he wants to do is there's these little battles throughout the war, right? And I think what he wants to do is show Merab Dvalishvili, you ain't taking me down. And if he does get taken down, I think he's going to pop up quick and he's going to show him, not tonight. It's not going to work that way tonight.
Mm.
I saw that recently over at PFL. A lot of strikers wait till the last 30 seconds. They make sure they don't make a mistake, especially in 5-round fights, in that first round early. And if they can keep it close and the other guy is not scoring, they'll just let the time go and go and go. They'll make sure that they don't get taken down, and then all of a sudden they'll explode and try and steal that round from you. But they make sure that they don't get beaten up. I think that's what O'Malley's going to do here. Is just going to be patient, and that's where that experience comes in. And Dvalishvili, I like his story. I like his rise to the top. I like how him and Aljo handled being teammates, but not stepping on each other's toes. But I don't know, man. I'm not always convinced of his fight IQ, or just sometimes his IQ in general. So some of the things he says he does, but we'll see. His cardio is relentless. His wrestling's relentless.
We'll know right away. I mean, I think early on we're gonna know how this fight's gonna play out. Sean has just done a good job of being a sniper. You know, he waits for a shot and he hits you. Merab, I just feel like his pace over 5 rounds, he can make it happen. But like Ray Longo said, it's going to be hard to get in there and not get hit at some point. How do you handle that shot from Sean O'Malley? Sean O'Malley's put down a lot of people. We'll have to see, man. But I mean, you look at the blueprint that Aljo had, just don't do that. Don't do any of that for sure, right? Like, don't mess around. Do what you're best at.
So Merab is coming into the octagon. He'll be in the blue corner, and he's wearing red trunks. He lives in Las Vegas now. He's originally from the country of Georgia. Moved to Long Island and traveled with Sarah Longo there for many years. But him and Aljamain Sterling have been spending a lot of time in Las Vegas. I've seen him at Extreme Couture many times, but the last couple of years, he's migrated over to Syndicate MMA. His head coach tonight will be John Wood. The great Ray Longo is also in the corner, and then probably his best friend and teammate Aljamain Sterling, former UFC bantamweight champion and current 2-0 featherweight. He'll be there with him as well. Yeah, I'm glad that John Anik pointed it out. Chris Weidman won a gold medal with under Ray Longo, and so did Matt Serra, and then Aljo ended one. If Merab could get one, that'd be pretty historic for Ray Longo, because the only other coach that I can think of that has racked up 4 belts, I'd have to look into Mike Brown and see, but is Javier Mendez has Cain Velasquez, Daniel Cormier, Luke Rockhold, and Khabib Nurmagomedov. But I'd have to check and see who else. I know Eric Nixix won one with Francis Ngannou, and he's won one with Sean Strickland. Has he won any other ones, guys? Eric?
You count Bellator? Oh no, wait.
No, just the UFC.
Yeah, no.
Mike Brown's been in so many corners. Who knows? I know he won obviously a interim with Dustin, but I think we've been talking more about the Undisputeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Joanna, I know he's won with her. Okay, here comes Sean O'Malley. If Sean O'Malley can make quick work out of Merab, he takes a bigger step towards being one of those superstars on the level of Conor McGregor, Ronda Rousey, George St. Pierre. It takes a while. Some can get there a lot quicker. I think Ronda and Conor definitely got there a lot quicker. That's what Sean O'Malley wants to do. It's tougher now, though. The UFC's the star, not the fighters. And he's in a very, very difficult weight class. Because like we said, Dvalishvili here was a favorite at times. If you looked at the odds, I find it hard to believe that Umar Nurmagomedov wouldn't be a favorite either. But this guy just keeps proving everyone wrong. Right now I see on DraftKings, minus 120 for Merab Dvalishvili, plus 100 for Sean O'Malley. Over-unders 4.5 rounds.
Man, what a long ass night, huh? Imagine people on the East Coast.
Yeah.
I think Mexicans that fought early in the night are probably already back in Mexico at this point.
Probably. If Zell Huber and Shiraz winning, because Jadawi was out of it. Shiraz had a shot. Torres got he got finished. Aldana was never in it. Grasso was never in it. Well, she did have some submission attempts. So Diego Lopez was the only one that got a win there out of those big three names: Grasso, Lopez, and Aldana. Ronaldo Rodriguez got very lucky, goes. But Zell Huber and Shiraz had the best chance of. Sean O'Malley's the only guy that can kind of go from cool to kind of nerdy real quick, you know?
Yeah, a little bit.
I can't wait to talk to everyone that was there just to get the different opinions of how this thing was. I'd like to talk to one person in the 400s, one person in the 300s, one person in the 200s, one person in the 100s, a coach, a fighter, you know. That looks like the next step, like you said, game changer. But you got to think of your fans. If your fans aren't enjoying it way up there and you're charging so much, then no, we can't have it in the Sphere every time. You got to have some affordable tickets for some of your fans. Can't price them out. Don't you think there should be at least a $100 ticket at every event? I mean, I would even go say 50, but who knows with inflation nowadays?
I think those days are over. 100, yeah.
Though? 700, man, that's a lot. You're pricing out so many fans, you know what I mean?
You're the ring card girl.
I missed her.
Looks like a Rick and Morty character. What's going on? I think the
We're
gold
starting
girls,
at
that's a wrap,
1:30
right?
a.m. Eastern, 10:30 p.m. Pacific. What's that, goes?
I said, I think the gold girls, that's a wrap, right? Like they didn't expect them to go in the back and shower and throw more shit on, right?
Yeah, I'd say this is my outfit for the night. This is how I'm going to XS or whatever clubs are out there. Y'all prefer pizza or wings? Pizza, easily. What about you guys?
Pizza or wings?
Yeah.
Pizza.
I'm with David Wallace. I like boneless wings too. I ain't got time to be sucking on the bones and all that shit. Just
I
give me
like
the
them both,
chicken.
but I gotta be at home, man. If you're gonna make me do the bone one, I can't do that. I can't. I'm not a good road team. John Morgan gave me hot wings one time. You know your shit story?
Yeah.
I was like beyond that. Like I was like maybe minutes away from calling 911 and going, if it's this bad right now, in an hour, I might be dead. So somebody come save me.
What was hurting?
My ass,
Really?
my stomach. Like, dude, I don't know what they were pretty spicy, but like just coming out, dude. Oh my god. For those of you not watching right now, that Bruce Buffer's going through the introductions. We're almost there, guys.
There's no way the UFC's hoping Merab wins, right?
Fuck no.
He just didn't come off too well at the press conference.
Not just that, they love Sean.
I love
Yeah,
Sean.
you're right.
He puts in the time with his skits. He's relentless. I'll give him that, but he doesn't have it.
Dude, they're gonna do this again.
You think some of these girls would have wanted to not be so dressed up so you could see who they are?
I think so.
Here we go. Sean O'Malley taking the center of the octagon in those red gloves with the black tights and blue glove. Sorry.
What's he talking about?
What was that? Merab Dvalishvili saying something to stop the action. Oh, he wants his mouthpiece. Merab Dvalishvili would not fight, and it looks like it was his mouthpiece, maybe. And Herb Dean just scolded Merab, saying, "You can't just stop the fight, whenever you want," because he wanted to stop the fight, I think, to get his mouthpiece.
I think if that was the case, they would have to stop the fight, right? Like,
say that again.
If that were the case, they would have to stop the fight, right? Like, and put the mouthpiece on.
No, because I've seen the fight where if the mouthpiece is out, it's out.
Okay.
And what they don't want to do is stop the fight for anything. Now, when there is a moment, then they'll do it. All right, we're a minute in. We haven't missed too much. That was just kind of an awkward moment there because Merab was kind of running away from Sean, pointing at a corner like something was really, really off. I mean, I thought Fan Man was gonna like land in the octagon or something, but we're going.
Those 400s are that high.
Yeah, really. Uh-oh. Herb's warning one of the corners. Herb just warned someone. Who is it?
Nice jab from Sean O'Malley. Merab's messing around too much, I think. We can't.
They're talking about Tim Welch, who's the head coach for Sean O'Malley, and the accusations that he was yelling instructions at Aljo. But the guys are saying that Aljo's never claimed that to be a fact. So what that means is he's saying, "We got to go, Aljo. We got to go." So almost acting like he's Aljo's coach, so he can coax Aljo into rushing Sean O'Malley. That being the strategy. But I don't think that's what this was about. The fight had just started. I think it really had to do with the mouthpiece, maybe. I can't tell. Does Merab have a mouthpiece or not? I mean, you can't tell. He's got a big beard going. And so far, Sean O'Malley's landing some punches. Not his hardest ones, but now that was a nice one. Nice left from Sean O'Malley.
Merab is going straight forward, though, where normally he would pop side to side and be harder to hit. He's an easier target to strike right now.
Yeah, he was just kind of hitting him in the shoulders and the arms. To the body. He only recently did he hit him in the face. But Merab's, you have to really, just as I say that, he's trying to get the takedown. He's got him up against the fence. He does get him down. They're up against the fence with 2 minutes left. 2:03, 2:02, 2:01, 2 minutes left here in round one. He's grapevine the legs, but O'Malley does a good job of getting up. Remember, I talked about those mini battles within the war. That was a takedown. He got it, but O'Malley got up. No damage taken either. So you can't really count anything there. Now Merab's trying to get him back down again, and O'Malley chooses to take a knee. So he's a grounded opponent. Merab's just kind of kneeing him in the thigh. Now O'Malley's a grounded opponent again. And Merab's trying to get him all the way down. Now O'Malley's back to his feet, and now they've separated. 119, 16, 115 left here in round one. I don't think O'Malley's punching on the shoulders and stomach was that big of a lead, honestly. But I don't think Dvalishvili did too much with that takedown. So what I'm saying is this round's clearly up for grabs right now. And it looked like Dvalishvili just landed a couple. He gets O'Malley down on the ground now. Now he's attacking his neck, but O'Malley gets back up. Now he's trying to take him down with a guillotine. He is on top of him, but O'Malley's out of it. 40 seconds left here in round one. He still has a hold of his neck. Now he's winning the round.
But he's telling us a lot. Both fighters are telling us a lot.
Yeah, it's like a front choke right now. He hasn't really beat him up. And see, this is what I don't like. Dvalishvili kind of looked over to the side, kind of giggled. You know, he's like sometimes he just doesn't have the best fighter IQ, man. And now he's pointing at him. 15 seconds left. I think he was talking to when he got Cejudo down. I'm not sure if Trump was at that one, and he was talking to Trump or he was talking to Hunter, but he just has these moments, Goze, of like me as someone who puts money on fighters. I don't want fighters goofing. I want fighters fighting. Do you remember when was it Ian McCall that had somebody down? Was it Demetrius Johnson? Yeah, right. Didn't you have Demetrius Johnson down in that flyweight tournament, the original flyweight tournament? I think they were in Japan, and then he's kind of goofing and pointing.
I don't remember that.
Okay, and then wasn't there an American, and I think it was either
in Risen,
Miles Jury or one of those guys from Michigan who's pointing, and then a Japanese fighter came from behind and choked him. Might have been Aoki or something like that.
I think it was in Risen.
Yeah,
I can't remember who it was, but yeah,
Okay, the mouthpiece is in. Merab still kind of waving to the crowd. Great shot there of the spear from the inside.
So they're saying Tim Walsh was cited for excessive coaching.
I mean, that seems like a reach, but
isn't that what he's supposed to do?
Herb enforces the rules, and he knows the game.
I don't like how Merab's just fooling around too much here.
20 seconds into round two, not much going on. Like Goze said, Merab just kind of dancing around the outside. They both threw high kicks. Nothing landed flush. Gold gloves being worn by both fighters. O'Malley's hands are down. He's in the center of the octagon. Looks like he's inviting Dvalishvili to come forward. Remember, I told him that's one of the easiest ways to stop the takedowns. You got to have your hands a little bit low. Sometimes you can get those underhooks in, or it helps you to sprawl. It could make you an easy target for getting hit, but I don't think he's concerned too much with Dvalishvili striking, to be honest. It's more the wrestling. And he's already been taken down a couple times. Let's look at the live bets. Merab minus 145. Sean O'Malley plus 114. O'Malley lands a nice cross to the body.
You know we've been here. If you count the preview show, I'm afraid to stand up.
Almost 8 hours.
Oof. I don't want the Sphere card to end on like a low note. I'm hoping for some kind of finish here.
Well, I know those 2 takedowns are in his head. And there goes another one. Well timed by Merab Dvalishvili. He didn't take no damage on the way in. They're in the center of the octagon, and there's 3 minutes and 4 seconds left here in round 2. O'Malley's in full guard on the bottom. Let's see who's going to choose to do something from the top. He's bringing his leg up like he wants to do a rubber guard. Instead, he does a body triangle from the bottom. Merab hasn't really gotten going on top. He's just kind of mixing punches up from the ribs to the face. Now he's kind of blocking the mouth so he can make the breathing a little tougher. He's framing on his chin. He gets up on his feet to start some ground and pound, but O'Malley's doing a good job framing him with his legs. Oh, a nice up kick by O'Malley. And now Merab sinks right back into his full guard. O'Malley bringing his leg up like he wants to do rubber guard. And I like what Darren Cormier just said. Sean needs to get back up his feet.
Yeah. Merab is just way too comfortable from here.
And plus, one of Merab's best training partners is Aljamain Sterling, man. I mean, imagine training jiu-jitsu against that guy. O'Malley is attacking his arm right now. Hey. Oh. Herb is giving Sean O'Malley a warning for grabbing inside the glove, but the way he stopped the fight at that moment, it's like he was stopping the fight. And because he was in a
oh yeah, he did. Good call, Herb.
Yeah,
considering last
in an armbar attempt, it looked like he could be calling the fight. That was scary for a second there. Yeah. So he gives them a good warning. And now Merab's back on top. He's kind of in a quarter guard. He's being held off by a quarter guard by Sean O'Malley. Now he's trying to climb over him to mount him. O'Malley then comes over with his leg, and he kind of has a butterfly now. He can push off of Dvalishvili's hips. 120 left here in round 2. Merab Dvalishvili has now gotten a hold of his head from the front, now goes to the back and lands a couple punches, but he sinks into, oh, never mind. O'Malley is trying to set up a triangle, but it's not working. Dvalishvili seems to be a step ahead. He beats him up a little bit here. Now as O'Malley gets on his knees and crawls over to the corner, Dvalishvili follows him there and keeps him down. Now he's on top. He's using leg hooks and punches to the face to just keep him there and maul him.
He's just
this is what I thought for 2 months. Goes, I can't believe I changed my mind. I don't like that Dvalishvili just looked over at the audience and said something again. It's those distractions, man. I'm telling you. He's kneeing him to the body now. He's up against the cage. O'Malley's just kind of in a turtle position. He's getting up, but he's taking damage everywhere, man. He's getting kneed, elbowed, punched. Nothing to the chin, though. That's good. He's a grounded opponent right now, so he can't get hit in the head by
he's got the neck now.
Yep. Dvalishvili's got him by the neck. Kind of like how Jones had Cyril Gahn almost. Up against the fence, kind of in a catcher position, front choke.
What? But there's still time left. What is wrong with Dvalishvili,
so the clock hadn't gone yet. Herb said, stop that. Okay, so Merab Dvalishvili kissed Sean O'Malley. Herb Dean tells him, stop that. But I think Dvalishvili interpreted it as stop, the round's over. But there was still 3 seconds left. So when Merab got up, O'Malley started socking him. 2 rounds to nothing.
Yeah, easily.
Dvalishvili minus 425. Sean O'Malley plus 300. Yeah, see, he's kissing him in the back of the neck. So it's kind of like a taunting. But the bell hadn't sounded. O'Malley got a good punch in, but it was kind of to the back of the head. I mean, at this point, there was a lot going on.
Can you imagine, though, if a fight is decided over something as fucking stupid as that?
I hear you, man.
If I'm Dvalishvili's corner right now, I'm telling him, take your head out of your ass. Get your head in this game right now. We still got work.
Yeah. And goes, Sean O'Malley kind of has a little bit of that Alexa Grasso demoralized look to him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy's kind of like flowing, he's jumping around right now. 10 seconds in, they haven't touched each other. Sean O'Malley's in the middle of the octagon standing on the Monster Energy logo, and Dvalishvili's just kind of spinning around, bouncing around. I think he's just waiting for his opportunity to get him back on the ground. He's not trying to be a global superstar. He just wants to be a world champion. He knows the road to get there is through his wrestling. I think those little fake jabs and pumps is just to draw in O'Malley. And then O'Malley's got to be cognizant. He doesn't want to go back on the ground because now he's starting to get beat up a little bit. Not just the takedown, there's some ground and pound behind it. But O'Malley is long, man. He's long and he's accurate. So I think he probably thinks I can probably just touch his chin one time and all this is over. O'Malley 17 of 39 in significant strikes for 44%. Dvalishvili is 24 of 71 for whatever that is. And that sounds to me kind of like almost like 40%, 35%. They took it away too quick, folks. 350 here left in round three. Dvalishvili up 2 rounds to nothing. And the current odds right now for live betting is minus 425 for Dvalishvili, plus 300 for Sean O'Malley. Overhand right by O'Malley. It's like a right fielder trying to throw someone out at third base. Wasn't successful.
Oof.
But now Merab pushes O'Malley up against the fence. Knees him really, really nice. O'Malley takes one knee down. And now he's attacking with a front headlock on O'Malley. With 3:17, 16, 15 left.
He's just all over Sean O'Malley. Sean just doesn't really have an answer to him.
Even though Merab would never say this, and I don't think he feels this, one of the best things that could have ever happened to his title shot was his best friend, Aljamain Sterling, getting knocked out, because both of these guys are committed to the wrestling. But the minute he kind of got away from it, one of these knees that Merab just threw might have been a little late. It might have been illegal, but it didn't look like it had the bad intention. He's landing some more knees, and then what happens is O'Malley takes a knee on his own. Let's see if that one's illegal or not. Yeah, I don't think I would call it on him. I'm glad Herb didn't. Herb's right there anyway. 226, 225, 224 left in round 3. Back in the center of the octagon, they're standing. O'Malley's on the center. Dvalishvili just circling, just touching him. Light leg kick there, nothing there. He just wants to grapple. He just wants to time a takedown.
Sean's got to do something different, though, because rounds 1 and 2 look just like this.
Yeah.
He's got to do something different on his end.
Lazy kick there by Sean O'Malley. He's in his head. Oh, O'Malley tried something new. When Dvalishvili kind of closed, he threw a knee and it went right by his head. It looked like that was a close one.
Mm-hmm.
Now back in the center of the octagon with 138, 37, 36, 35 left here in round 3. Not much scoring. There's not much for the judges to score on here. I guess Dvalishvili, right? And that work against the cage and those knees.
At times, Dvalishvili looks like Bloodstained Lane when he's throwing some of these strikes.
He does. I mean, Sean's the champion, but he's losing 2 rounds to nothing, and he's just letting the 3rd round get away from him. He's counting too much. Oh, now that was a nice punch by Sean O'Malley.
Mm-hmm.
And he just threw a right hand that kind of got him too. And Dvalishvili responds with an overhand right, and then he catches O'Malley's leg to try and trip him up, but it doesn't work. 43, 42, 41. O'Malley tries to grab a single. Sorry, Dvalishvili tries to grab a single and misses. O'Malley misses with a wild right.
That was probably his best punch right there.
18-8, Dvalishvili leads O'Malley in strikes, but it seems like O'Malley's had the harder hitting ones. But Dvalishvili also had some nice knees when they're up against the cage. 17, 16, 15 seconds left here in round 3. And they're just punching air right now, just feinting. Okay, O'Malley with a nice left and a knee up the middle. I wonder if he won the round back, Goze.
I think he did, dude.
He might have because he closed strong, but you can't go to the bank with those. Let's see what John Wood tells him right now. He's timing your kicks. We got 2 more rounds, he tells him.
He's not paying attention.
Ray Longo says, let's walk through this motherfucker. He asked him if he was winning. Dvalishvili did. Tim Welch is telling him, don't overshoot it. Shoot it right to his neck. You can do this. You're the champ. You're warmed up. What I don't know is if he meant like a knee, because he's thrown a couple knees, or just his punches in general.
Big round here. Championship round.
Rounds.
Here we go.
Yeah, I think I liked what Tim Welch told him. He gave him instruction, but he needed to tell him more about the urgency in this. I mean, these are the championship rounds, and there's a chance he might not have won that round back. He could be down 3-0, which means he's got to win the fight. And to win the fight, you got to put something on this guy. If we knew for sure it was 2-1, then he could try and at least tie it going into the 5th. Body punch there by Sean O'Malley, not too much on it. 4-16, 4-15, 4-13 left here in round 4. Dvalishvili's the stalker. He's the one in the center of the octagon. O'Malley's kind of on that warning track as he circles around the cage.
O'Malley does kind of look like he is starting to get warmed up and starting to find his range a little better.
Yeah,
But he still has to do more. And Merab is kind of little by little letting it slip away.
O'Malley just landed a right behind the neck of Dvalishvili, and Dvalishvili just got a nice takedown on Sean O'Malley in the center of the octagon with 339, 338, 337 left here in round 4. Now, remember, Sean O'Malley had a couple decent strikes, but this guy's got a lot of time to erase that. He needs elbows and ground and pound. Sean O'Malley's at the bottom, and he's trying to tie him up from the bottom.
Some blood on Dvalishvili coming out of his ear, coming out of his eye too, I think, and his nose.
Dvalishvili maybe trying to set up an arm triangle. Dvalishvili just kind of punching the body. Remember, round 3 was close. This round's still close. Joe Rogan says Umar Nurmagomedov is enjoying this fight.
He's got it, yeah. The way a
Herb
shark
Dean, I
enjoys
think, was
blood in the
telling
water.
Sean O'Malley, you've got to work. Because then you go Sean O'Malley, and a lot of fighters expect stand-ups just from tying up a fighter, and you can't do it. You have to prove you're working towards the stand-up and that the guy on top is stalling. Now Merab is in half guard, no, quarter guard, trying to grapevine his legs around Sean O'Malley's, but Sean O'Malley's doing a great job framing. And now he creates a scramble and almost gets out, except he's back in another position. Now he's in half guard. Merab on top of Sean O'Malley. He can't seem to get over into a full mount, although I don't know if he really wants to. He seems pretty comfortable here, just eating up the clock. 159, 58, 57, 56, 55 left here in round 4. Goes, why does Sean, well, just as I say that, he is trying to get up, but he seems too happy and content on the ground at times.
Yeah. This pace, man, that Merab can carry is pretty phenomenal. O'Malley
Now,
back to his
really,
feet.
so O'Malley's back to his feet, but Merab's already got a body lock on him. Let's see if he sends him for a ride or if he just keeps kneeing him here up against the cage, to the buttocks, to the thighs. O'Malley punches up, but not much on it. Let's see now, easily Merab's taken over the round. He could be looking at a 3-0 lead or a shutout going into round 5. He can't seem to get a hook in, though. Oh, now he did. He got one hook in. O'Malley turns into him kind of, so the hook. They're in front of Sal D'Amato, the judge. Now he's on top of O'Malley in half guard. O'Malley's in butterfly on the bottom. It looked like Merab landed a nice strike there from the top. Sean does get his back against the cage. He's sitting down, though. Dvalishvili's attacking his neck again, like John Jones attacked Ciryl Gane. I don't think there's anything locked up in there, but he is controlling him and holding him down. 18, 17, 16, 15 seconds left. Strike count is 61-6 for round 4. And now Dvalishvili's really throwing some hard punches as Sean O'Malley, as the round's getting ready to end. Sean O'Malley swings wild one time and misses. And that's the end here. And Dvalishvili is just feeling himself. We're probably going to have a new world champion, folks, because we're 5 minutes away. And at best, it's Merab Dvalishvili up 3-1. That's the best case scenario for O'Malley. It could be 4-0 for Merab.
He looks demoralized, though.
Take big
Sean
breaths.
O'Malley's head's down.
He says, take our time with our feet, load up with a punch, and then a knee right behind it. So it looks like they're planning like a couple of key strategic sequences, maybe, to kind of just hit a Hail Mary, we'll say. He's telling him, you're a warrior, breathe. 5 minutes, give me. Find him up the middle, he tells him.
He needs a miracle.
Pretty much. Goze 2 title fights kind of took the momentum out of the night the way it was going.
Yep.
So Dvalishvili is bouncing around, and O'Malley's just kind of slowly stalking him. It's a terrible look. It's got to be pissing Dana White off. A, his guy's not winning, but B, it's like a marathon runner just has such a big lead, and now they're just slowing down their jog. They know no one can catch them. And 4-0 says Umar Nurmagomedov on Twitter.
Yeah, the last 2 fights have completely sucked the air out of that apex, out of that sphere.
Because can you imagine if you kind of reshuffled the deck and this was Brandon Moreno in a final, not in a final, in the main event, and he got a knockout? Imagine everyone walking out of the sphere going nuts, dude. The night's still a success. I think it can get to an A- if we get some sort of a crazy finish. And Dvalishvili with a nice takedown. But it could sink into a B+ as well. I mean, look, what's he gonna do? Stand with O'Malley the whole time? That'd be stupid. So he's doing the right thing, but he's on his way to being a world champ. There's 313, 312, 310, 11 and 10 left here in the 3rd round. O'Malley just has no, I don't know, pop.
He's got no answer for anything.
No pep in his step. It just looks like he wants the fight to end.
If you have no idea what's going on, today is your first day of watching MMA, you would be absolutely shocked if we told you the guy in the braids is actually the champ.
Yeah. Or that Grasso was the champ in the fight before this. They both just laid down goose eggs. A Mexican and arguably their most popular fighter. And O'Malley just landed a nice left, but Merab ate it nice. You're overhit if you took the over, because we're at 220, 219, 218. The overhits once we get to 4.5 rounds. So that was about 15 seconds ago. Oh, look at that lazy kick by Sean O'Malley. He's just not into it. Now he throws a nice head kick. Dvalishvili blocks it with both arms. And Dvalishvili grabs a hold of a single but misses. Big swing from O'Malley misses 153, 152, 151 left here in round 5. O'Malley in the center of the octagon. So is Dvalishvili. If I'm O'Malley, I try and rile up the crowd and rile up Merab and see if I can talk him into a Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje type ending, and maybe catch him.
But right
Merab's
now,
playing it
there are
really
more
safe right now. O'Malley did hurt Dvalishvili, kicked him in the solar plexus, and Dvalishvili kind of like you could tell it sucked wind for a little bit there. I think he's okay now though.
I thought he was playing possum a little bit.
He just did it again. He kicked him in the stomach again, and Dvalishvili did not like it. Now the crowd's getting a little excited because O'Malley did land a nice uppercut. 104, 103, 102, 101. 1 minute left, and Dvalishvili's champ. And now Dvalishvili grabs a single. O'Malley's out of it, kind of pogo sticked his way out of it. Big knee up the middle from O'Malley. Kick to the solar plexus by O'Malley, but now Dvalishvili kind of laughs it off, but he does look at the clock. 40 seconds left here in round 5. This almost reminds me of when Leon Edwards kind of had that one moment against Bolalgos, remember, after getting dominated for 4 rounds?
Mm-hmm.
Herb Dean saying, let's work, encouraging the action. Head kick there by O'Malley, blocked. Kick to the body by O'Malley, blocked. Shot to the body by O'Malley, blocked. Overhand left there by O'Malley. 9 seconds left. Dvalishvili pulls him down. He's on top, just swinging at O'Malley's legs, kicking at O'Malley's legs, and this fight's over. So even if we give O'Malley this round, and even if he somehow got round 3, it's still 3-2. Dvalishvili, he's going to be champ. I'd be shocked if he isn't.
He wants to know, Rob wants to know if he could shake somebody's hand. Probably Dana, I imagine.
I don't know who's want to shake his hand right now. So that's 2 fighters who fly the Georgian flag. Because Ilia Topuria, if I'm not mistaken, was born in Georgia, raised in Germany, lives in Spain.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's just got incredible output. He's got great cardio, man. Those genetics. I mean, right now, he's probably not even breathing hard at all. He could probably go 10 rounds if he needed to. So this will be another world champion for Ray Longo. And where's John Wood stand now, Goze? He's got Zhang Wei Li and Merab Dvalishvili. And then he's got Khalil Roundtree next month. He's on a roll.
Yeah, big time.
I really like that Sean did have a few moments, you know. Just could have done a little bit more, I think. His gloves are off, but I won't suggest that he's retiring. I'm talking about O'Malley. O'Malley looks at Dana, shakes his hand. You can tell he's disappointed.
Yeah, we'll hear from both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, they usually interview the champion that just lost the title. All right, here we go with the official announcement. $49, $46, $48, $47, $48, $47. And new champion. So 2 48-47s goes.
It's interesting.
Yeah. So that close round that we suspected did go to O'Malley, and the last one went to O'Malley. Dvalishvili is overcome with emotion. He's on his knees on the ground. He's thanking all of his coaches, his training partners. Hugs Ray Longo. He thanks Matt Serra, who couldn't be there.
Do you think Dana was tired again?
He's not happy.
Man, if they would have had just a decent ending, he'd be back there gloating.
Yeah,
Rightfully so, too.
Dvalishvili said he didn't feel like tonight was anything special. It was a normal day. I'm not getting what he's saying. Are you?
Not really. What I can't believe is he's not even breathing hard, dude.
He made Sean O'Malley look normal. What was unusual to you in this fight? He said nothing. I sparred the best of the best. Nothing was surprising to him. Says he can go 15 more rounds like this. Are you surprised how close the judges scored it? Because two of them were 48, 47s.
Mm-hmm.
He said, no, I wasn't surprised. I made him look normal. He keeps saying that. He's focusing on that. Next in line, Umar Nurmagomedov.
He's there, too.
Whatever Dana wants, he'll do it. But he kind of stuttered and paused, and it kind of seemed like a moment of weakness there.
I think Umar's licking his chops.
Dana White changed your life. Okay, but do you want to fight Umar or not? Just say yes, right? Whether you want to or not, you don't say no. Yeah, I'll fight that fool. I'll fight him and fight the next guy, and whatever. Someone has to tell him, bro, it's great that you speak English, but you just got to keep it short and sweet. You ramble.
See if they talk to Sean O'Malley. I thought I just saw him step out. Yeah, he's done.
Okay. I mean, I'm always happy for these fighters, right? But they're just, I don't know. All right, that looks like it's the end of the show, everybody. Thank you so much to everyone that tuned in to our watch along here. We do this every pay-per-view.
What did you think? I mean, did you give it a grade finally, or?
From the UFC's part, I'll give them their A-. From the fighters' part, the fights sucked. They didn't suck. I respect Valentina and Merab. They did what they had to do, but it wasn't exciting. So I'll give them a B- in that regard. And as far as like the activity, it's historic, right? Get a champion, long-standing champion gets her belt back, and then we have a new champion. There was some dominance there, and then there was other great fights, great exchanges, man, that happened throughout the night. that I enjoyed. So yeah, B- to the fighters, mostly not an A because of the 2 last fights, and then the whole show of what the UFC presented, an A-. I think I was happy there. I want to see another one. I want to go to one day, but this wasn't the greatest sporting event in history, in my opinion. How about you guys?
No. Uh, they really opened my eyes up to what maybe the future of sporting events can be like. But yeah, to call it the greatest sporting event, no. Even if the fights were pretty good, I still think it's kind of difficult to say something like that. But I think they have kind of made their mark and changed the game, in a sport where normally it's us trying to live up to everyone else. I think they have been trendsetters as of late with certain things. So you got to give them props there. But at the end of the day, they're the ones that pick the fights, and they picked 2 fights to headline this that just didn't really pan out. Just didn't work out. And yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that it ended this way, because about an hour and a half ago, I was really, really excited and really happy. I mean, they did a lot of cool stuff for this, but it just ended on a bad note.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I applaud the UFC for what they attempted. It could not have been easy, and they did it really quick, and I hope they do it again. And then as far as the fighters, like I say, most of them really, really did come and fight very well. Congrats to all the winners. Maybe if we had 12, 13 fights, we might have had an oh wow moment on another fight. But the production team specifically said we need to do this with 10 fights only, not 12, not 14. Sometimes they'll even go 15 deep. So that was that. Now, folks, just a little bit of housekeeping before we leave. Goze and I do host MMA Junkie Radio. We're closing in on episode 3,500 the 26th of September. Catch us live that day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We're going to do our show live. We're going to have a lot of guests. And it'll be like this one where you can chime in on the chat room. We normally do it in podcast form, but we'll do this one live. But if you do want to catch the podcast, go to Omni, Stitcher, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. We also do a live show every Monday called Spinning Backclick, usually noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. But while Dana White Contender Series is on, we do their weigh-ins at that time. We start an hour early, so you can catch us at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for like the next month and a half until Dana White Contender Series is over. Otherwise, we'll go back to our normal start time. Also, World MMA Awards. They're out there, right? They announced the nominations, and MMA Junkie was lucky enough to be nominated for Best Media Source, and we'd love to win it, but it's fan-driven, so hopefully you can go to worldmmaawards.com and give us your vote. We'd love to have it. And if not, then vote whoever you think is best. You don't have to vote for all the categories if you don't want to do it. Like if you want to get in there and blast them quickly, then just do that. Also, our colleague Nolan King is up for Best Journalist. And folks, we are out of here. Thank you for joining us for the watch along here. And it was great to have DraftKings aboard with us as well. Hopefully everyone made some money tonight. But anyways, until next time, I'm Gorgeous George, and that's Goze. And we'll talk to you soon. Go out and be a champion.